Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hearing this, Chen-Ling finally understood the sequence of events and gave a slight nod. Officer Chen-Ling. Boss Lee glanced left and right, then pulled a small bag of oil paper from the cabinet and handed it to Chen-Ling. This is a little token of appreciation from my humble shop. Please accept it. If you ever want cake in the future, just let me know, and I will personally deliver it to your home. Chen-Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, opening the oil paper to find 2 silver coins still carrying the scent of cream falling into his palm. His brow instantly furrowed. Seeing Chen-Ling frown, Boss Lee, who was skilled at observing expressions, felt his heart skip a beat and immediately spoke up. Officer Chen-Ling, with the heavy rain, the snowstorms, and the Calamity invasion this month, my shop really hasn't made much money. Next month there will definitely be a bit more. Looking at the 2 silver coins in his hand, Chen-Ling seemed to understand what the residents of Frost Street had just been whispering about. Just as Chen-Ling was about to speak, a few more figures emerged from the surrounding shops. Officer Chen-Ling, I'm from the tailor's shop across the street, just call me Xiao Su. Officer Chen-Ling, do you still remember me? I fixed the water pipes at your house before. My hardware store is right next door. This is a little token of my appreciation. Officer Chen-Ling, you're so handsome. Have time to come sit in our shop. We have quite a few pretty girls. It seemed that seeing Boss Lee of the cake shop take the lead, the other shop owners also followed suit. They were all beaming with smiles, clutching oil paper in their hands, and pressing them into Chen-Ling's grasp. Judging by the weight, these bosses must have already discussed this before his arrival. Each shop gave exactly 2 silver coins. Except for that middle-aged woman who asked Chen-Ling to come sit in their shop. She stuffed 5 coins in one breath and then gave him a, if you know, look. In just over 10 seconds, the silver coins in Chen-Ling's hands already numbered nearly 20. If converted to before the Great Cataclysm, this was already 5,000 RMB deposited, and this was just after stepping onto the street. At this moment, Chen-Ling suddenly understood why a law enforcer like Ma Zhong could buy such a luxurious mansion in District 2. If an ordinary law enforcer could use their position to openly bring in such income, then how terrifying must the profits be for Ma Zhong, the law enforcer who covered the sky with one hand in District 3. Not to mention, his businesses also involved dark territories like Ice Spring Street. Judging by the reactions of the Frost Street residents, this kind of thing seemed entirely ordinary in the Aurora domain. Sorry, I won't accept this. Chen-Ling shook his head. Hearing these 5 words, everyone's faces turned pale. After exchanging glances, they cautiously spoke up. Then what do you mean? I don't mean anything, I just won't accept it. Chen-Ling directly placed everyone's money on the cake counter, pulled back, and continued walking toward the other end of Frost Street. The faces of the numerous bosses grew increasingly ugly. Gritting their teeth, they pulled a few more silver coins from their pockets, stuffed them into their respective oil papers, and hurriedly chased after him. Officer Chen-Ling, our revenue this month is truly poor. Please have mercy and let us off for 1 month. Yes, Officer Chen-Ling, we are all neighbors on the same street. Please make an exception for us. If you don't accept this money, we can't feel at ease. If another law enforcer comes over, we won't have anyone covering for us here. The voices of the few people grew softer, but Chen-Ling's mind grew clearer. What they were giving was not just tribute money, but another form of protection fee. They wanted to continue operating in District 3, and it wouldn't work without someone covering them. If he didn't accept their money, they would feel even more uncertain. They thought Chen-Ling refused purely because the money offered was too little. Accepting wasn't right, and neither was not accepting. Chen-Ling narrowed his eyes, a thought suddenly surging into his mind. You guys, are you using this to test a cadre? He asked coldly. Upon hearing this sentence, the other bosses were instantly dumbfounded. We. Then how much do you want? Just name a number first. I, Chen Ling, have never been interested in money. Then what do you like? Just say the word, and we will prepare it immediately. Chen Ling slowly pulled a peach from his convenience bag and handed it to Boss Li. I want this kind of peach, exactly the same. Let's start with a cartload. As his voice fell, Chen Ling directly turned and left. If these bosses were smart, they would ask around to find out where this peach was bought, and it wouldn't be hard to find the old woman selling peaches on the adjacent street. This way, they would pay the old woman, and also send peaches to him, gaining peace of mind. Yes, this plan is perfect. Chen Ling thought to himself. As his figure gradually faded into the distance, the boss's eyes fell upon what was in Boss Li's hand. Two of them felt their legs go soft and dropped to their knees with a thud. He said, to let us send him this kind of peach? The 1.8-meter tall tough guy, the hardware store boss, was so frightened at this moment that his lips turned purple. He calls this a peach. At this moment, in Boss Li's hand, a bright red human heart slowly stopped beating. Audience expectation value +2. The moment he saw this line of text appear in the snow, Chen Ling was stunned. Why did the audience expectation value increase out of nowhere? Chen Ling frowned slightly, reviewing everything he had just done, but still couldn't find the point that increased the expectation value. Could it be that the audience was stirring up trouble on their own again? While thinking suspiciously, Chen Ling continued deeper into Frost Street. More and more shop owners stepped forward wanting to build a good relationship. Chen Ling backhandedly gave out the peaches from the bag, told them he only accepted this, and then turned away. The effect of giving peaches seemed better than Chen Ling imagined. Every time he gave one out, that group of bosses stopped chasing after him. They probably all went to find a place to buy peaches. Audience expectation value +2. Audience expectation value +2. Audience expectation value. Watching more and more expectation value pop up, Chen Ling's frown deepened. He seemed to realize something and looked down at the bag in his hand. The only remaining peach lay inside, smooth, tender, and overflowing with a clear fragrance. Chen Ling picked up this peach, observed it in his hand for quite a while, and couldn't find any issues. So, cautiously, he took a bite himself. Sweet. At the same time, in a household across the street where the female owner was peeking at Chen Ling through the window, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Chen Ling finished eating the peach in a few bites. By this time, he had almost walked the entire Frost Street. Seeing it was getting late, he headed straight for his own alleyway. Returning to his doorway, he found that the metal rolling shutter of Zhao's breakfast shop diagonally across the street had been pulled down. He was slightly surprised. Logically, even if Uncle Zhao wasn't open for business at this hour, he should have kept the door open to prepare tomorrow's ingredients. Chen Ling didn't overthink it. He went directly home, changed out of his black and red uniform, and sat on the eaves in front of his house. An unknown amount of time passed as he looked at the empty street, lost in deep thought. Why hasn't anyone come to deliver peaches yet? At this moment, inside a certain shop on Frost Street, dozens of bosses had gathered together, all of them with tightly furrowed brows, as if the world were about to end. He really said he wanted exactly the same peaches, one boss asked tentatively. That's right. He told me the same thing. When he shoved that heart over, it was still dripping blood. Do you know I almost fainted from fright right then and there? But where on earth are we supposed to get human hearts for him? He wouldn't expect us to perform live sacrifices or something, would he? This is truly bizarre. Even though the previous law enforcer was domineering and tyrannical, at least we could settle things by stuffing him with money. But this Chen Ling, what does he want human hearts for? Today, a neighbor next door told me they saw with their own eyes Chen Ling walking on the road, finishing a heart in just 2 or 3 bites. Hearing this sentence, everyone's eyes widened. The image of Chen Ling grinning maliciously while tearing into a heart surfaced in their minds. The temperature in the room plummeted. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The more timid bosses even began to tremble all over. He likes to eat human hearts. Isn't that something only demons in storybooks do? If he didn't like eating them, why would he carry such a big bag of human hearts walking on the road? So, where did all his human hearts come from? Wait, you guys are making it sound weirder and weirder. Uncle Zhao, who had been sitting silently in the corner, couldn't help but speak up. I know Ah Ling well. I watched him grow up, he's a good kid. How could he be as evil as you say? Did you guys see wrong? Impossible, so many of us saw it. What do you guys say, should we report him to the law enforcers? Are you crazy? Report to the law enforcers. Chen Ling himself is a law enforcer. Do you want your heart dug out and eaten on the street too? The boss who made the suggestion shivered and immediately fell silent. Then what should we do next? We can't actually go get human hearts for him, can we? Everyone chattered all at once. The atmosphere of panic and confusion grew thicker until finally, no one spoke anymore. Instead, they all lowered their heads in silence, seemingly considering whether they should move away. But even if they moved, where could they go? Could they afford houses on other streets? Let's do this. The oldest boss slowly spoke up. Offering human hearts is definitely impossible. Boss Xiao, aren't you a butcher? Get a few pig and chicken hearts and send them over first to see his reaction. Pig hearts and chicken hearts, will that work? If it doesn't work, what else can we do? We can't possibly get the kind of peaches he wants either. Let's observe the situation first. Anyway, everyone absolutely must not provoke him. I have a feeling he is more ruthless than any law enforcer we have ever seen before. Understood. Chen Ling waited until it was dark, but he still hadn't received any peaches. Just which step went wrong? Does buying a few peaches take this long? Chen Ling was entirely puzzled. Just as he was about to get up, close the door, and return inside to rest, a figure walked up to his doorway. Seeing the person's appearance, Chen Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. Officer Han Meng. Why are you here again? Today, Han Meng was not wearing that black trench coat with the four-stripe pattern, but rather casual clothes. Perhaps for this reason, Chen Ling didn't feel a sense of oppression from him this time, as if standing before him was just an ordinary young man. I came to deliver a document to you. Your quota to go to the ancient vault of the military path has been approved. Han Meng, holding a piece of paper between his fingertips, spoke calmly. What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Chen Ling hesitated for a moment but still got up to make way. If it were before, Chen Ling wouldn't have let Han Meng inside. But ever since hearing those things at headquarters today, his impression of Han Meng had somewhat changed. Han Meng naturally sat down at the table, glanced at the neatly folded law enforcer uniform off to the side, and asked casually. How does it feel on your first day as a law enforcer? The authority of a law enforcer is even greater than I imagined, Chen Ling said indifferently. I'm not used to it. That's very normal. After many people first become law enforcers, they are blinded by the sudden power and benefits and willingly succumb to depravity. But you haven't. I wasn't wrong about you on this point. How do you know I haven't? Han Meng glanced at the house that was still leaking wind everywhere and didn't say a word. Of course, being too soft isn't a good thing either. It makes the public think you are easy to bully. You must properly establish your prestige. Just halfway through Han Meng's sentence, a figure riding a bicycle happened to pass by Chen Ling's door. Perhaps because the entrance was too slippery, he fell to the ground with a thud. He cursed and was just about to get back on his bike and leave, but when he saw the house before him and Chen Ling inside, his expression instantly changed. I'm sorry. Officer Chen Ling. I disturbed your rest. I am truly sorry. Without another word, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times with a loud bang, bang, bang. Then he scrambled up from the snow and fled out of the alley without looking back, as if running for his life, leaving a bicycle spinning its wheels freely at Chen Ling's door. Han Meng. Han Meng remained silent for a long time. Your prestige is quite well established. Chen Ling recognized him. That man who had just fled in panic was the shop boss he had a brief encounter with in the afternoon. He had even given him a peach. But he couldn't understand why the other party looked at him as if seeing a ghost. Let's talk business first. Han Meng handed the document to Chen Ling. Tomorrow at noon, gather at the District 3 headquarters with several other law enforcers and prepare to depart for the ancient vault of the military path. So soon. It had only been 2 or 3 days since the end of the martial exam, and he had barely just put on the law enforcer uniform, yet arrangements were already made to go to the ancient vault of the military path. Originally, the opening time for the ancient vault of the military path every year is 3 months from now, but this year is somewhat of an exception. Han Meng paused for a moment. Yesterday, District 5 and District 6 suffered a massive Grey Realm convergence, and a 5th-tier calamity crawled out. The law enforcers of the 2 districts were almost completely wiped out. There was another Grey Realm convergence? Chen Ling asked in astonishment. Didn't they say Grey Realm convergences are very rare within the human domains? They used to be, but recently, the Aurora domain is a bit abnormal. Chen Ling recalled that Chu Muyun had said something similar before. The rare rainstorm not seen in 10 years caused a Grey Realm convergence at the mass grave mound, and the continuous heavy snow over these past few days triggered massive convergences in District 5 and District 6. It seemed that every chaotic weather phenomenon would trigger a convergence. Is it related to the celestial phenomena? Chen Ling asked tentatively. Perhaps. Han Meng seemed to have thought of something, narrowing his eyes slightly. Moreover, the Dusk Society has also appeared. Hearing the words, Dusk Society, Chen Ling's mind stirred, and he asked as if unintentionally. Dusk Society? What is that? A fanatical and evil organization that worships destruction. Wherever they appear, they will definitely bring disaster and bad omens. Is it that serious? You haven't met them. Although the members of the Dusk Society are extremely few, every single one of them is a lunatic. Recalling the situation where he was played like a fiddle by Plum Blossom 8, the cold glint in Han Meng's eyes grew even more intense. So the incidents in District 3, as well as District 5 and 6 this time, were also their doing. Chen Ling began to subtly probe. That shouldn't be it. Han Meng shook his head. They cannot actively summon the Grey Realm to descend, that is the method of the Scarlet Heaven cult. Then what disasters and bad omens have they brought to the Aurora domain? Chen Ling tried his best to make his tone seem purely foolish, so as not to let Han Meng feel he was probing for more information about the Dusk Society. But Han Meng, clever as he was, still caught that trace of anomaly. He stared at Chen Ling for a long time, not answering his question, but instead said seriously. Chen Ling, it is best you do not develop any curiosity toward this organization, much less have any form of contact with them. They are extremely dangerous and excel at brainwashing. You only need to know that once you encounter a member of the Dusk Society, stay as far away from them as possible, understand? Unfortunately, a newly minted member of the Dusk Society is sitting right in front of you. Seeing that Han Meng had already spoken to this extent, Chen Ling couldn't press further and calmly nodded. In short, the casualties in District 5 and District 6 are extremely heavy. According to incomplete statistics, more than 3,000 people have already lost their lives in this disaster. Coupled with the annihilation of the law enforcers, these 2 great districts are practically ruined. Even if Aurora City urgently deploys law enforcers to fill the vacancies, there is still a shortage of manpower. So they advanced the opening time of the ancient vault of the military path, wanting to quickly replenish their blood. Exactly. 3 years after becoming a full-fledged law enforcer, one gets an opportunity to enter the ancient vault of the military path, with a chance to be chosen by a divine path and become a law enforcer. Opening the ancient vault early means they can obtain a new batch of law enforcers in a short time, even if they are only first tier. This time, the law enforcers dispatched from the 7 great districts, plus those sent from within Aurora City, total 70 people. You need to take a boat across the frozen sea to reach the very edge of the Aurora domain, where the ancient vault of the military path is located. At the same time, 3 law enforcers from Aurora City will lead the team and be responsible for protecting your safety. What is it like inside the ancient vault of the military path? The ancient vault of the military path is very large, but the area given to you for trials only occupies a small part. You will know the specifics when you get there. Han Meng glanced at the time and said indifferently. It's getting late. Rest early and store up more stamina. Also, if you encounter some matters in the ancient vault, don't be too timid. You are a law enforcer of our District 3. Even if you poke some hornet's nest, I will back you up. Don't lose face for our District 3. Hearing this, Chunling froze for a moment. Before he could ask anything, Han Meng turned and left. Chunling carefully pondered Han Meng's last sentence just now. It seemed to be hinting at something. Perhaps, this was the real purpose of his special visit today. AES. Chunling thought for a moment, then shook his head, turned to lie on the bed, and his consciousness gradually sank into a dream. Damn it, can't you let me have a good dream? Chunling opened his eyes, saw the spotlight overhead, and sighed in his heart. After that dream last night, Chunling almost thought he might not need to report to the theater every night and could sleep peacefully. He didn't expect to be back after all. Chunling climbed up from the stage, walked straight to the screen, and clicked the treasure chest button in the corner. After completing the first act last time, there was still one designated character gotcha draw opportunity he hadn't used. Now that he was about to set off for the ancient vault of the military path, having one more skill for self-defense was always good. As rousing music played, Chunling turned and walked to the table. Countless playing cards fluttered in the air, eventually landing neatly face down on the table. Please write the name of the character you wish to draw on the paper. A line of small text appeared on the paper. Chunling picked up the white paper, hesitated for a moment, and finally wrote 2 words. Han Meng. Since it was a designated character, Chunling naturally had to choose the one with the highest upper limit. Around him, there were only 2 divine path possessors, Chu Muyun and Han Meng. Compared to the path of the physician, the way of the soldier god was definitely more adept at combat, at least that was what he thought. Not to mention, Chunling already had the slaughter dance. Adding another way of the soldier god skill should make for a more suitable combination. If possible, Chunling even wanted to replicate an entire judgment path. If so, would he be considered a dual cultivator of the path of the actor and the way of the soldier god? As the words Han Meng appeared on the paper, the numerous playing cards on the table all vanished, leaving only 12 cards spread out in a line. These were all the skills Han Meng possessed, and among them, 1 card was gray and unselectable. As far as Chunling knew, Han Meng was a 4-stripe law enforcer, which corresponded to the 4th order of the way of the soldier god. Among these 12 playing cards, only 4 were blue divine path skill cards. The rest should be ordinary skills like cooking or tracking. As for the unselectable one, it should be the slaughter dance that Chunling already possessed. A 3 in 11 probability, huh? No, the screen said there would be a boost based on the total audience expectation value from the previous act. Chunling rubbed his hands together, hesitated for a moment, and finally selected one of the cards. Skill, Tribunal. Affiliation, Way of the Soldier God, Judgment Path, 4th Order. Character, Han Meng. It's here. Seeing this skill, the image of Han Meng fighting the red paper monster that day, collapsing its body with 3 shots, instantly surfaced in Chunling's mind. If nothing unexpected happened, this was one of the core skills of the Judgment Path. As Chunling absorbed the card, all the information regarding this skill instantly flooded his mind. Unlike the slaughter dance, this was a domain-type skill that would consume the user's spiritual power when activated. Speaking of which, whether it was formless or secret pupil, Chunling didn't bear any burden when using them. But using the slaughter dance for just a dozen seconds would leave him entirely exhausted. 1st to 3rd tier skills are released based on physical fitness, while those above 4th order consume spiritual power. Chunling thought thoughtfully. He wondered if his current 1st tier spiritual power could support him using the tribunal even once. After waking up, Chunling glanced at the time. It was roughly what he expected. He walked on foot to the District 3 law enforcement headquarters. Just as he entered the door, he saw a familiar figure walking over. Chunling. You finally arrived. Jiang Qin checked the roster. Now we're all here. Chunling still had an impression of this law enforcer, Jiang Qin. On the night his house was destroyed by the red paper monster, it was Jiang Qin who questioned him, even telling him he could find him anytime if anything came up in the future. He was one of the few law enforcers who left a good impression on Chen Ling's gaze swept to the side. Aside from himself and Jiang Qin, there were only two other people. They were both from the batch of reserve candidates who took the marshal exam together, so they looked somewhat familiar. Officer Jiang Qin, is it just the few of us going this time? Chen Ling and the other two reserve candidates were the top 3 in this term's law enforcer exam. According to Han Meng's agreement, they naturally had the qualifications to go to the ancient vault of the military path. But logically, apart from them, there should also be other veteran law enforcers whose 3-year term had come up. Yeah, just us. Jiang Qin shrugged. Originally, there were 5 or 6 of my peers going together, but a couple of days ago, their collusion with Ma Zhong was exposed, and Brother Meng slaughtered them all. Chen Ling. The situation in our District 3 is already considered pretty good. Look at the law enforcers in District 5 and District 6, they're either dead or crippled. The ones who can go don't even add up to 5 people. Jiang Qin was quite optimistic. He put away the personnel list and led Chen Ling and the other 2 straight outside. Officer Jiang Qin, how are we getting to the ancient vault of the military path? Asked a law enforcer from the same term as Chen Ling. Chen Ling remembered his name seemed to be Zhong Yaoguang. The ancient vault of the military path is located in the frozen sea on the northern border of the Aurora domain. If you want to get there, you can only take a boat from the port. Winter Harbor. That's so far away. Taking the train over is actually fine. A train? Chen Ling was startled. He had thought there were no such things as trains in this era, but thinking about it carefully, if it were a steam train, it really wouldn't require too advanced scientific technology. It's just that originally on Frost Street, he had never heard of anyone around him taking one. Yeah, Chen Ling, haven't you ridden one? Zhong Yaoguang's eyes lit up. If it's your first time seeing it, you'll be quite shocked. That thing is amazing. I've never taken one either. The ticket price for this thing is not cheap, the other peer, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Don't worry, Brother Meng is reimbursing the ticket money this time. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. The 3 followed Jiang Qin all the way to the border of District 3. A straight railway track extended from the snowy ground in the distance, and ahead of everyone stood a short and dilapidated platform. Calling it a platform was just building a large shed on the ground and laying out a few stone steps. Beside it stood a tiny ticket booth with a massive 3 written on it. For the vast majority of residents in the Aurora domain, especially those in the 7 great districts, there was simply no need to ride a train. They could spend their entire lives within their neighborhoods and had no concept of traveling to the other great districts. The development of the 7 great districts was basically carved from the same mold, it was the same everywhere. The laying of train tracks was mostly just to facilitate the transport of supplies between the interior of Aurora City and the 7 great districts, so it was only natural that the platform and such were set up rather simply. Oops. Jiang Qin walked up to the ticket booth and returned a short while later holding 4 tickets. Let's wait a bit first. The train will arrive in another 10 minutes or so. Our timing is just about right. This train only runs once a day, if we miss it, we're done for. The 4 walked onto the platform. In the vast wilderness, besides the ticket booth, there were only the 4 of them freezing in the cold wind. With the snow just beginning to melt and the platform leaking wind from all sides, everyone silently shrank their necks, gazing eagerly at the end of the tracks, waiting for a train to come and save them. How is it, Chen Ling? Are you cold? Jiang Qin's caring voice sounded from the side. I see you're wearing very little. I'm not cold, Chen Ling shook his head. If you are cold, I can get some clothes for you from the suitcase. We still have to train in the ancient vault of the military path later, you can't catch a cold on the way. Without waiting for Chen Ling to answer, Jiang Qin crouched down, opened his hard leather suitcase right there, and began rummaging. I really don't need it. Chen Ling hurriedly waved his hands. My constitution is good, I resist the cold. Before he could refuse, Jiang Qin pulled out a dark brown overcoat and wrapped it around Chen Ling without a second word. This time I'm the team leader for District 3, listen to me. Jiang Qin patted his shoulder. But even if you do catch a cold on the way, it's fine. I brought 4 doses of cold medicine before leaving, that should be enough. Thank you. Wrapped in a thick windproof overcoat, Chen Ling didn't know what to say for a moment. No need to thank me. Jiang Qin stood beside him, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Chen Ling. Some things are actually not what you think. Brother Meng is a very good person, he just has a tough mouth, and when he works, he can be very lacking in human touch. If there are any misunderstandings, he's also too lazy to explain to others. The things Ma Zhong and the other law enforcers of District 3 were doing, Brother Meng and I noticed long ago, but we didn't have evidence. Not to mention Ma Zhong had backing in Aurora City. Without evidence, Brother Meng simply couldn't touch him. About your brother. We are truly, truly sorry. Jiang Qin looked at him sincerely, his eyes free of any impurity. Chen Ling hadn't expected him to suddenly say these things and fell silent in the cold wind. I guessed as much. If Ma Zhong didn't have backing, he couldn't have so brazenly developed black industries in District 2 and District 3. And Han Meng was just a law enforcer marginalized by Aurora City. It wouldn't be that easy for him to bring down Ma Zhong's massive faction. This time it was Ma Zhong actively courting death by attempting to assassinate Brother Meng. Only then was the excuse seized to uproot them completely. But even so, Brother Meng was disciplined by Aurora City. Jiang Qin let out a long sigh. Did you know? If it weren't for District 5 and District 6 suffering a massive Grey Realm convergence, Brother Meng would have been sent to prison long ago. It's only because Aurora City is currently extremely short on manpower that they haven't dealt with him for the time being. But even so, he has been suspended. Prison. Chen Ling frowned. Isn't he the victim? There are many people in Aurora City who find Brother Meng displeasing to the eye. In this era, people who are too upright and take things too seriously rarely meet a good end. Just as Jiang Qin finished speaking, a roar echoed from the distance. The train is here. Zhong Yaoguang immediately spoke up. So fast. Jiang Qin turned his head, looking at the clock in the middle of the platform. 10 minutes early. As the thunderous rumbling gradually approached, a massive steel beast entirely colored black sped over the snowy tracks, spewing out copious amounts of steam as it slowly drove toward the platform. Beside him, Zhong Yaoguang nudged Chen Ling with his elbow, winking and grimacing. How about it? Spectacular, right? Chen Ling raised an eyebrow and didn't speak. K-18 train. That's right, it's this one. Jiang Qin compared his ticket, glanced at the number on the front of the train, and gave a slight nod. It seems it really did arrive early. As the train gradually came to a steady halt, a train stewardess opened the door and stepped out, laying a boarding plank between the stone steps and the door. Those heading to Winter Harbor, get on the train. With the train stewardess's shout, everyone hesitated no longer and boarded one after another. As the hum of the whistle sounded once more, the train slowly started along the tracks, gradually disappearing into the end of the snowy white horizon amidst a clattering din. A few minutes later, a figure walked out of the ticket booth. He glanced at the empty platform, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Then, he dragged a blood-stained cloth bag from under the booth's counter and walked off into the distance. Clang clang clang. A black steel train passed through the snow and slowly came to a halt at the platform. A train stewardess poked her head out of the train, looked around left and right, and then said, "There's no one at this station, let's go." The hum of steam sounded again, and the train gradually disappeared at the end of the tracks. On the top of the pitch-black train engine, 3 large characters spray-painted in red were clearly visible. K-18. Chen Ling and the other 3 walked into the train car. This train had a total of 6 cars. 5 were exclusively for freight, and only 1 could seat passengers. As soon as Chen Ling and the others boarded the train, they saw 4 figures sitting together, similarly dressed in law enforcer uniforms. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the same batch of law enforcers heading to the ancient vault of the military path. A3. Right here. Following the signs, Zhong Yaoguang found his seat and was the first to sit by the window. What a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have brought some fruits and snacks so the journey wouldn't be so boring. If you want to eat, I have some right here. Another peer handed over a bag of sunflower seeds from his bag. Thanks. Chen Ling had no interest in cracking sunflower seeds, because ever since he boarded the train, he saw the fog on the window condense into 2 lines of characters. Audience expectation value +7. Current expectation value, 36%. Something's not right. Every time he saw the audience expectation value inexplicably rise, Chen Ling's entire body would tense up, because this usually meant something was about to happen. Chen Ling, aren't you going to eat some? Zhong Yaoguang proactively offered the sunflower seeds to Chen Ling. Chen Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. This time he didn't refuse, but took the sunflower seeds, crushed them in his hand, and watched them drift to the ground bit by bit. No poison. Chen Ling became thoughtful. Zhong Yaoguang's eyelids twitched slightly. Chen Ling. Even if you don't want to eat them, you don't have to do this, right? You could have just said no. Since they met, Chen Ling's attitude had been incredibly cold, seeming entirely unwilling to get close to them. To be honest, Zhong Yaoguang didn't reject this kind of personality. After all, everyone grew up in different environments. But Chen Ling's current actions really made him feel it was a bit excessive. Stop arguing, be quiet for a bit. Chen Ling was currently frowning, carefully looking for what was wrong, and had no interest in bickering with him at all. The expectation value had suddenly risen after they boarded the train, so there must be a problem on this train. Chen Ling, you. Alright, stop arguing. Jiang Qin timely spoke up to mediate. We are all colleagues from District 3. What's there to argue about over such a small matter? Chen Ling is tired, let him rest for a while. Are you with grave Omicron BS? Zhong Yaoguang, aren't you bored? How about the 3 of us play some cards? Seeing Jiang Qin speak up, although Zhong Yaoguang was displeased, he didn't say much more. Since Chen Ling didn't want to socialize, then forget about him. Alright. Jiang Qin seemed to have come prepared. He pulled out a deck of poker cards from his bag and started playing with Zhong Yaoguang and the other. Chen Ling's gaze swept across half the train car. Even with the enhancement of the secret pupil, he didn't find any problems. Moreover, he didn't know much about the trains of this era, making it difficult to gather any useful intelligence. Thus, Chen Ling's gaze landed on the 4 law enforcers at the next table. Which district are those law enforcers from? Chen Ling asked suddenly. District 5 and District 6. Jiang Qin glanced at the numbers on their uniforms. Sure enough, only 4 people came, just like on the list. Seemingly sensing Chen Ling's gaze, those 4 law enforcers also turned their heads to look at him. After exchanging glances, they looked away and calmly gazed out the window. Chen Ling remembered that since boarding the train, he hadn't heard those 4 say a single word, not even chatting among themselves. Chen Ling frowned slightly. He vaguely felt something was wrong but couldn't quite place it. Which district is Winter Harbor in? The border of District 1 and District 2. What's wrong? Winter Harbor should be further away from the other great districts. Besides taking the train, they have no other way to get here. Chen Ling's brain raced. But why, are there only us and the people from District 5 and District 6 on this train? Jiang Qin froze. Maybe District 7 is too far, so they took the train over yesterday. Then what about District 4? District 5 and District 6 both chose to depart today. There's no reason District 4 wouldn't take this train. Where are they? Zhong Yaoguang spoke faintly, it's fine as long as we got on the train. Why do we care if the people from District 4 got on or not? Chen Ling completely ignored his words because he felt he had grasped something. Officer Jiang Qin, how many people came from District 4 this time? About 10. While the 2 were conversing, Zhong Yaoguang, who was getting impatient waiting for his cards, propped his head on one hand and glanced out the window. Huh? What's wrong? His peer beside him asked. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Zhong Yaoguang rubbed his eyes, staring wide-eyed out the window. Where are the tracks? The moment this sentence was spoken, everyone froze for a moment. Chen-Ling quickly looked out the window. The broken snow was being swept up by the wind created by the steam train, dancing all over the sky. Everything outside was a vast whiteness, and at some point, the tracks the train was running on had disappeared. Gentlemen, please remain seated and do not walk around without permission. A train stewardess carrying a black basket stepped forward. The basket was full of snacks and fruits for sale. Reaching one hand into the basket, she smiled and asked. Would you like anything? Zhong Yaoguang and the other two were all stunned for a moment. Just as they were about to say something, Chen-Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Watch out! Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed inside the train car. A bullet pierced through the basket and instantly struck the head of Zhong Yaoguang, who was closest. The next moment, Zhong Yaoguang's bewildered head exploded, splattering red and white matter onto the other peer sitting next to him, turning him entirely bloody. This sudden turn of events terrified him and Jiang Qin silly. Immediately after, the train stewardess pulled the trigger again. But almost simultaneously, a whip kick fiercely struck the bottom of the basket, completely overturning it. Bang! With the second gunshot, the bullet embedded into the iron skin of the train, scraping out a piercing screech. Jiang Qin was a veteran law enforcer after all, his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately flashed in front of the train stewardess and smashed a right hook into her temple. The terrifying force sent her flying, crashing into the seats aside. He drew his handgun from his waist with lightning speed. The moment his muzzle aimed at the train stewardess, another bullet shot over from a distance. This time, the ones firing were the 4 law enforcers from District 5 and District 6 sitting by the window. They sat calmly in their seats, squinting their eyes, their gazes toward Chen-Ling and the others full of mockery. The bullet pierced through Jiang Qin's palm. He let out a tragic cry, and the handgun fell to the ground with a clatter. At the same time, a figure appeared at each of the 2 entrances of the train car. One was a middle-aged man wearing a train conductor's uniform, and the other was a male steward. The 2 stared fixedly at Chen-Ling and the others, sneering. Nice reaction. Unfortunately, you can't get away. Number 17, if you don't make your move now, that kid's blood will run cold soon. The train stewardess who was knocked down by Jiang Qin's punch also slowly stood up. She shot Jiang Qin a venomous glare, then walked over to Zhong Yaoguang, whose head had been blown off by a gunshot, and placed her palm on his face. A flash of gray light passed, and the skin and features of Zhong Yaoguang's face vanished out of thin air, leaving only a bare, bloody visage staring blankly at the ceiling. The next moment, the train stewardess's face twisted violently, gradually transforming into Zhong Yaoguang's appearance. She stole Zhong Yaoguang's face. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Path of the thief. You are fire stealers? Guessed right. The train conductor raised an eyebrow. Too bad there's no reward. You actually dare to hijack a train? Jiang Qin said while sweeping his peripheral vision around. Do you know where this train is heading? Winter Harbor, the ancient vault of the military path. The train conductor walked over to the train stewardess who had transformed into Zhong Yaoguang, casually tossed those white gloves into the pool of blood, and chuckled softly. Otherwise, why would we steal your faces? So your target is the ancient vault of the military path. Jiang Qin's mind reeled, and then he fiercely picked up his handgun and pulled the trigger repeatedly at the train conductor. Break the windows and run separately. Bang bang bang. The moment the gunshots rang out, Chen-Ling pulled out a short blade from his sleeve and struck the window beside him heavily with the hilt. Shards of glass, along with the howling cold wind, frantically surged into the car. He leaped out without hesitation. While Jiang Qin was stalling for time, Chen-Ling had already guessed his plan. Right now, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and both ends of the train car were blocked off. There was no other way out except breaking the windows. Jiang Qin's speed was equally fast. He shot the glass beside him and dashed out, going in the complete opposite direction as Chen Ling. As for the other peer, his brain wasn't quite as sharp. It was only after Chen Ling and Jiang Qin had both vaulted out that he fiercely reacted and closely followed to squeeze out the window. It was exactly this brief pause that allowed a bullet to accurately pierce his skull. His body swayed and crashed to the floor. Looking at the shattered windows on both sides, the train conductor's expression was somewhat ugly. He exchanged a glance with the male steward and spoke calmly. "I'll go after that senior law enforcer, you go after the rookie." "All right." The figures of the two vanished from the train car simultaneously. Another steward stepped forward, similarly placing a hand over the dead peer law enforcer's face, gradually transforming into his appearance. The law enforcers of District 3 are somewhat interesting. The four law enforcers sitting by the window spoke leisurely. Not like those four idiots from District 5 and District 6 who were gone in an instant, giving no sense of experience at all. It was that rookie who noticed the clues. The law enforcer sitting opposite him replied. "He doesn't look simple either. Number 13 won't fail, right?" "Fail? Are you joking? Number 13 is already at the second tier of the path of the thief. That rookie doesn't even have a divine path, how could he possibly fail?" "True. Stop spouting nonsense and come help me clean up the corpses. This blood splashed everywhere is so disgusting." Amidst the sky full of drifting snow, Chen Ling crouched on top of the train, watching that figure charging into the snowy field like a headless fly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, he hadn't fled at all. Although he didn't know the mechanics, since this train could advance on the snow without tracks, rashly running down in a flat and unobstructed terrain definitely wouldn't outrun the train, let alone while being pursued. Ranobes. Therefore, he chose to pretend to break the window to escape, but actually grabbed the edge of the train below the window and quietly climbed back onto the roof. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Along the roof of the train, Chen Ling crouched and advanced all the way to the very tail end. This train had 6 cars in total, and the last car was an absolute blind spot. Once the train distanced itself from the pursuers, he could get off silently from there and then leave. Fire stealers. Their target is also the ancient vault of the military path. Chen Ling walked while recalling everything that had just happened. Could it be that they are also aiming for the Tao foundation of the martial god path? Chen Ling didn't understand the fire stealers very well, but judging by Jiang Qin's reaction just now, it seemed this entire organization was composed of Path of the Thief possessors. Stealing the identities of rookie law enforcers to infiltrate the ancient vault of the military path was actually quite similar to his own plan. The law enforcers from District 5 and District 6 should be completely wiped out. Including the stewards and train conductor, that's exactly 8 people. No wonder they only let the law enforcers from the 3, 5, and 6 districts board the train, they calculated the numbers perfectly. I wonder if Jiang Qin can escape on his end. Chen Ling passed through the freight cars all the way. By this point, he was quite far from the passenger car. Coupled with the driving wind and snow, he should already be in a blind spot. Just as he was preparing to jump off the car, a figure climbed up panting from the very rear. "I was wondering why I couldn't find you no matter what. You're pretty good at hiding, aren't you?" The male steward was drenched in sweat, staring fixedly at Chen Ling, his gaze incredibly vicious. Chen Ling. Audience expectation value +3. Damn it, looks like this villain is somewhat smart. Without hesitation, Chen Ling drew his gun, aimed at the steward, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was drowned out by the roar of the train and the sound of wind and snow. At the same time, the steward sneered. With no intention of dodging at all, he slowly walked through the last car, heading straight toward him. The bullet had already left the chamber, a touch of gray flashed through the void, but he was uninjured. Chen Ling's brows instantly furrowed. Through the secret pupil, he saw the bullet vanish at the very moment it was about to touch the other party. Immediately after, a crisp clinking sound dropped onto the roof of the car. That vanished bullet dropped from the steward's palm at some unknown moment, struck the surface of the steel train, and rolled away without a trace. Watching that gradually approaching figure, Chen-Ling pulled the trigger again. Bang bang bang. Successive gunshots rang out. At such a close range, not a single bullet could touch the steward's body. They vanished out of thin air like stagecraft. Did you think a gun could hurt me? The steward scoffed. Kid, the power of a divine path is not something an ordinary person can contend against. He casually lifted his palm, and several bullets dropped out successively, landing powerlessly in the snow. Just as Chen-Ling was about to make a move, the steward immediately raised his hand and grasped at the void. The gun in Chen-Ling's hand instantly vanished. The next moment, that gun was already in the steward's hand, the dark muzzle aimed at the center of Chen-Ling's brow. Surprise surfaced in Chen-Ling's eyes. This was Chen-Ling's first time seeing a divine path skill outside of the way of the soldier god. The other party seemed capable of stealing anything around him from a distance, including bullets traveling at high speed, as well as the gun gripped in his own hand. Was this the power of the path of the thief? Have you broadened your horizons? The steward seemed to very much enjoy this kind of shock on Chen-Ling's face and smiled slightly. Then it's time to send you on your way. Bang! Orange sparks flickered from the muzzle, and a bullet instantly burst from the chamber. Almost simultaneously, an afterimage flashed by. The dark brown overcoat traced an arc amidst the wind and snow, vaulting over half a train car in a flash, and the cold gleam of the short blade thrust directly before the steward's eyes. Horizons broadened. In the wind, Chen-Ling spoke indifferently. Indeed, it's time to send you on your way. The steward's pupils abruptly shrank. Right at the moment when Chen-Ling's short blade was about to slice open his throat, a flash of gray crossed, and his palm was instantly empty. The wind from Chen-Ling's palm brushed past the steward's neck, scaring the latter into a cold sweat. He fiercely took half a step back and thrust the short blade back at Chen-Ling with a backhand. I forgot he could steal weapons. With empty hands, Chen-Ling could only helplessly dodge. This brief opening allowed the steward to distance himself and barely steady his footing on the roof of the car. This speed, how is it possible? The steward looked at Chen-Ling in astonishment. Have you also grasped a divine path? He seemed to think of something, his expression changing repeatedly. No, you're not an ordinary law enforcer rookie. Who are you? A Scarlet Heaven cultist? Or a member of the Dusk Society? Seeing his identity called out, Chen-Ling stopped pretending. He had to finish off this guy as quickly as possible, the other party knew too much. Even without a weapon, Chen-Ling could still rely on his own speed to fight barehanded. The killing techniques he had learned from Han Meng were no joke. Chen-Ling shifted his footwork and closed in on the steward at extreme speed. The latter, having suffered a loss once, seemed somewhat wary of Chen-Ling getting into close quarters and continuously used the handgun and short blade to pull open the distance between them. With Chen-Ling's gradual approach, the steward could only continuously retreat. Very soon, he arrived at the end of the last train car, with almost nowhere left to retreat. The dark brown overcoat fluttered at the top of the train, and the steam mixed with the wind and snow gradually submerged the figures of the two. At the same time, in the direction the train was advancing, a narrow tunnel approached at extreme speed. The size of this tunnel was extremely narrow, with a difference of less than a head compared to the height of the train. The two who were locked in mortal combat caught sight of the wall hurtling toward them from the corner of their eyes, and their hearts simultaneously jolted. In the instant they were about to crash into the tunnel, Chen-Ling reached out to touch his chin and tore hard. A piece of facial skin flew into the air. Whoosh! The train shot through the tunnel like a cannonball, the compressed air letting out a low, rumbling roar. Disordered light and shadows flashed indistinctly. Dozens of seconds later, light enveloped the roof of the car once more. On the caved-in freight car, the steward crawled up in a sorry state, R.A. Obes. Damn it, I almost got hit. Right when he almost crashed into the tunnel, he activated his skill to steal the sand and soil loaded within the freight car, causing the tarpaulin below to abruptly collapse. He narrowly escaped by hiding within it. He barely steadied his body, only to see a blood-colored cheetah crouching just a few steps away, staring fixedly at him with a pair of crimson eyes. A cheetah? The moment he saw this thing, his pupils abruptly shrank. Before he had time to react as to why a cheetah had appeared out of thin air on this train, he was about to raise his gun to shoot. But right at this moment, that crimson afterimage swept across the roof like lightning. Sharp claws sliced open his wrist, and the gun, along with the wrist, rolled off the car. Immediately after, the cheetah tore madly at his neck and face. Mournful, tragic screams echoed amidst the wind and snow, and were soon drowned out by the roaring train without a trace. Clang 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 clang. An unknown amount of time passed before the cheetah finally slowly stopped. It stood up, transforming into a human silhouette. He raised his hand and gently wiped the scalding blood off his cheek. Behind the crimson was Chen Ling's calm yet suppressed with madness face. Fresh blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He casually picked up a handful of accumulated snow from the roof, stuffed it into his mouth, rinsed for a moment, and spat it out in one mouthful. This skill is unexpectedly useful, he muttered to himself. This was his first time facing an opponent with a divine path skill. Although he ultimately won, the other party's bizarre ability still left a profound impression on him. However, he inferred that this man before him possessed at most second-tier strength. The first-tier skill was stealing items, and the second-tier skill was theft of face, but strictly speaking, neither of these two skills possessed much offensive capability. A thief was just a thief, in terms of direct combat power, they were still inferior to a soldier. Chen Ling looked at that mutilated corpse, hesitated for a moment, then bent down and stripped all its clothes off. With a kick, he sent the naked corpse into the bottom of the train, where it was quickly crushed into minced meat by the steel wheels. Immediately after, he bundled up the train stewardess uniform and tossed it off into the cliff aside, where it vanished. Sorry, but the Tao foundation of the martial god path cannot just be given to you like this. Both the fire stealers and his target were the ancient vault of the military path. Although he was only first tier and entirely alone, Chen Ling didn't intend to just give up like this. He planned on taking a desperate risk this once. The fire stealers were enemies, but as long as he made good use of them, perhaps they could become his own weapon. Chen Ling glanced at the location of the passenger car. A plan surged into his mind, and madness flickered in his eyes once more. At this moment, Chen Ling could clearly feel that his twisted divine path was cheering, his hollow chest was beating, and every single cell in his body was waiting for him to dance between life and death. He knew that this was the twisted divine path changing his personality again. But this feeling really wasn't bad. Audience expectation value plus 12. Current expectation value, 61%. Who do you guys think will come back first, number 13 or number 8? Inside the passenger car, Zhong Yaoguang and another peer student sat shoulder to shoulder in their original seats, talking while cracking sunflower seeds. It should be number 13. After all, that law enforcer leading the team from District 3 looks like he can really run. I think I heard gunshots just now, right towards the tail of the train. Someone should have finished. I feel it's number 8. After all, number 8 is third tier and has learned that skill. Killing a person is not a difficult task for him. Makes sense. Right as everyone was talking, a figure draped in a dark brown overcoat landed lightly by the door of the train car, stepping inside with broken snow. So number 13 came back first. Zhong Yaoguang laughed. Why did you take so long? That kid pretended to escape outside, but actually secretly hid on the roof. He made me run a whole lap before I found him. Exhausted me to death. Chen Ling cursed while casually walking over to his seat and sitting down. Pretty smart. It's obvious, after all, he was the first one to notice us, the other law enforcer replied. Here, have some sunflower seeds. Chen Ling picked up 2 sunflower seeds, cracking them while looking around inside the car. The other one hasn't been brought back yet, he asked casually. Jiang Qin ran at the same time he did. If he chose the right path, there was actually hope for him to escape. Chen Ling didn't care if the others died, but he hoped Jiang Qin could live. Chen Ling looked at the thick dark brown overcoat on his body and felt somewhat worried in his heart. Not yet, I don't know what the situation is. Forget it, I'll go over and check. A faint light flashed in Chen Ling's eyes, and he got up to walk toward the car door. No need. Right at this moment, a figure walked into the train car, facing him and slowly walking over. The moment he saw that person, Chen Ling's pupils contracted slightly. He saw Jiang Qin, covered entirely in blood, dragging a corpse through the car and stopping in front of Chen Ling. The corpse in his hands was another Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin raised a palm completely stained with blood and patted Chen Ling's shoulder. The theft of faces for all members was successful. Good job. After speaking, he brushed past Chen Ling. Chen Ling stood frozen for a long time, slightly lowering his head. On the dark brown overcoat, a crimson bloody handprint was startling to the eye. The black steel beast sped through the flying snow. In the only passenger car, the 8 law enforcers sat in their respective seats, perfectly recreating the scene from when everyone had just boarded the K-18 train. We are almost at Winter Harbor. Number 8 glanced out the window and spoke calmly. The first phase of the plan has been perfectly completed. Next is the most critical link. This fire stealer's number 8, who had replaced Jiang Qin, seemed to be the leader among the 8. As soon as he spoke, the crowd chatting and cracking sunflower seeds immediately quieted down. Chen Ling, who had been pretending to doze all along, also slowly opened his eyes. At Winter Harbor, we will convene with the other rookie law enforcers from the other great districts, and the 3 escorting enforcers from Aurora City. According to intelligence, among these 3 enforcers, 1 is a 5-stripe and 2 are 4-stripe. The disparity in strength between us and them is too great, we absolutely cannot clash head-on. We must hide our identities well. Before coming, I already distributed to all of you the brief introductions of the personalities and experiences of the roles you are replacing. You absolutely must disguise yourselves according to that and don't cause trouble, understand? And what if the other law enforcers take the initiative to provoke us? Chen Ling suddenly spoke up. Then you have to endure it. Number 8 paused for a moment. This mission is of utmost importance, there cannot be any mistakes. Hearing this, the other fire stealers were clearly somewhat displeased, but ultimately still nodded. Number 8, do we need to be so careful? Zhong Yaoguang asked in puzzlement. Didn't they say a thief saint would come this time to escort us? A thief saint is a 7th-tier super powerhouse, there are only 5 in the entire fire stealers organization. With him around, what do those few enforcers count for? Chen Ling's heart sank. Thief saint. 7th tier. Although Chen Ling didn't understand what the title of thief saint represented, he still understood the words 7th tier. The world said that on the paths to divinity, one ascends to godhood at the 10th rank. Then this so-called thief saint was only 3 steps away from the divine rank. So far, the strongest divine path possessor Chen Ling had met was Han Meng, and he was only at the 4th order. Thief saint. Really? Another fire stealer's eyes lit up. Red, yellow, blue, white, black. Which one is coming? White. Number 8 replied calmly. Thief saint, Bai Yi. Chen Ling clearly felt everyone's breathing grow heavy. Upon hearing this name, their eyes all began to shine. Chen Ling didn't understand, but immediately followed suit, a look of yearning surfacing in his eyes. With that person around. What the hell are we afraid of? Why don't we just directly cause a huge uproar at the ancient vault of the military path? Someone among the crowd spoke up. Cause an uproar at the ancient vault of the military path? What do you think the way of the soldier god is? Number 8 glanced at him. Among the 14 divine paths in the world, the ancient vault representing extreme slaughter, you think you can force your way in relying on a single thief saint? Everyone fell silent. No one in the world can force their way into the ancient vault of the military path. If you want the Tao-based shards of the way of the soldier god, you can only exploit the loopholes in the divine path trials. Otherwise, what do they need us for? If a mishap occurs before entering the ancient vault of the military path, such as something happening to the 3 leading enforcers, then Aurora City will immediately close the ancient vault of the military path, and none of us will be able to enter. Therefore, before entering the ancient vault, everyone must keep their tails tucked between their legs and behave. Understood. Usurp heaven's Tao, seize the cosmos, in the name of the thief god of finality, the Silver King. May everything go smoothly on this journey. Number 8 stood in the middle of the train car, his right index fingertip touching his brow, and spoke devoutly. No. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned serious, as if completing some religious ritual, similarly touching their right index fingers to their brows. In the name of the thief god of finality, the Silver King. May everything go smoothly on this journey. Thief god of finality, the Silver King. Chen-Ling imitated everyone while memorizing this title in his heart. This sounded like the divine being pointed to by the path of the thief, and also like the faith of the fire stealers. Chen-Ling sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on the gradually approaching port outside the window, falling into deep thought. First Aurora City enforcers, then a fire stealer thief saint. He wondered if the member dispatched by the Dusk Society to receive him was reliable or not. The K-18 train slowly came to a halt in the wilderness over 10 kilometers away from Winter Harbor. This train was unrecorded, so it definitely couldn't stop at the station. Number 8 found an abandoned factory warehouse to hide it in, and then they walked over on foot. As everyone continuously neared Winter Harbor, the surrounding shops and pedestrians grew more numerous, and there was finally some worldly bustle on the road. Hot deep-fried dough sticks, tea eggs, roasted sweet potatoes. Tofu brains, fresh tofu brains. Extra, extra. The latest news from the Aurora Daily, District 5 and District 6 suffered heavy casualties after the disaster. The two districts might merge. Will the 7 great districts of Aurora become the 6 great districts? Also, headline gossip. The third young master of the Stars Chamber of Commerce in Aurora City marries a famous courtesan, only to discover after sleeping together that the other party is actually his long-lost older aunt. Little brother, give me a copy of that newspaper about the third young master sleeping with his older aunt. Alrighty. The boy's clear voice echoed on the street side, immediately attracting a large batch of pedestrians to buy newspapers. Chen-Ling saw the ears of the other fire stealers perk up, seemingly unable to resist wanting to buy a copy as well. Don't create side issues. Number 8 shot them a glance. Everyone shrugged their shoulders with waning interest. Newspapers, magazines, toys, poker, care to take a look? A lazy voice called out from the side. Chen-Ling turned his head and saw a dilapidated sundry booth where a woman was sitting lazily inside, shouting while casually playing with a box of playing cards. On the cover of the box, a 6 of hearts card was clearly visible. Chen-Ling's heart stirred. He then glanced at the crowd walking in a cluster toward the port, didn't stop his footsteps, but rather shifted his gaze lightly and continued forward following the crowd. The 8 people crossed the street and arrived straight at the port. Numerous figures dressed in law enforcer uniforms were already gathered together, surrounding 3 enforcers wearing windbreakers in the center. Just as number 8 had said, on the hems of their windbreakers, 1 5-stripe and 2 4-stripe were clearly visible. Hello, I am Jiang Qin, the leading law enforcer from District 3. Number 8 stepped forward, speaking respectfully to the 3 enforcers while handing over several documents. The law enforcers participating in the ancient vault of the military path trial from District 3, District 5, and District 6, totaling 8 people, are all present. A 4-stripe enforcer's gaze swept over the crowd. He picked up the documents and carefully checked them one by one. When joining the law enforcers, they had all left images at the headquarters. At this moment, the enforcer was comparing the photos, inquiring and verifying them one by one. His sharp gaze scraped across everyone's faces like a knife. Finally, he nodded slightly and checked off everyone's names on the list. By the way, how did you guys get here? The people from District 4 who took the train haven't arrived yet. How did you get here first? That enforcer suddenly asked. We took yesterday's train here. Number 8 smiled slightly. They said they hadn't been to Winter Harbor before, so we came a day early to take a look. We didn't expect to run into our friends from District 5 and District 6 on the way. Yes, very coincidental. Another law enforcer from District 5 nodded. Alright, then you guys just do some simple activities around here for now. Once the people from District 4 are all present, we can board the ship. Don't stray too far, just within 200 meters of here. Okay. Hearing this, the other few fire stealers exchanged glances and asked cautiously. Officer Jiang Qin, can we go buy some newspapers now? Go ahead. The few turned around and left. Chen Ling stuffed his hands in his pockets and silently followed behind them. After walking for about 40 to 50 meters, Chen Ling suddenly turned around and turned into a public restroom nearby. He naturally saw the rendezvous signal given by the sundry booth, but Winter Harbor was only so big. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 enforcers and number 8, it was impossible for him to go straight up and converse with the booth owner. To rendezvous with that mysterious Dusk Society member, he had to use a more covert method. Chen Ling trailed behind the lucky boy. Just as the boy was about to enter a stall to squat, a chop from Chen Ling's hand knocked him out. He then dragged the boy in and quickly closed the door. When the door opened again, he had already transformed into the boy's appearance. Chen Ling straightened his slightly messy collar, took a step out of the restroom, and walked straight toward the sundry booth. Newspapers, magazines, toys, poker. Do you want any? If not, I'm getting off work. Hello, I want to write a letter to my mom. Just as the woman was yawning, a tender voice suddenly rang out. She looked down, only to see a pair of big eyes full of innocence staring pitifully at her. Little kid, here we. My mom's heart is sick. I want to give her a little hope. Not waiting for the woman to speak, the boy continued, I only have $6 left on me. Can I mail it? Hearing this sentence, a trace of imperceptible astonishment flashed across the woman's eyes. She immediately smiled while pushing a pen and paper to him. Of course you can. You can write it right here. Thank you. The boy picked up the pen and began writing rapidly on the paper. Fire stealers have infiltrated the team. The thief Saint, Bai Yi, is hiding in the dark. Requesting backup. After writing the last word, he immediately folded the paper and handed it to the woman. At the same time, several law enforcers hurried past him, heading toward the gathering point at the port. The law enforcers from District 4 had arrived. Seeing this, the boy took a deep look at the woman and immediately walked toward the restroom. This woman wasn't a member of the Dusk Society. Just like Xiaofang grocery store in District 3, she only served to pass on messages. Even though he couldn't see the member who came to receive him with his own eyes, he knew the woman would definitely pass his message along. This way, the Dusk Society could also prepare. He wasn't asking them to dispatch a member capable of suppressing the thief Saint Baiyi, but at least they could ensure he retreated in one piece, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ling's heart felt much more at ease. He returned to the restroom, changed back to his own appearance, and then walked unhurriedly toward the gathering point. Meanwhile, the woman at the sundry booth swept her vigilant gaze around. She carefully brought the paper under the table and slowly unfolded it, and then froze in place. On the large piece of paper, there were only 2 blood-colored characters. Drop dead. Woman. Audience expectation value +5. The moment he saw these words, Chen Ling's heart skipped a beat. The audience expectation value soaring for no reason definitely meant nothing good. This was the experience Chen Ling had accumulated over so much time. Anobis. Chen Ling tried to look for some clues around him but yielded no results. There were no assassins, no danger, and he even walked a lap around the ship, afraid that someone had secretly blown a huge hole in the bottom. As the law enforcers from District 4 arrived, the 3 enforcers gathered everyone and had them board the ship sequentially by district. There are so many people from Aurora City. They take up almost half, Zhong Yaoguang couldn't help but say upon seeing a large batch of law enforcers gathered together. It's normal, another fire stealer replied faintly. Aurora City is the core of the Aurora domain. One city monopolizes 80% of the resources in the domain. In the initial design, the 7 great districts were only meant to serve as peripheral factories for Aurora City. It's better to say that it's already quite good they're willing to give the 7 great districts this many quotas. Chen Ling followed their gaze and saw a large group of law enforcers waiting by the ship, preparing to board. At a glance, there were at least over 30 people. They chatted with one another, not even sparing a glance at the law enforcers from the 7 great districts around them. Conversely, the law enforcers from the other great districts cast envious and longing looks at them. Actually, just from their temperament alone, one could tell the difference between the law enforcers of Aurora City and the others. In their every movement, there was an air of confidence. Compared to them, the law enforcers from the other great districts were like country bumpkins who coincidentally wore the same clothes. And at this moment, among the many Aurora City law enforcers, there were 3 particularly conspicuous existences. The reason they were conspicuous was that none of the 3 were wearing the black and red uniform of the law enforcers. One wore a black top and black pants, one was draped in jewels, and one held a folding fan in the cold wind, fanning leisurely. The 3 of them stood at the very front. No one dared overstep half a step around them. Even the 3 enforcers from Aurora City intentionally kept their positions from surpassing them. "Who are those 3?" a fire stealer asked curiously. "The one in black clothes and black pants should be Lu Xianming. His dad is one of the 5 great 7-stripe enforcers of Aurora City, holding high status and heavy authority. The one holding the fan is Pu Wen. It is said his family is a path of the Scholar God clan that moved here from another realm." A path of the Scholar God clan? Then why are they entering the ancient vault of the military path? I don't know. And what about the one covered in jewelry? He. Zhong Yaoguang hesitated for a moment, as if discovering something. He picked up the newspaper he just bought, his eyes wide. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. He's the 3rd young master of the Stars Chamber of Commerce, Yan Shizai. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Chenling narrowed his eyes, deliberately raised his voice, and pretended to be shocked as he said, "He's the one who slept with his older aunt?" "Keep it down." Number 8, who was leading the team, furrowed his brows. "Don't cause trouble." Meanwhile, the black-clothed Lu Xianming, standing at the very front of the queue, glanced over at District 3 and spoke leisurely. "Yan Shizai, your glorious deeds have already spread outside Aurora City. In terms of fame, we truly cannot compare to you." Yan Shizai's expression was incredibly ugly, and he fiercely glared at the crowd from District 3. "Damn it! When I get back, I'm going to bankrupt the Aurora Daily. These dogs who kick a man when he's down. Then you better actually step onto the way of the soldier god first. Otherwise, even if you go back, you'll be expelled from your family. What's there to be afraid of? With Brother Pooh here this time, I refuse to believe I still can't step onto a divine path. Alright, hurry up and board the ship." With the Aurora City law enforcers boarding first, the others followed suit successively. Compared to the number of people from the other great districts, these 8 people from the 3, 5, and 6 districts combined seemed somewhat shabby. Confirming the headcount was correct, an enforcer nodded slightly, signaling the ship to depart. Amidst the roaring whistle, the ship slowly sailed toward the center of the frozen sea. Just as Chen Ling stepped onto the ship, he heard an undeniable voice coming from the center of the deck. "Hey, you!" Chen Ling turned his head and saw Yan Shizai standing there with a dark expression, waving at him. "Yeah, I mean you, come here." Seeing Chen Ling being called out by Yan Shizai, the most nervous ones weren't Chen Ling, but the many fire stealers beside him. Their hearts jolted, and they suddenly had a bad premonition. Seeing this scene, an imperceptible hint of a smile flashed across Chen Ling's eyes. The fish had taken the bait. The bone-chilling cold wind blew from the surface of the frozen sea, leaving many fire stealers with their hearts half-cold. Ever since boarding the ship, the law enforcers automatically separated into small groups scattered across the deck. Number 8 originally thought of avoiding the crowd from Aurora City to prevent any variables, but he hadn't expected the other party to still fixate on them. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming and Pu Wen off to the side also turned to look over here. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Ling finally took a step and walked slowly toward Yan Shizai, who was surrounded by a multitude of Aurora City law enforcers. "Is something the matter?" he spoke faintly. "What's your name?" "District 3 Law Enforcer, Chen Ling." Yan Shizai looked him up and down. "Your overcoat isn't bad. Take it off and give it to me." "On what grounds?" Chen Ling retorted. The moment these words came out, a thick smell of gunpowder spread in the air. Anyone could hear that this third young master was angry and wanted to reclaim his lost face from Chen Ling. And Chen Ling was clearly no soft persimmon to be bullied. Give him the clothes, don't cause trouble, we're about to enter the ancient vault, whatever you do, don't cause trouble. The hearts of many fire stealers leapt into their throats as they prayed silently. Yan Shizai casually held out his hand to the side. A law enforcer behind him immediately pulled out a thick stack of silver coins and placed it in his hand. He casually threw it. Clatter. Dozens of silver coins were scattered by him, falling all over Chen Ling before dropping to the deck like garbage. Is that enough? Yan Shizai blew lightly on his nails and spoke leisurely. If it's not enough, I'll add one of your legs. How about? Before he could even say the word that, an ice-cold muzzle was pressed against his forehead. Yan Shizai froze. Not enough. Chen Ling held the gun with one hand, his eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. A crisp click sounded as a bullet was chambered. Add your life, how about that? The fire stealers crowd. Audience expectation value +5. Current expectation value, 71%. A bone-chilling wind swept across the deck. The next moment, the spectating crowd finally jolted awake from their shock. The dozen or so law enforcers standing behind Yan Shizai paled in fright and simultaneously drew their guns. Countless muzzles were aimed at Chen Ling. As long as he dared to fire, he would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest. At the same time, surprise surfaced in the eyes of Lu Xianming and Pu Wen standing in the distance. A with tilde E. It wasn't that they hadn't considered Chen Ling resisting, after all, not everyone was a pushover. But they absolutely never expected that after Yan Shizai only said 2 sentences, the other party would draw a gun without hesitation. Surrounded by so many Aurora City law enforcers, he actually drew a gun and threatened the life of the third young master of the Star's Chamber of Commerce. Was he a madman? At this moment, number 8 felt his heart almost stop. He rushed forward without hesitation, pushed down the gun in Chen Ling's hand, and shot him a fierce glare. Chen Ling remained expressionless. You. Yan Shizai's face was deathly pale. In all his life, this was his first time being threatened so cleanly and ruthlessly. Do you know who I am? You dare point a gun at me? Number 8 took a deep breath, lowered his posture, and spoke to Yan Shizai apologetically. I'm truly sorry. Chen Ling has just advanced to law enforcer and is too young. He might not know your identity. Chen Ling. This is the third young master of the Star's Chamber of Commerce in Aurora City. You should know of the Star's Chamber of Commerce. They control 90% of the resource channels in the 7 great districts, and 60% of the shops within Aurora City belong to their family. In addition to that, they are the largest sponsors of the law enforcer headquarters in the Aurora domain. They are the ones who pay the salaries of law enforcers and even enforcers. Do you understand what I mean? Number 8 glared at Chen Ling, practically speaking this sentence through gritted teeth, especially the latter half. The Star's Chamber of Commerce was the money bag for all enforcers, including those 3 Aurora City enforcers escorting the crowd. They possessed the authority to interrupt the journey at any time. If you dare to hurt half a hair on Yan Shizai here, everyone in District 3 will lose their qualification to enter the ancient vault. Hearing number 8's flattery, Yan Shizai's expression finally eased up a little. District 3 was a rural place after all. It was normal for a minor law enforcer not to understand the weight of his identity. The more ignorant, the more reckless and vulgar. Yan Shizai was just about to say something when that muzzle was raised once more. Yan Shizai, right. Chen Ling spoke calmly. Was it this hand that threw money at me just now? Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Chen Ling pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Unlike last time, Chen Ling moved too fast this time, and there was no warning whatsoever. Everyone thought that after knowing Yan Shizai's identity, he would pale in fright and then give up resisting. But who would have thought he actually still dared to fire? Ah! Yan Shizai watched helplessly as the muzzle aimed at his eyeball, followed closely by the sound of the trigger being pulled. He let out a terrified scream, lost his balance entirely, and fell flat on his back. A bone-chilling cold wind swept across the deck, scaring half the soul out of Yen Shitsai. He stared blankly at the unresponsive muzzle. He was dazed for a full few seconds before regaining his senses. There were no bullets in the chamber at all. The dark brown overcoat swayed lightly in the wind. Chen Ling slowly lowered the gun, a hint of mockery surfacing in his gaze toward the miserable Yen Shitsai on the ground. Chen Ling. What are you doing? Number 8 looked at Chen Ling in disbelief. This group of people from Aurora City just have good lives. They're all just a bunch of good-for-nothings who reincarnated well. Officer Jiang Qin, wasn't this what you told me? Chen Ling spoke leisurely. Number 8 froze. He stared fixedly at Chen Ling's face. After an unknown amount of time, he finally spoke hoarsely. Are you trying to rebel? No, you're not. Number 8 didn't say the latter half of the sentence. But all the fire stealers hiding in the dark seemed to realize something, their gazes toward Chen Ling flickering with hesitation and shock. Officer Jiang Qin, are you going to punish me? Chen Ling met Number 8's gaze frankly, his eyes narrowing into a subtle arc. On this ship? Number 8 blanked. To outsiders, this conversation was undoubtedly a conflict arising between District 3 law enforcers. Only the fire stealers could see something different from it. Either Number 13 wanted to rebel, though this possibility was minuscule, or the man before them wasn't Number 13 at all. But rather Chen Ling himself. On that train, everyone thought Number 13 would definitely be able to kill Chen Ling. After all, one was a second-tier powerhouse of the path of the thief, and the other was just an ordinary person who had just become a law enforcer. An ordinary person could counter-kill Number 13, and moreover, actually dare to use the other party's name and play along with their double identities the whole way. No matter how they thought about it, this was impossible. But as it happened, this situation occurred. Chen Ling calmly looked at Number 8 in front of him, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. He naturally knew his identity had been exposed among the fire stealers, but he didn't care. This was a ship heading to the ancient vault of the military path. There were countless law enforcers and 3 enforcers on board. Even if the fire stealers and the others knew his identity, they absolutely wouldn't dare make a move, let alone expose it. Continuously hiding his identity, hiding in the team of fire stealers, safely entering the ancient vault of the military path, and maintaining his disguise until the last moment to counter-kill everyone, was undeniably a good choice, but to Chen Ling, it wasn't that attractive. Since this was a performance, he had to raise the audience expectation value as much as possible and design more interesting points of conflict. Chen Ling had an even crazier plan. Audience expectation value +3. You dare play me? Yen Shitsai's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He recovered his senses, feeling like he was about to explode from anger. He thought he had taken a lap around the edge of death, only to discover that this was just a joke Chen Ling had played on him. In that split second, his life and death had been toyed with by Chen Ling. You actually dare to play me? How dare you? Yen Shitsai staggered as he climbed up, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared in rage. Fucking kill them for me. Swish. The next moment, the multitude of law enforcers surrounding Yen Shitsai drew their guns simultaneously, over a dozen muzzles surrounding Chen Ling and Number 8 in the center. A bunch of rural country dogs. You fucking dare play me? Yen Shitsai snatched the gun from a law enforcer beside him and fiercely pressed the muzzle against Chen Ling's forehead. What are you using to fight me? With one word from me, half the ship's people will come kill you. And you too. He fiercely turned the muzzle, aiming at Number 8 to the side. That's right, I just reincarnated well. With one word, I can send you bunch of District 3 country dogs to reincarnate. Are you dissatisfied? Number 8. Number 8 had been entirely dragged into this by Chen Ling. He had already started cursing in his heart. He had gone through all the trouble of leading a few fire stealers to steal the identities of law enforcers from 3 great districts, hiding their identities all the way here just so they wouldn't cause trouble and could infiltrate the ancient vault of the military path. Yet Chenling's appearance directly placed them on the cusp of the storm. Number 8 would never have thought things would escalate to this point, even if he were beaten to death. Young Master Kai, are we really going to shoot? Seeing Yen Shizai practically driven mad, an Aurora City law enforcer who was still maintaining a sliver of calmness asked cautiously. What's there to be afraid of? Can't this young master handle killing 2 country dogs? Fire for me. Hold on. Just as Yen Shizai was about to give the order, 3 figures draped in black windbreakers hurried over. The 3 enforcers were originally having a meeting in the cabin, discussing the upcoming route. In the end, they heard a commotion outside, and upon coming out to take a look, they realized that all hell had broken loose. Put all your guns down. Do you all no longer want to enter the ancient vault? A 5-stripe enforcer spoke coldly. The crowd exchanged glances and all silently lowered their firearms. Officer Lee, what is the meaning of this? Yen Shizai furrowed his brows deeply. They provoked me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Yen Shizai heavily emphasized the words, self-defense. Young Master Yen, please don't make this difficult for us. If a life is lost on this ship before entering the ancient vault of the military path, according to regulations, we must return and undergo an investigation by the Aurora City Law Enforcer Headquarters, Reino Thailand Bot. Hearing these words, the anger in Yen Shizai's eyes finally suppressed a little. This was indeed a regulation issued by the Law Enforcer Headquarters. If it were anywhere else, killing someone would just be killing someone. But this ship heading to the ancient vault of the military path held extraordinary significance to the Aurora domain. But even so, Yen Shizai was still unwilling to let it go. He stared fixedly at Chenling and number 8, cold glints flickering in his eyes. A 4-stripe enforcer saw this, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered. Young Master Yen, endure it for now. It won't be too late to make a move once we're inside the ancient vault, right? Losing 1 or 2 people in the ancient vault of the military path every year is a common occurrence. If a life is lost on this ship, none of us will be able to bear the responsibility. Yen Shizai glanced at him, and his anger smoothed out significantly. He glanced at Chenling and number 8. Fine. I'll deal with them once we enter the ancient vault. Seeing that Yen Shizai didn't continue making things difficult, the fire stealers finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they could foresee that after entering the ancient vault of the military path, the plan might not go as smoothly. Number 8 took a deep look at Chenling. The latter's lips curled up, offering him a harmless smile. But for some reason, seeing this smile, number 8 felt a bit chilled in his heart. As the steamship gradually sliced through the azure sea surface, massive blocks of ice began appearing around them. The biting cold seemed to seep into their bones. Even though everyone was already wearing heavy clothes, it was difficult to withstand this severe cold. At the same time, at the end of the horizon, a black expanse of the heavens gradually emerged. Even though it was still afternoon, the sunlight above the frozen sea had already begun to dim. The murky seawater carrying thick layers of ice flowed past the ship. This stretch of heaven and earth was descending into darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crowd stood on the deck, looking up at the sky. The vast majority of them had never seen such a scene before, and the same was true for Chenling. Above the frozen sea, there was a black sky. This was the second time Chenling had seen a large-scale supernatural phenomenon since arriving in this era. The first was the aurora. However, even the aurora, which was omnipresent within the aurora domain, couldn't extend into this black sky at this moment, as if there was an invisible barrier in this world keeping all the auroras out. This is. The young law enforcers exchanged looks of dismay. The domain of the way of the soldier god, the 4-stripe enforcer slowly spoke. Since the birth of humanity, tens of thousands of years of history have passed. From the moment we began living in groups, human civilization was born with it. From the earliest woodcutting, fire-making, and hunting, to the many detailed divisions of labor after the civilization prospered, the concept of professions runs through the entirety of human civilization. Scholar, doctor, soldier, yellow, green, craftsman, chess, drama, puppet, shaman, strength, divination, thief, prostitute. The 14 paths to divinity are the manifestations of the divine nature of a portion of professions within the long river of human civilization. And the divine Tao ancient repository is the concretization of the divine nature corresponding to the divine path in the human world. It contains all the accumulation of humans on a certain path over the past tens of thousands of years. The ancient vault of the military path is the carrier of all slaughter and warfare since the emergence of humanity. Do you see that sword? The crowd followed his finger and looked. In the central region of the black sky, a massive black sword piercing the heavens and earth stood towering like a mountain peak. That sword seemed to come from the heavens, piercing the mortal realm and pointing straight at the earth's core. Even standing on the deck and looking up, the crowd could only see half of its blade. The other half of the hilt was already submerged in the pitch-black sky above, invisible to the naked eye. Below that sword is the ancient vault of the military path. We are going under that sword. That's right, but only the outermost region. The scope of the ancient vault of the military path is extremely large. The only place open to you is a very small area. The enforcer paused for a moment. The way of the soldier god proves the Tao through slaughter. In the Aurora domain, you have no chance to kill people, but in the ancient battlefield manifested by the ancient vault of the military path, you can slaughter wantonly. When you find resonance in blood and fire, and gather enough killing intent in slaughter, you will have a chance to draw out the Tao foundation of the way of the soldier god, granting you the qualification to step onto a divine path. The crowd stared blankly at that heaven-piercing giant sword gradually drawing closer. For a moment, their minds were incomparably shaken. The steamship buzzed, the cold wind howled, and the hems of the crowd's clothes on the deck were whipped up by the gale, snapping loudly. Find resonance, gather killing intent. Is this the key to drawing out the Tao foundation of the martial god path? Chen-Ling memorized these 8 words in his heart. He suddenly recalled that when he received the gaze of the way of the soldier god in the estate, he seemed to have been in this exact state. Intense hatred occupied his heart. Standing before Bone Knife, he, who had never killed a person before, used a dagger to dissect the other party's body. The killing intent contained in his heart at that time only barely subsided after he slaughtered the entire estate. However, the difference was that at that time, he was directly granted a divine path by the star representing the way of the soldier god in the heavens. This time, the crowd entering the ancient vault of the military path was obtaining a divine path from the Tao foundation of the ancient vault. In terms of effect alone, the latter should be inferior to the former. Before entering the ancient vault, there are 2 rules you absolutely must remember. First, you can slaughter all the creatures manifested by the ancient vault of the military path at will, because they are merely projections of ancient killing intent. But you cannot kill each other. Manifested creatures can regenerate after dying, but if you die, you truly die. Speaking up to here, he glanced at Yen Shitsai and added another sentence. Of course, if you die at the hands of a manifested creature during the course of a fight, it counts as an accident. No matter what, you all must prioritize your own lives. Second, after you enter, the ancient vault will automatically close and will not open again until 24 hours later. During this period, you cannot temporarily withdraw. It's the same old saying, if you encounter an unexpected situation, prioritize your own life. Every year, law enforcers are sent into the ancient vault of the military path, but less than 1/10 are able to step onto the way of the soldier god. It doesn't matter if you can't step onto the way of the soldier god, but if a person dies here, then everything is gone. Every word the enforcer spoke was reminding the crowd not to be too aggressive and to reduce meaningless casualties within the ancient vault as much as possible. Meanwhile, Chen-Ling also felt a sliver of gaze land on him. He turned his head and found Yen Shitsai, surrounded by numerous law enforcers, sneering at him. And the remaining 7 fire stealers were also looking at him with furrowed brows, their gazes flickering. Chen-Ling directly ignored the gazes of these 2 groups of people. His dark brown overcoat swayed gently in the wind. He stood at the bow of the ship, watching the gradually approaching ancient vault of the military path, calculating something in his mind. It wasn't long before the steamship arrived at the bottom of that heaven-piercing giant sword, stopping before a massive portal. There were no walls, no paths. That black door just stood there solitarily on the surface of the frozen sea. Behind it was endless void. "We're here." The four-stripe enforcer checked the time. Passing through that door is officially considered entering the interior of the ancient vault of the military path. After 24 hours, the ship will wait for you here. The crowd exchanged glances and successively arrived at the edge of the deck on that side. They looked at that black portal standing before the void, not knowing how to enter for a moment. Right at this time, Lu Xianming, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly stepped forward. With one step onto the railing, his figure leaped high up and then plummeted into the black portal, vanishing entirely. Lu Xuanming's crispness and decisiveness startled the others. Very quickly, more and more people followed suit. After taking a deep breath, they took a step and leaped from the ship into the door. "Chenling, is it?" Yan Shizai rested one foot on the railing and sneered at Chenling, "I'll be waiting for you inside the ancient vault." After saying that, his figure also leaped down and vanished without a trace. The 7 fire stealers closely followed behind. When the crowd had almost all left, only Chenling was left solitary on the deck. Beneath the black heaven-piercing giant sword, his figure was as insignificant as an ant. "Ramps." The 3 enforcers wearing windbreakers stood behind him. "Go in." The 5-stripe enforcer spoke slowly. "Even if you choose to withdraw now, after going ashore, Yan Shizai will still find a way to kill you. His power is far stronger than you imagine." Seeing Chenling delaying going in, they all thought Chenling was scared. After all, as long as he wasn't stupid, he knew that after entering the ancient vault, Yan Shizai would definitely mobilize all his forces to hunt him down. Entering this ancient vault was almost a situation of 10 deaths and no life for him. After a long silence, Chenling slowly turned his head. He smiled slightly at the 3 enforcers. "Who said I was going to withdraw?" He leaned back against the railing, gently tilted back, and his figure lightly plummeted off the ship, vanishing into the black portal. Audience expectation value +3. Current expectation value, 77%. Chenling's vision plunged into darkness. By the time he opened his eyes again, his feet were already standing on a cliff. The numerous law enforcers who had entered the ancient vault just before him were currently standing in front of him, forming an arc, seemingly waiting for him. They looked at Chenling, their gazes containing sighs, pity, schadenfreude, and sympathetic compassion. Anyone who had seen the friction between him and Yan Shizai on the ship knew. Chenling was dead for sure. This was the inevitable consequence after he angered Yan Shizai. In the final analysis, he was just a minor law enforcer from District 3 who had just advanced. How could he possibly be a match for Yan Shizai, who held power and influence? Among them were also law enforcers from other great districts. Mostly, they felt sympathy for Chenling. After all, even if they were in Chenling's shoes, their fate today wouldn't be much better. But they similarly couldn't possibly stand up and speak for Chenling. Right now, their only solace was that Yan Shizai had targeted Chenling, not them. Surrounded by the crowd, Chenling's expression didn't change in the slightest. He shifted his gaze and looked at number 8 and the others standing at the very edge of the crowd. The several fire stealers' gazes flickered. They seemingly didn't intend to interfere in Chenling's matters, pondering something. "You actually really dared to come in. Should I say you're arrogant? Or brave?" Yan Shizai spoke leisurely while surrounded by the multitude of law enforcers. His gaze toward Chenling was chilling and piercing. As he lightly raised his right hand, the dozen or so Aurora City law enforcers behind him simultaneously drew their guns. Over a dozen pitch-black muzzles aimed at Chenling, leaving him no blind spots to dodge. Yan Shizai was dead set on killing Chenling here. The bullets in the chambers were poised to fire. Before Chenling was a dense net of fire, behind him was an endless abyss. He had absolutely nowhere left to retreat. Chenling reached toward his waist. The moment he pulled out the gun, everyone's nerves abruptly drew taut. Yan Shizai subconsciously grabbed the ritual artifact in his pocket. Pu Wen took a step to guard beside him as the aura of the path of the scholar god quietly emanated, and at the same time, all the gun-wielding law enforcers subconsciously went to pull the trigger. But in the tense atmosphere among the crowd, Chen Ling slowly stuffed the muzzle into his own mouth. Chen Ling smiled. The corners of his mouth parted uncontrollably, madness surfacing in his eyes. Did you think that if I died, everything would be over? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he raised his right index fingertip and lightly tapped his brow, like an incredibly devout believer, speaking into the void. Usurp heaven's Tao, seize the cosmos. In the name of the thief god of finality, the Silver King. All of you will die here. Bang! Chen Ling pulled the trigger. The instant the bullet pierced through his throat, his face blurred, transforming into the appearance of the fire usurper number 813, whom he had counterkilled. Then, he weakly plummeted toward the abyss behind him. Fire stealers. As Chen Ling swallowed a gun and committed suicide right in front of everyone, the world fell into a deathly stillness. Everyone looked at that empty corner of the cliff in astonishment. For a moment, their thoughts stalled. He committed suicide. Yan Shizai stared blankly for a long time. I thought his bones were so tough. But he just committed suicide like this. Something seems wrong. Did you guys see that just now? In the instant he was shot, his face turned into someone else. I saw it. What's going on? I already felt it was strange. How could a minor law enforcer from District 3 dare to confront young Master Yen so unscrupulously? So, he wasn't Chen Ling at all. He is a fire stealer. Right when everyone was discussing animatedly, Pu Wen suddenly spoke up. His expression was incredibly solemn. Usurp heaven's Tao, seize the cosmos. Thief god of finality, the Silver King. This is the faith of the fire stealers. Fire stealers. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present drastically changed. Is that the evil organization wanted by all human domains? Have they also come to the Aurora domain? I've heard of them. Every single member of the fire stealers is a possessor of the path of the thief. They can easily steal anyone's face and then blend into the crowd. They take pleasure in stealing everything from others. Identity, money, memories, emotions, family. It said they can even steal someone else's divine path. So the one who died just now wasn't Chen Ling at all, but a fire stealer who infiltrated among us. They've infiltrated the ancient vault of the military path. Everyone spoke one after another, and an atmosphere of horror and terror rapidly spread within the closed-off ancient vault. Meanwhile, the fire stealers to the side were also dumbfounded. They originally thought Chen Ling had counterkilled number 13, and then pretended to be a fire stealer to infiltrate them. But just now, after Chen Ling was shot, he clearly turned back into number 13's appearance. So, number 13 didn't fail. Everything done just now was by number 13 himself. He betrayed them. But what was he after? All the fire stealers felt their brains couldn't process this. They exchanged glances, only seeing confusion in each other's eyes. He just said that all of us will die. Lu Xianming, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. If Chen Ling had said this, everyone would only find it ridiculous. After all, he was just a powerless, minor law enforcer from District 3. But if the one who said this was a fire stealer disguised as Chen Ling, then the nature of it was different. OBEs. At this moment, as the crowd reminisced about the words, expression, and smile Chen Ling had right before his suicide, they only felt a chill run down their necks. But he's dead now, can he still kill us? Among the law enforcers, someone asked hoarsely. What makes you so sure that only one fire stealer has infiltrated us? The moment this sentence was uttered, everyone's hairs stood on end. The hearts of the fire stealers sank to rock bottom. The fire stealers infiltrating the ancient vault of the military path must have a massive scheme. Do you think they would only send one person? Lu Xuanming's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. Look at it from another angle. If it was only him, why would he take the initiative to provoke Yan Shizai and make us all attack him? Isn't this actively exposing his identity and courting death? You mean, he was actually actively drawing our attention? To cover for his other accomplices? That doesn't make sense either. Once he dies, we'd also know that fire stealers have infiltrated. Wouldn't that make it even easier to expose his teammates? Could it be that internal strife occurred within the fire stealers? We can't rule out this possibility, but I still feel something is wrong. Chen Ling stirred up the killing intent of the Aurora City law enforcers, toyed with the fire stealers until they were dumbfounded, and then this mysterious young man standing on the cusp of the storm actually committed suicide so cleanly, leaving them with nothing but endless mysteries. Yan Shizai's expression was incredibly ugly. He originally thought that after entering the ancient vault, he could slaughter that Chen Ling to vent his anger. But he absolutely never expected that he would feel even more uncomfortable instead. So, fire stealers really have infiltrated among us? He gritted his teeth and spoke. Who is it? The crowd exchanged glances, and a trace of wariness and hesitation appeared in the gazes they shot at each other. According to what Lu Xianming had just said, anyone around them might have been swapped by a fire stealer. If I remember correctly, that Chen Ling should have taken the same train as the law enforcers from District 3, District 5, and District 6. Pu Wen seemed to have thought of something. Together, there are only 8 of them. If someone were to swap them on the way, they would be the most suitable candidates. Swish. Everyone abruptly turned to look at number 8 and the others. And they arrived a day early. A law enforcer from District 4 immediately followed up. They are very close to Winter Harbor, especially District 3. Thinking about it carefully, there was no need to arrive a day early at all. Even if they came to have fun, bumping into the law enforcers from District 5 and District 6 who also came to have fun along the way is too much of a coincidence. Speaking of which, while on the ship, the conversation between that Chen Ling and their District 3 captain was also very strange. Following the crowd's conversation, the hearts of the 7 fire stealers grew increasingly tense. They could clearly feel the gazes of others looking at them fill with fear and suspicion, and then rapidly distance themselves from them. Some people among them even revealed killing intent. Fuck, what kind of bullshit is this? The 7 fire stealers now wanted to cry but had no tears. They had obediently disguised themselves in the law enforcer team and hadn't done anything. As a result, their identities were suddenly about to be exposed. Moreover, with Chen Ling dead, all clues were cut off. Seeing that their identities were about to be exposed, the gazes of the several fire stealers began to converse, and a vicious look surfaced on their faces. Since we're about to be exposed, why don't we just kill them all directly? Anyway, once inside the ancient vault, no matter how much of a massacre we commit, the outside won't know. Although there's a tenfold difference in numbers, the vast majority of the other side are ordinary persons. Killing them won't be difficult. District 3 Law Enforcer Jiang Qin. Lu Xianming crossed his arms and spoke slowly. We need to verify the authenticity of your faces. Do you agree? Suspicion had already arisen. If they didn't confirm the identities of this group from District 3, who could still train in the ancient vault with peace of mind? How do you intend to verify? Number 8 asked in return. I've heard that when fire stealers use theft of face, they merely drape the other party's flesh over their own facial skin. If you let me slice open your face and see if there's another face underneath, we'll naturally be able to verify it. Instantly, all the muzzles turned, aiming at the 7 fire stealers. Seeing this, number 8's expression changed repeatedly. He was silent for a long time, took a deep breath. And spoke viciously. Do it. Since things had come to this, even if they refused verification, it would be meaningless. Rather than that, they might as well just attack directly and kill this bunch of bothersome law enforcers. The moment these 2 words were uttered, the faces of the 7 fire stealers simultaneously changed, reverting to their original appearances. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, everyone was greatly shocked in their hearts. They had almost let these few fire stealers deceive them. At the same time, they pulled their triggers without hesitation. But the next moment, the guns in their hands vanished out of thin air, and instead appeared in the hands of the 7 fire stealers. A bunch of kids whose hair hasn't even grown in fully. We've tolerated you for a long time. Number 8 spat, and the flashes from the gunshots instantly illuminated the edge of the cliff. A slaughter raised its curtain. This move of stealing weapons directly dumbfounded the majority of the law enforcers. Most of them were rookies who hadn't come into contact with divine pathways. They understood even less about the path of the thief, a divine path originating from outside the Aurora domain. The moment their weapons were stolen, they all simultaneously froze in place. Bang 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 bang. Successive gunshots rang out. The batch of law enforcers standing at the very front fell to the ground like straw blown by the wind. In the first volley of fire, the law enforcer side lost over a dozen people. Yen Shitsai paled in fright. He grabbed a law enforcer to act as a shield in front of him. At the same time, silver needles popped out from the side of the ring on his right hand, which he pierced into the body of the law enforcer who had been shot into a hornet's nest. As that law enforcer's flesh and blood was frantically devoured, the red jewel on the surface of the ring lit up, and a mysterious power rippled out from between Yen Shitsai's palms. Need. Yen Shitsai casually tossed aside the drained law enforcer, and his right hand grabbed at the void towards the hail of bullets. The next moment, the guns stolen by the 7 fire stealers seemed to be frantically ravaged by an invisible giant hand. The straight gun barrels curled into a ball, and the bullets exploded inside the chambers, sending a shockwave that injured their palms. A ritual artifact? Seeing this, a sliver of light flashed in Number 8's eyes. He raised his right hand and grasped towards Yen Shitsai. Right at the moment he was about to steal Yen Shitsai's ritual artifact, Pu Wen took a step forward, drew out a piece of Xian paper from his sleeve, and tapped at the void toward the 7 people. On the surface of the Xian paper, a pitch-black character was vigorous and forceful. Fix. As this character, Fix, faded on the paper, the figures of the 7 fire stealers stalled simultaneously, as if their bodies had turned into stone sculptures, briefly stiffening in place. Path of the Scholar God, first-tier seal character. Seeing this scene, Number 8's heart sank. He hadn't expected this Pu Wen to actually have already grasped the path of the Scholar God. Then how did he get this quota to enter the ancient vault of the military path? Yen Shitsai bringing him along, wasn't this blatant cheating? In a flash of lightning, a blade ray slashed out from the gloom, slicing across the neck of an immobilized fire stealer like a crescent moon. The black-clothed Lu Xianming stopped his figure. The straight blade had already been dyed with fresh blood. At the same time, a massive head rolled off the fire stealer behind him. The 7 fire stealers were reduced by 1 more. Run! After beheading 1 person, Lu Xianming didn't continue attacking, but decisively dashed towards the depths of the ancient vault. We are no match for them. Run separately, A with ring above an epsilon. This sentence also jolted the other law enforcers awake. They changed directions without hesitation and scattered in all directions. Although there were over 70 of them, in just one face-to-face encounter, over a dozen people were slaughtered by the few fire stealers. Although relying on Yen Shitsai's ritual artifact, Pu Wen's path of the Scholar God, and Lu Xuanming's sudden attack, they barely managed to trade for 1 fire stealer. Once the other fire stealers broke free from the Fix character, they could still easily counterkill all of them. A second later, Number 8 was the first to break free from the Fix character. He looked chillingly at the crowd fleeing into the ancient vault in different directions. After hesitating for a long time, he chose not to pursue. Damn it! Number 14 was beheaded. The remaining fire stealers regained their mobility. Seeing their companion's decapitated corpse to the side, their expressions were incredibly ugly. We underestimated the enemy. Number 8 slowly spoke. Yen Shitsai, Lu Xianming, Pu Wen. These 3 are all extremely powerful young generation members within Aurora City. How could they possibly enter the ancient vault of the military path without any means of self-defense? The main issue is still that Pu Wen. Zhong Yaoguang spoke through gritted teeth. If it weren't for his path of the Scholar God, we could have instantly stolen Yen Shitsai's ritual artifact and Lu Xuanming's blade. Next time we meet, we must kill them. Number 8, are we not pursuing? Don't forget our objective. Everything must prioritize stealing the Tao foundation of the martial god path. Number 8 looked at the direction the crowd fled and sneered. As for them, even if they manage to drag it out for 24 hours and the ancient vault reopens, so what? Waiting for them outside the door won't be those 3 enforcers from Aurora City, but a thief saint. The other fire stealers imagined that scene, and the corners of their mouths curled up one after another. Their hearts instantly settled. With a thief saint holding the fort for them outside, what were they afraid of? True. Then let them hop around a bit longer. It's just this number 13, he's really unfathomable. Who the hell is he? Why care about him? What kind of waves can a dead man make? I just feel like all of this is very weird. Alright, don't overthink it. Right now, everything must prioritize stealing the Tao foundation of the martial god path. The 6 fire stealers turned and left the cliff, heading straight towards the depths of the ancient vault of the military path. Very soon, they vanished at the end of the horizon. After an unknown amount of time, a blood-colored palm slowly grabbed onto the edge of the cliff. The whimpering cold wind at the bottom of the cliff sounded like the wailing of ghosts. A figure draped in a great crimson theatrical robe climbed up from the abyss. Chen-Ling spat a bullet casing out of his mouth. The pierced head was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His gaze swept across the blood-colored corpses littering the ground, seemingly tallying something. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. 13 dead, 64 remaining, the slaughter isn't intense enough yet. Complete a performance with at least 50 participants, and ensure that after the performance ends, no one survived. This was the objective of the performance left for Chen-Ling by his twisted divine path. In other words, he had to ensure that within 24 hours, everyone died here. If relying on himself alone to kill the remaining 77 people, it was undoubtedly incomparably difficult. Because this included the 6 fire stealers grouped together, Yan Shizai holding a ritual artifact and surrounded by numerous law enforcers, Pu Wen possessing the path of the scholar god, and Lu Xianming, whose combat power was unknown. The good news was that the divine path only required, no one survived, and didn't require Chen-Ling to personally kill everyone. Therefore, Chen-Ling personally acted as director-screenwriter for this script, using his own death as bait to draw the fire onto the other fire stealers. While both sides were slaughtering each other, not only could he cause casualties without shedding a drop of blood himself, but he could also use this to vanish from everyone's field of vision and manipulate all of this from the dark. Audience expectation value +8. Current expectation value, 35%. By the dim cliff, fresh blood dyed the earth crimson. Chen-Ling, draped in a great crimson theatrical robe, slowly squatted down. His fingertip touched his lips, and then he pressed it against the blood-colored earth, like an actor about to begin a performance, kissing the stage. The corners of his mouth turned up uncontrollably, as if completing some ritual, and he muttered to himself. The performance begins. How is it? Have they chased after us? Yan Shizai distanced himself from the cliff, dashing outward for several kilometers in one breath before panting and stopping. At this moment, beside him, other than Pu Wen who had followed him the whole time, there were only 8 Aurora City law enforcers left. In the panic just now, almost everyone had scattered. No. A law enforcer glanced back. It should be safe here. Damn it. What do the enforcers of Aurora City even do? To actually let fire stealers infiltrate. Yan Shizai cursed repeatedly. Accountability. There must be accountability for this matter. I want them to give me an explanation. Just as the few were speaking, a figure hurried over in this direction. Is it a fire stealer? Seeing him approach, Yan Shizai's nerves instantly grew taut. No, it's little Jian. Seeing that person's face, a law enforcer immediately spoke. His leg isn't very good, so he runs a bit slow. He's been trailing behind the team the whole time. Could he have been swapped by a fire stealer? Someone in the crowd muttered softly. The moment this was said, everyone's expressions immediately changed. They looked warily at the sweating little Jian, as if dreading something. Young Master Yan, wait for me. Little Jian limped over unsteadily from afar, his face somewhat pale. However, before he could approach the crowd, Yan Shizai spoke coldly. Halt. Little Jian abruptly froze in place. Who are you? I'm little Jian. Little Jian was frightened silly and answered incoherently, "My dad is Jian Chonglin, the gardener at your house. I even poured tea for you this morning. Don't you remember me?" Yan Shizai narrowed his eyes and gave a look to the law enforcer beside him. The latter instantly understood. He drew a short blade from his waist and walked slowly towards little Jian. "Young Master Yan, what are you?" "Verifying your identity." Yan Shizai said flatly. "You walked too slowly. I cannot rule out the possibility that you were swapped by a fire stealer." "I haven't. Young Master Yan. I really haven't." Little Jian instantly grew anxious. "I ran slowly because my leg is lame. I really haven't been swapped." "Whether you've been swapped or not, we'll know once we slice your face open." That law enforcer walked in front of little Jian. The cold glint of the short blade reflected on his face. Little Jian's legs gave way, and he directly collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Young Master Yan, please don't slice my face. I beg you. I'm already a cripple. If you slice my face as well, how am I going to live in the future?" Seeing this, the blade-wielding law enforcer hesitated slightly. He turned to look at Yan Shizai, but the latter waved his hand in annoyance. "Why are you looking at me? Cut." "Sorry, brother." The law enforcer grabbed little Jian's collar. The sharp tip of the blade pierced his cheek, and then he forcefully sliced downward bit by bit. Miserable, shrill screams tore from little Jian's throat. His face twisted in pain. Crimson blood seeped from his skin, and a hideous slash cut across the better half of his cheek, exposing the flesh beneath, and beneath the flesh and blood, there was no other face. The law enforcer put away the short blade, stood up, and nodded slightly to Yan Shizai and the others. "It's him." The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, the crisis is resolved." Pu Wen glanced in the direction of the cliff. "Those fire stealers didn't chase after us, so they must have another objective. As long as they don't provoke us, whatever they want to do is fine." Yan Shizai said deeply. "Once the 24 hours are over, they will undoubtedly die. Before then, we have more important things to do. This time, in order to bring you into the ancient vault, I've practically used up all my connections and favors. If I still can't step onto the way of the soldier god, I can forget about taking charge of the Star's Chamber of Commerce in this lifetime. Let's make this clear beforehand. I can only use the path of the scholar god to help you plunder killing intent. Whether you can step onto the way of the soldier god yourself has nothing to do with me." Pu Wen glanced at him. "I don't need you to remind me." Ruthlessness flickered in Yan Shizai's eyes. He waved his large hand. "Let's go. We must hurry." The crowd followed behind Yan Shizai one after another, heading straight into the depths of the ancient vault. Within the vast wilderness, only a figure with a face full of blood was left, lying on the spot like a corpse. Little Jian struggled to climb up. A shocking slash mark spanned across his cheek. He stared blankly at the departing crowd, his eyes full of gloom. A moment later, he finally regained his senses. Gritting his teeth, he followed their footsteps step by step. Is this the interior of the ancient vault of the military path? Under the dusky sky, Chen Ling, draped in the great crimson theatrical robe, stood alone in the barren land, muttering to himself. Chen Ling didn't pursue any faction. There was still enough time before the ancient vault of the military path reopened. During this time, it was better to let the conflicts ferment on their own. He believed this chaotic slaughter was far from over, it was merely a temporary pause. In other words, let the bullets fly a little longer. And Chen Ling also needed a little time to find a way to steal the Tao Foundation. He clearly remembered that before entering the ancient vault, the leading enforcer had said that finding resonance in blood and fire, and gathering enough killing intent in slaughter, would give one a chance to draw out the Tao Foundation of the way of the soldier god. How exactly should he do this? While pondering, Chen Ling crossed over a small hill. He saw that not far from the hill, a long and narrow ravine was embedded in the earth. Within the ravine, 10 figures wearing armor and holding weapons stood together, as if discussing something. Looking at their clothing and weapons, they didn't seem to be people of this era. Were these the ancient slaughter projections the enforcer had mentioned? Chen-Ling hesitated for a moment, then walked straight down the hill towards that ravine. The moment he stepped into the boundaries of the ravine, those 10 armored figures seemed to have sensed something and abruptly turned their heads. They stared fixedly at the red-clad Chen-Ling, as if he were their sworn enemy who had killed their fathers, and roared. "It's that Qin army lackey. Kill!" The next moment, the 10 people raised their spears and charged toward Chen-Ling with surging killing intent. Chen-Ling blanked for a moment. He subconsciously took a step back, and the foot that had stepped into the ravine left its spot. Immediately after, those 10 armored figures suddenly stopped. As if losing their target, they turned around and walked back. They lowered their weapons and gathered together, seemingly discussing something again. Chen-Ling. Thoughtfully, he stepped his right foot back into the ravine. Those 10 people instantly became enraged. Gripping their weapons, they charged toward Chen-Ling to kill him. "It's that Qin army lackey. Kill!" Chen-Ling pulled his foot back, and they immediately shut up and turned around. Chen-Ling took another step. "It's that Qin army lackey. Kill! It's that Qin army lackey. Kill!" After repeating this consecutively several times, the expression Chen-Ling shot at the 10 people in the ravine was incredibly bizarre. Weren't these just NPCs? Chen-Ling seemingly understood what was going on with this ancient vault of the military path. The enforcer on the ship had said that the divine Tao ancient repository was the concretization of the divine nature, corresponding to the divine path in the human world. It contained all the accumulation of humans on a certain path over the past tens of thousands of years. At first, Chen-Ling didn't really grasp the concept, but the scene before his eyes instantly made him recall a certain term from the previous era. Memory drive. The ancient vault of the military path was like a super memory drive, gathering all the warfare and slaughter throughout human history here, and manifesting and refreshing them according to some logic. The trial section they were in should be the peripheral region of this memory drive. This 10-man ravine before his eyes seemed to have retained a segment of war history. Once someone entered this area, it would be triggered. And as long as they left, the slaughter projections inside would automatically reset. No wonder the enforcer had told them to act according to their abilities. In this mode, as long as the participating law enforcers didn't court death themselves, they could ensure their own safety by running away the moment they felt they couldn't win. It couldn't be more suitable for training this group of rookies. Chen-Ling took another step into the ravine. This time, he didn't retreat, but walked straight toward the 10 people. "It's that Qin army lackey. Kill!" The 10 soldiers gave a loud shout, gripping their spears and rapidly charging toward Chen-Ling. In this narrow terrain, other than meeting the enemy head-on, there was no other choice. The spear tips, mottled with dark blood, broke through the air but didn't touch Chen-Ling's body. That smear of vermilion lightly dodged the trajectory of the spears. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several steps, and a dagger flashing with a cold glint sliced across the throat of the first soldier. Immediately after, 3 spears thrust forward howling. These soldiers were different from those scumbags on Ice Spring Street. They were clearly trained. Whether it was their coordination with each other or the angles of their attacks, they were extremely tricky. Gripping the dagger, Chen-Ling retreated continuously in the ravine, dodging the spear tips that stabbed at him frantically. At the same time, his foot stomped forcefully against the wall to the side. His figure leaped into midair, directly crossing over this wall of spears, landing in the center of the several people like a phantom. The hem of the theatrical robe swept out a circular arc. The snow-white cold glint instantly snatched away the lives of 3 people. In this kind of close-quarters situation, the flexibility of the dagger far exceeded that of the spears. The several soldiers couldn't react in time at all and fell one after another. In just a brief exchange, Chen-Ling had killed 4 people. He looked back at the several corpses lying in pools of blood, an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't know how he had done it. That move just now, where he used the wall to leap into midair and then slaughtered the crowd, was entirely combat instinct to him. He hadn't thought about it at all in that moment. It was as if he inherently knew how to kill people in the most efficient manner. After killing 4 soldiers in succession, Chen Ling watched with his own eyes as their corpses turned into black aura and surged into his body. At the same time, an inexplicable craving emerged in his mind. This feeling was very difficult to describe. It was like the inexplicable confidence of walking out of a cinema right after watching a gangster movie, where one's back uncontrollably straightened, one's gaze turned arrogant, and everyone else looked like a little punk. Under the baptism of killing intent, his soul was craving more intense combat, craving more blood and fire. Vicious light flickered in Chen Ling's eyes. He attacked again without hesitation, charging toward the remaining 6 soldiers to kill them. A smear of red clothes danced in the crowd. Under Chen Ling's flexibility, the advantage of long weapons ceased to exist completely. The 6 soldiers fought and retreated within the ravine, entirely unable to withstand the tricky attacking angles of the dagger. Finally, under Chen Ling's fierce offensive, a flaw appeared in their coordination. As the first figure was killed by Chen Ling, more and more figures fell one after another. Fresh blood soaked the earth, and chilling killing intent filled the entire ravine before being entirely sucked into that red-clothed figure's body. Lackey, you'll die a horrible death. Chen Ling's dagger pierced the chest of the last soldier. The latter's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at him, fresh blood surging from his throat. Only after finishing this sentence did he collapse into a pool of blood. Ari with grayness. The last trace of killing intent drilled into Chen Ling's body. He looked down at the ground littered with corpses and spoke thoughtfully. Qin Army lackey. I wonder which war this is a projection of. Chen Ling didn't understand history much, nor was he interested in learning about it. To him, stealing the Tao foundation of the martial god path as soon as possible was the important matter. Just as he was preparing to leave this ravine, the earth beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble. In the sky of the ancient vault of the military path, the sea of clouds surged. That black giant sword piercing the heavens and earth finally revealed its true appearance bit by bit in the clouds and mist. Above the unreachable heaven, a speck of faint light lit up from the end of the hilt. There, a dark red gem shone like a star. At this moment, Chen Ling felt the killing intent within his body begin to boil. In the unseen world, it felt as if something had locked onto him. Wait. Why did this feeling feel so familiar? Right when Chen Ling was bewildered, a black ribbon extended from the gem on the hilt. Like a swimming snake, it passed through the sea of clouds, flying straight towards him. Meanwhile, in another area of the ancient vault of the military path. Trash. With so many people, you can't even deal with 3 slaughter projections. Within a small ravine, 7 law enforcers clumsily held sabers and swords, retreating continuously in the face of the attacks from 3 armored soldiers. Yan Shizai and Pu Wen stood outside the ravine. Watching this strenuous battle, Yan Shizai couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. 7 fighting 3 and you still can't win? How the hell have you guys been law enforcers these past few years? The 7 law enforcers inside the ravine wanted to cry but had no tears. They had indeed been law enforcers in Aurora City for 3 years, but what era was it now? Law enforcers all traveled with guns. Practicing marksmanship was countless times more useful than practicing close-quarters combat. Who even practiced close-quarters combat with cold weapons anymore? But as it happened, their issued firearms had all been stolen by the fire stealers. Without guns, they could only pick up surrounding cold weapons to fight. But when it came to close-quarters combat, having barely even held sabers or swords, what were they supposed to use to fight against soldiers from human history who had experienced many battles? Therefore, even though they found a ravine with only 3 slaughter projections, even with a full-force siege, they were still suppressed and beaten, making Yan Shizai to the side stomp his feet in anger. Brother Pu, hurry up and make a move. If I keep watching, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back from killing this entire bunch of trash. Yan Shizai suppressed his anger and spoke to Pu Wen beside him. Pu Wen nodded. He reached a hand into his sleeve, and a piece of xian paper once again appeared in his palm. Fix, he murmured toward the 3 soldiers. As the character, fix, on the xian paper disappeared, the 3 armored soldiers simultaneously froze in place. The remaining law enforcers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gripping their sabers and swords, they lowered their heads and hacked away at them. In the chaos, 3 law enforcers happened to chop at vital spots, absorbing the killing intent the soldiers turned into after vanishing. Their eyes instantly brightened. It felt as if something was growing in their hearts. Their previous exhaustion vanished completely, and they even unconsciously straightened their backs. A heroic spirit was added between their brows. "What are you still standing there for? Come out." Yen Shitsai spoke again. The crowd immediately walked out obediently. "After so long, we've only absorbed 3 streams of killing intent. At this rate, when will we ever attract the gaze of the way of the soldier god?" Yen Shitsai spoke with displeasure. "Things like the gaze of a divine path vary from person to person." Pu Wen explained timely from the side. "Some people are innately suited for the way of the soldier god. Even if they only kill one person, they can attract the divine path. Some people aren't suited for it, and even if they gather dozens of streams of killing intent, they might not necessarily attract it." I know. Yen Shitsai waved his hand. "That's why I invited you here. If dozens of streams aren't enough, then we'll absorb 100. 200. I refuse to believe it. Is my, Yen Shitsai's, destiny really that lacking with the way of the soldier god?" After saying that, he pointed at the 3 law enforcers who had absorbed killing intent. "Hurry and use your skill to transfer their killing intent to me." Pu Wen shook his head. "The number of devour characters isn't much. Try to wait until they've accumulated more killing intent before using it, otherwise the efficiency is too low." "Alright, then let's first go find a place with more slaughter projections, and then slowly." Thud. Before Yen Shitsai's voice could fade, the earth beneath their feet suddenly trembled. Everyone blanked. They saw the clouds dissipate, and a black swimming snake extended from the hilt, plummeting straight towards a place not far away. Seeing this scene, Yen Shitsai's eyes widened in shock. The way of the soldier god. How long has it been since we entered, and someone is already about to step onto the way of the soldier god? This shouldn't be. Is there actually such a genius among the law enforcers this time? Pu Wen said thoughtfully. Could it be Lu Xianming? Let's go. Let's go over and take a look. Yen Shitsai immediately spoke. We can't afford to offend Lu Xianming. But if it's someone else, then it's a different story. The crowd set off hurriedly, rushing toward the place where that divine path had descended. Number 8, someone has already attracted the divine path. Seeing the scene in the distance, a fire stealer immediately spoke. I saw it. Number 8's gaze traveled all the way up along that black ribbon, finally landing on the surface of the dark red gem on the hilt. Is that the Tao foundation of the martial god path? The Tao foundation is on the hilt. Then how are we supposed to steal it? Climb up. We can't. Number 8 shook his head. The place we're in is only the outermost and smallest region of the ancient vault of the military path. It's precisely because of its simple harmlessness that it was chosen as the trial grounds for the Aurora domain. But the closer to that sword, the more dangerous the regions inside become. Reino Thailand Bats. It's said that in the depths of the ancient vault of the military path, there are several extremely ancient and powerful existences. Let alone us, even if a thief saint came, they couldn't possibly charge to the vicinity of that sword. Then how do we steal the Tao foundation? We can't touch the Tao foundation, but we can wait for the Tao foundation to come out and touch us. Number 8 raised his hand, pointing at that black ribbon extending from the Tao foundation. That is our medium for touching it, and also the only opportunity to steal the Tao foundation. If we want to steal the Tao foundation, we first have to draw the way of the soldier god over. So we also have to gather killing intent and attract the Tao foundation's gaze just like those law enforcers. That's the most secure method. While speaking, the crowd arrived before a larger ravine. In the center of the ravine, over 50 armored soldiers were gathered, lined up and facing forward with chilling killing intent. The 7 fire stealers stood firm in front of the ravine, exchanged glances, and nodded slightly. The next moment, they charged into the ravine simultaneously. 10-man ravine. The black ribbon extended straight to the space above Chen Ling. An aura of stern majesty abruptly descended. The way of the soldier god. Chen Ling remembered. When he had attracted the gaze of the way of the soldier god in the estate back then, it seemed something like this had also appeared. However, the difference was that the ribbon back then was thicker and more solid, like a flight of stairs extending down from the heavens. But the one before his eyes was extending from the gem on the hilt of that black giant sword. This attracted the way of the soldier god. Chen Ling spoke in astonishment. It's that simple. Didn't they say that even after entering the ancient vault of the military path, gaining the approval of the way of the soldier god was extremely difficult? Didn't they say that every turn, only less than 1/10 could step onto the way of the soldier god? Chen Ling was a bit dumbfounded. After all, he had just randomly picked a 10-man ravine and casually slaughtered them all. He absolutely never expected to attract the way of the soldier god so easily. Less than an hour had passed since he entered the ancient vault. Was this way of the soldier god really this immodest? Why was it that every time he casually teased it, it came huffing and puffing over? So, that's the Tao foundation of the martial god path. Chen Ling's gaze landed on the source of this black ribbon, the gem inlaid in the hilt. He tried reaching out his hand, wanting to touch that gem through the way of the soldier god itself. But before his fingertip could touch the black ribbon, the latter shuddered violently. Then, as if it had seen something terrifying, it rapidly retreated backward. Chen Ling stretched out a hand, but only grabbed empty air. Chen Ling. He turned his head to look at the void behind him. Pairs of scarlet eyes gradually faded. The oppressive aura of the audience had directly scared away the way of the soldier god, not giving him a chance to touch it at all. As expected, even after entering the ancient vault of the military path, the outcome was still the same. The divine path runs the moment it sees me. This is troublesome. Chen Ling's brows furrowed deeply. If he couldn't even touch the divine path, how was he supposed to steal the Tao foundation? At this rate, perhaps he could only go rob that group of fire stealers. It wasn't very realistic for him to solo kill 6 fire stealers by himself. He still had to borrow a knife to kill them. But right now, the law enforcers and fire stealers were minding their own business. How could he speed up the progress and make them fight each other again? Just as Chen Ling was pondering, a black shadow suddenly fell from the retreating way of the soldier god. It plummeted through the dim expanse of the sky and landed precisely in front of Chen Ling. Thud. Chen Ling was attracted by the muffled sound. He saw a blood-stained token lying quietly on the ground. He shot a puzzled look at the divine path retreating back into the Tao foundation, then stepped forward, picked up that token, and examined it carefully in his hand. This was a token with a very historic feel. It felt cold to the touch, seemingly made of some metal material. Through the dark, heavy bloodstains, he could barely make out 2 characters underneath. They weren't the simplified characters Chen Ling was familiar with, but rather looked like small seal script. Chen Ling couldn't read small seal script, but judging from the outline, the first character looked very much like the character, Bai, white. Bai. Chen Ling immediately thought of the thief Saint Bai Yi mentioned by number 8 while on the train. But no matter how he looked at it, the second character didn't look like Yi. Moreover, this token possessed a considerable sense of history. It definitely wasn't a product of modern times. Chen Ling stared carefully at that mysterious second character, drawing and writing on the ground for a long time, and then somewhat hesitantly sketched out another simplified character that looked extremely similar to it. On the grayish-white earth, the 2 characters pieced together, forming a name that made Chen Ling's heart tremble. Bai Qi. God of Slaughter Bai Qi. Chen Ling had naturally heard of Bai Qi's great name. Even looking across the entire history of human warfare, this figure's name was a resounding existence. But why would this token engraved with the 2 characters, Bai Qi, fall from the way of the soldier god? Moreover, whether it was the timing of its fall or the location of its fall, it was simply like, someone was deliberately delivering it into his hands. Looking at that black giant sword piercing the heavens and earth, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Ling's mind. Since the ancient vault of the military path was a memory drive of human warfare, could it be that it also contained the data of certain famous generals? For instance, Bai Qi. Chen Ling carefully turned over the token, wanting to find more clues on it. Right at this moment, a voice transmitted from far away. Strange, why did the way of the soldier god disappear again? It was taken control of by someone, so of course it disappeared. But judging from the location, that person shouldn't have gone far. There's a ravine here. There are 10 slaughter projections inside. That person just now must have gathered killing intent here and attracted the way of the soldier god. Chen-Ling heard Yan Shizai's voice among them. Gripping the Bai Qi token, he narrowed his eyes. A thought rapidly appeared in his mind. He stuffed the token into his clothes without hesitation. With a tear of his right hand across his cheek, a layer of facial skin flew out. On the spot, he transformed into an identical Bai Qi token, lying quietly in the depths of the ravine. After Chen-Ling slaughtered his way through this 10-man ravine, those 10 slaughter projections seemed to have refreshed, firmly occupying the entrance to the ravine. Yan Shizai and the others were blocked outside, standing on their tiptoes to see exactly what was going on inside. Is there anyone inside? Yan Shizai asked. I don't know. These slaughter projections are blocking the way. I can't see clearly. Then let's slaughter them all first. Young Master Yan, these are 10 slaughter projections. We can't beat them. Trash. With Brother Pooh here, what are you afraid of? All of you, charge. Yan Shizai flew into a rage, kicking a law enforcer and sending him straight into the 10-man ravine. It's that Qin army lackey. Kill. Without another word, the 10 armored soldiers gripped their spears and charged over menacingly. Seeing this, Pooh Wen was forced to once again bring out a fix character, briefly immobilizing the 10 soldiers. The other law enforcers gripped their sabers and swords and followed suit, swarming forward and hacking away, killing 6 of them in a flurry of slashes. Knobs. A few seconds later, the remaining 3 soldiers broke free from the fix character and engaged in a frontal slaughter with the several law enforcers. Faced with 3 alive and moving soldiers, the crowd was instantly thrown into disarray. They retreated continuously within the ravine, suddenly falling into a stalemate. Don't look at me. The fix character can only take effect on the same target once in a short period of time. I can't help you now either. Feeling Yan Shizai's gaze, Pooh Wen shrugged and said. A bunch of trash. Yan Shizai cursed. Today, whoever accumulates the most killing intent, after we go back, you can pick whichever brigade of the law enforcer headquarters you want to enter. But whoever accumulates the least, I'll strip him of his position. The moment this sentence was uttered, all the law enforcers acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood, frantically charging towards the 3 armored soldiers. Sharp spears slashed across their bodies, leaving behind several hideous wounds. However, under this death-defying offensive and numerical suppression, the formation of the 3 armored soldiers was still broken, and they ultimately died by the hands of the few law enforcers who charged the fiercest. The 10 streams of killing intent were respectively absorbed by the crowd. Their gazes grew increasingly bright. Even that lame law enforcer named Little Jian, after hacking an armored soldier to death in the chaos, his aura noticeably improved. The gloom in his eyes gradually vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confidence and power. Is this killing intent? Little Jian looked at his hands curiously. He somewhat liked this feeling. Seeing this scene, Yan Shizai's expression finally eased. He hurriedly walked into the ravine and looked into the depths. How is it? Is there anyone? It doesn't seem like it. A law enforcer walked forward a few steps but didn't see any figure. That guy who first obtained the way of the soldier god must have already left. Clatter. A blood-colored token, coincidentally, slid off a stone, falling in front of Yan Shizai. Huh, what is this? Yan Shizai discovered that blood-stained token. He bent down to pick it up, his eyes full of bewilderment. Pooh Wen walked up from the side. Seeing the small seal script on the token, his expression registered shock. Bai Qi? Bai Qi? Who? An ancient general from the legends. Pooh Wen stared fixedly at that token, his eyes full of shock. Most of the records regarding him were destroyed along with the Great Cataclysm. But it said that he was once crowned with the title God of Slaughter. God of Slaughter? Hearing these two words, even Yen Shitsai, who didn't understand history, was shocked. He hastily asked, could it be that he is still alive? Impossible. Pu Wen shook his head. The ancient vault of the military path is indeed the carrier of all warfare and slaughter up to the present, but historical figures are ultimately historical figures. Even if Bai Qi really appeared, he could at most only be a projection of a certain slaughter within the ancient vault of the military path. Resurrecting from history is impossible. Yen Shitsai instantly lost some interest. So, this thing is fake. No, there is a dense aura of the way of the soldier god on this token. It shouldn't be fake. Pu Wen spoke with some uncertainty. Even if it's a slaughter projection, with Bai Qi's status, he should be a top-tier existence within this ancient vault. His token appearing here, perhaps it's the way of the soldier god conveying some sort of message to you. The way of the soldier god, conveying a message to me. Gripping the token, Yen Shitsai blanked for a long while. Are you saying, it chose me? When he spoke the last few words, Yen Shitsai's voice even trembled a little, and unprecedented excitement surfaced in his eyes. At this moment, all the displeasure in Yen Shitsai's heart was swept clean. You must know, every year so many people entered the ancient vault of the military path and stepped onto the way of the soldier god, but how many people could be chosen by the way of the soldier god and granted something? If this thing was really as Pu Wen said, the value of this Bai Qi command tablet was enough to insta-kill any other law enforcer who stepped into the trial. Then even if he didn't step onto the way of the soldier god this time, after returning home, just relying on this single token, he could shock all the elders in his family. The person chosen by the way of the soldier god, these few words were even enough to insta-kill all other competitors for the heir of the Star's Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Yen Shitsai's last sentence, Pu Wen blanked. He felt that Yen Shitsai might have somewhat misunderstood his meaning. But seeing the other party's expression of joy to the point of madness, Pu Wen hesitated for a moment and ultimately didn't say anything more. I knew it. I, Yen Shitsai, have been unlucky for so long, there's bound to be a day I turn things around. That fire stealer even said I was a good-for-nothing who reincarnated well with good luck. What the hell does he know? Yen Shitsai laughed heartily. Bai Qi command tablet. Bai Qi command tablet. With this thing, who in Aurora City would still dare to look down on me? Thud. Just when Yen Shitsai was experiencing wild joy, the earth beneath everyone's feet trembled again. The dim sea of clouds parted. The Tao foundation of the martial god path at the hilt of the giant's sword lit up, and an ethereal flight of stone stairs descended from the highest heavens like a ribbon, extending towards a certain direction. Someone else stepped onto the way of the soldier god. Pu Wen spoke in surprise. There are quite a few highly talented people among this batch of law enforcers. Watching the birth of the second divine path possessor of the way of the soldier god, the joy in Yen Shitsai's heart was still largely dispersed. Gritting his teeth, he continued speaking. Keep going. We'll just wait outside this 10-man ravine. Every time the slaughter projections gather, we kill them. I don't believe it, with so many of us, we can't save up enough for a way of the soldier god. Yen Shitsai led the crowd back outside the ravine. After waiting for a moment, those 10 armored soldiers refreshed once more. Charge! With a wave of Yen Shitsai's large hand, the other law enforcers immediately rushed out. With the coordination of Pu Wen's fix character, the familiar battle scene instantly replayed. It wasn't that Yen Shitsai didn't want to switch to a ravine with more slaughter projections, but dealing with 10 slaughter projections was already the limit for the few of them. If they switched to a 20-man ravine, this group would probably be stabbed into a hornet's nest, and by then, he would become a commander without troops. Treating that Bai Qi command tablet like a treasure, Yen Shitsai watched the several law enforcers slaughter their way through the 10-man ravine again and again. During this time, another 2 manifestations of the way of the soldier god extended from the Tao Foundation in succession. The way of the soldier god, the Sky Wolf Path. The black-clothed Lu Xianming stood in a cleared 15-man ravine. As the way of the soldier god gradually receded, a sliver of light flashed in his eyes. Congratulations, young Master Lu, for stepping onto the way of the soldier god. The three law enforcers behind him immediately congratulated him. It's just a sky wolf path. What's there to congratulate? Lu Xianming shook his head. Although the sky wolf path doesn't have weaknesses in any aspect, it doesn't have obvious advantages either. Placed among all the paths of the soldier god, it can only be ranked upper middle. Back then, I rejected the divine favor of the sky wolf path specifically because I wanted to exchange it for a more powerful path, such as Azura, or Judgment. I didn't expect that even after entering the ancient vault, the result would be the same. Young Master Lu, don't be modest. Divine favor is something how many people beg for but can't obtain. Not only did you obtain divine favor, but you even rejected it once. If that Yen Shitsai knew this, wouldn't he go mad with jealousy? Yeah, young Master Lu, the sky wolf path is already very good. The reason you feel it's not strong enough is only because this path hasn't produced an absolute powerhouse to this day. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be fine if you yourself became that powerhouse, Ab? If I could step onto the way of the soldier god like you, no matter which path it was, it would be considered my ancestors' graves smoking green. The several law enforcers followed behind Lu Xianming, their eyes full of envy. Alright, stop following me. There's still a long time until the trial ends. You guys hurry up and find places to gather killing intent yourself. If you can step onto the way of the soldier god and advance to an enforcer, come work under my command. Many thanks, young Master Lu. Are you not continuing to accumulate killing intent? I feel like this thing is actually quite effective. I feel the same. After absorbing this killing intent, I feel much more confident, and my whole body is filled with power. Lu Xianming shook his head. Gathering killing intent is merely to attract the attention of the way of the soldier god. This thing is fundamentally the aura left behind by ancient battlefields. Absorbing too much will affect a person's mind. Only a fool like Yen Shitsai would think that the more absorbed, the better. So that's how it is. Then where are you going? To find those few fire stealers and test out my sky wolf. Lu Xianming narrowed his eyes slightly, a wisp of killing intent dancing in them. Fire stealers? The crowd's hearts jolted. But they all have at least 2 skills, they are all second tier. And you've only just advanced. Under the 4th order, besides the number of skills grasped, there isn't much difference. And within this ancient vault, it's impossible for a 4th order or above powerhouse to appear. Furthermore, they are just a bunch of thieves. Whether it's stealing objects or stealing faces, they pose no threat to me. As long as I find a fire stealer who is isolated, I have the confidence to kill them. Carrying a black saber on his back, Lu Xianming walked off into the distance, his figure gradually vanishing from the crowd's field of vision. It's that Qin army lackey. Kill. Chen-Ling didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence. Calluses were almost forming on his ears, even though he had no ears at all right now. Although he had turned into a token, Chen-Ling could still perceive everything around him. He could tell that Yen Shitsai cherished it very much, stopping just short of finding a place to offer it up on an altar. 5 or 6 hours had already passed since Yen Shitsai had his people repeatedly farm this 10-man ravine. This reminded Chen-Ling of the scenes of constantly farming dungeons for item drops when playing online games in the previous era. Now, under the non-stop struggle of these law enforcers, they had already farmed it 9 times, collecting a total of 90 portions of killing intent. Among them, the law enforcer with the most killing intent had about 17 or 18 streams, while the one with the least had 6 or 7 streams. It looked like they had farmed a lot, but on average, it was actually the same as the result Chen-Ling had achieved farming by himself in a few minutes. I can't do it anymore. I really can't. A law enforcer covered in wounds and bruises staggered out of the ravine and slumped to the ground. The rest of the law enforcers were also injured to some degree. Moreover, the continuous 5 or 6 hours of combat had almost hollowed out their bodies. Even with the invigorating effect the killing intent brought them, their physical strength couldn't hold up, and they collapsed to the ground in exhaustion one after another. Looking at the crowd lying sprawled on the ground, Yen Shitsai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Pu Wen beside him. Brother Pu, it should be about enough now, right? About enough. Pu Wen nodded slightly. If we drag this out any longer, in case one of them has extraordinary talent and attracts the way of the soldier god, then the killing intent absorbed on their bodies will be wasted. Good. Also, you must ensure that each of them is subjectively willing to offer up their killing intent, otherwise the devour character will be ineffective. Rest assured about this. I've already arranged everything. Yen Shitsai had finally waited for this moment. He first solemnly placed the Bai Chi command tablet aside, and then spoke to the law enforcers, "Everyone stand up." Seeing this, the crowd had no choice but to drag their exhausted bodies and stand up from the ground, lining up in a row before Yen Shitsai. Pu Wen reached his right hand into his sleeve. In one breath, he took out 8 pieces of xian paper and handed them to Yen Shitsai. On the xian paper was the same black character. Devour. Stick the paper to your palm. When I tell you to move, press your palm against their chests. Understood. Pu Wen formed a hand seal with one hand in front of him. The next moment, the devour character in Yen Shitsai's palm abruptly twisted, turning into an invisible vortex circulating in the void. Go, Pu Wen spoke. Without a second word, Yen Shitsai directly placed his palm on the chest of one of the law enforcers. The black killing intent was visibly sucked into Yen Shitsai's body through the vortex. 10 or so seconds later, that law enforcer's face turned pale. As if his spine had been pulled out, his body became incredibly weak, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground paralyzed. Chen was on the side, watching with his own eyes as Yen Shitsai snatched away the killing intent from that law enforcer. His gaze lit up bit by bit like torchlight. It can also be done like this. Chen was incredibly astonished in his heart. This was his first time seeing the skills of the path of the scholar god. Just relying on a single character, it could immobilize a human body, and even plunder killing intent. Although he didn't know if this devour character could steal other things, just judging from the effects displayed so far, its level of abnormalcy was already no less than formless. I wonder what tier this Pu Wen actually is. While watching the play, Chen took advantage of everyone's attention being on Yen Shitsai, quietly transforming into a spider and crawling out of the ravine. After draining the killing intent from a law enforcer in one breath, Yen Shitsai visibly felt his state improve. That was a sense of pleasure and confidence he had never had before. He immediately walked up to the second law enforcer and began to absorb again. 10 streams of killing intent. 22 streams of killing intent. 35 streams of killing intent. As law enforcers lost their killing intent one after another and collapsed weakly to the ground, Yen Shitsai's eyes visibly turned red. An indescribably ferocious aura poured out from his body. The killing intent gathered within his body increased more and more, but the way of the soldier god still showed no reaction whatsoever. A strong sense of irritability surged in his heart. Not enough, it's still not enough. Yen Shitsai absorbed another 16 streams of killing intent, heavily pushing the just drained law enforcer to the ground, and then fiercely grabbed the shoulder of the next law enforcer. How many streams do you have left on you? 15 streams. That law enforcer was clearly frightened by Yen Shitsai and stammered. Without a second word, Yen Shitsai pressed a palm against his chest. Through the vortex in his palm, killing intent frantically surged into his body. Little Jian, whose cheek was sliced open by a knife, had the least amount of killing intent on his body, ranking last among the crowd. Watching Yen Shitsai gradually approach, his heart leaped to his throat. Still not enough. There's one last one left, the last one. After Yen Shitsai swallowed the 7th law enforcer's killing intent, the way of the soldier god still hadn't reacted. With his head hung low, he charged in front of little Jian with scarlet eyes. How many streams do you have on you? 7 streams. Just 7 streams. You only have 7 streams. Yen Shitsai's hideous face was almost plastered against little Jian's face. Trash. He delivered a kick, directly knocking little Jian to the ground. The latter only felt a palm violently press against his chest, and a suction force transmitted from the palm. I can't absorb it. Pu Wen's voice suddenly sounded. He hasn't opened his mind and agreed to the devour character. Yan Shizai's pupils shrank slightly. He heavily stomped a foot on little Jian's chest and roared. What are you doing? Spit out your killing intent for me. Little Jian was kicked dizzy by Yan Shizai's repeated stomps. For a time, his brain was blank. Do you really not want to be a law enforcer anymore? Do you believe that with one word from me, I can have your whole family killed? Yan Shizai's roar transmitted again, like a wild beast snarling beside little Jian's ear. Our Nigerian Naira Obes. The moment this sentence was uttered, little Jian's pupils abruptly shrank. A hint of struggle flashed across his face. Ultimately, he relaxed his body, allowing the devour character to suck away the killing intent within his body. As the killing intent rapidly drained away, his confidence and dignity also dissipated along with it. An unprecedented emptiness surged into his mind. Without the desire to move even a single finger, he limply collapsed to the ground. Yan Shizai finished absorbing the last of the killing intent, his eyes scarlet like blood. At this moment, he was like a butcher who had just walked out from a bloody sea of meat. A single glance could scare a baby into stopping its crying. He spat viciously at the corpse-like little Jian, his eyes full of violence and resentment. Having used the devour character so many times in one breath, Pu Wen was visibly haggard. He looked at Yan Shizai whose temperament had changed drastically before him, his brows furrowed tightly. He absorbed so much killing intent, yet it still hasn't attracted the way of the soldier god. Through this plundering method, the killing intent on Yan Shizai's body was undoubtedly the most in the entire ancient vault of the military path. Even looking across all past batches of law enforcers, there probably weren't many existences capable of accumulating nearly 100 streams of killing intent in 24 hours. Yet even so, the Tao foundation of the martial god path still had no reaction. It hung high above the sea of clouds, like a proud and picky emperor of slaughter, while Yan Shizai had never entered its sight. Yan Shizai, are you feeling alright? Pu Wen asked. Me? I feel great. Yan Shizai's eyes were blood-red. He took a deep breath, his gaze looking toward that dark red gem above the sea of clouds. But I've already accumulated nearly 100 streams of killing intent. Why hasn't it attracted the way of the soldier god? Perhaps, the amount of killing intent is still not enough. Pu Wen paused for a moment. Or perhaps, you truly aren't suited for the way of the soldier god. Bullshit. Yan Shizai's eyes widened. I am someone chosen by the way of the soldier god. How could I not be suited? It must be that the way of the soldier god's requirements for me are too high. That's why it hasn't descended yet. His voice came to an abrupt halt. He stared blankly at the empty ground. He was stunned for several full seconds before regaining his senses. Wait, where is my Bai Chi command tablet? Yan Shizai clearly remembered that before he began absorbing killing intent, he carefully placed that token on the ground. How was it gone in the blink of an eye? There's someone over there. Someone shouted, and everyone looked up. Not far away on a hill, a familiar figure gripping the Bai Chi command tablet turned back to look at Yan Shizai, a contemptuous smile hooking the corners of his mouth. Fire Stealer, number 8. The next moment, his figure vanished on the spot. No one noticed that in the void behind him, a layer of facial skin with almost zero thickness silently drifted to the ground. Audience expectation value +5. Yan Shizai's breathing instantly grew heavy. Fire Stealer. He gritted his teeth and roared furiously. You're courting death. Having swallowed nearly 100 streams of killing intent and still not gaining the attention of the way of the soldier god, Yan Shizai was already extremely displeased. But fortunately, he still had a Bai Chi command tablet. Even if he couldn't step onto the way of the soldier god this time, he could rely on the status of a person chosen by the way of the soldier god to return to Aurora City and reclaim everything that was his. But now, his only chance to turn the tables against the wind had been stolen by a fire stealer right before his eyes. What difference was this from directly stealing his life? Crap, when did they set their sights on us? Pu Wen pondered thoughtfully. Could their target be the Bai Chi command tablet? Fuck the fire stealers. Yan Shizai was like a powder keg that had been completely ignited, stomping in fury. Do they really think I'm afraid of them? Chase them. Calm down a bit, we are no match for them. We weren't before, but that might not be the case now. With so many more law enforcers who have stepped onto the way of the soldier god in this ancient vault, you think I can't order them around? Yen Shitsai spoke viciously. Money can make even the devil push the millstone. The fire stealers dared to target my Baichi command tablet. I want their lives. Stop playing fucking dead. Get up, all of you. With one kick per person, Yen Shitsai booted all the incredibly weak law enforcers to their feet. Just as they were about to leave, a pair of hands violently hugged Yen Shitsai's thigh. He looked back, it was little Jian, covered in blood. Young Master Yen, I'm sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose just now. You won't actually strip me of my law enforcer status, right? Law enforcer. Yen Shitsai sneered coldly, tearing away little Jian's hands with a kick. I said it from the start, whoever accumulated the least killing intent, I would strip their position. What makes you think you can continue being a law enforcer? You run slowly. You can't even kill anyone. You're just like your trash father. Both of you are meant to be people's dogs for your entire lives. Yen Shitsai didn't even bother to spare him another glance, turning around and walking towards the hill. The other law enforcers staggered to their feet, cast a sympathetic look at little Jian, and then followed Yen Shitsai away. They were all law enforcers who had been single-handedly promoted by Yen Shitsai in Aurora City. Without Yen Shitsai, they wouldn't be where they were today. And as long as they helped Yen Shitsai step onto the way of the soldier god in the ancient vault, even if they couldn't become enforcers themselves, Yen Shitsai could rely on his power to give them a great future. As for little Jian, he had clearly been kicked out of the picture by Yen Shitsai. Little Jian's blood-colored palms clenched unconsciously. He watched Yen Shitsai's departing back, despair flashing in his eyes. He had been lame since childhood. If it hadn't been for his father working like a horse and a cow in the Yen family for so many years, there was no way he could have become a law enforcer. But now, coming to the ancient vault once, not only was he disfigured, but he was also stripped of his law enforcer status. Even if he returned, he could only be a cripple. Yen Shitsai. He murmured this name, the despair in his eyes gradually turning into deep resentment. He slightly lowered his head. That hideously scarred face in the pool of blood looked like a demon's. Young Master Yen, that little Jian is following us again. A law enforcer saw the back figure staggering along behind them and spoke to Yen Shitsai. Ignore him. Yen Shitsai's gaze swept over the surroundings. In the distant wilderness, 8 or 9 law enforcers happened to be gathered together, walking in this direction. Go, call them over. With a point of Yen Shitsai's finger, someone stepped forward, exchanged a few words with those people, and hurriedly brought them over. I am the team leader of the District 1 enforcers, Wang Tao. The leading law enforcer respectfully extended his hand. May I ask what instructions young Master Yen has? Yen Shitsai didn't have the slightest intention of shaking hands with him, speaking coldly, among you law enforcers from District 1, has anyone stepped onto the way of the soldier god? Yes, there is one. Among the District 1 enforcers, one person raised his hand. Do you want to enter Aurora City? Yen Shitsai asked straightforwardly. Aurora City. That law enforcer who had stepped onto the way of the soldier god blanked, then was instantly overjoyed. I want to. What instructions does young Master Yen have? Reino yes. Fire stealers are the public enemies of the 9 great human realms. Today, if you follow me to exterminate them, I guarantee you will enter Aurora City and become an enforcer of Aurora City. With a wave of Yen Shitsai's large hand, a temptation that was hard for all law enforcers of the 7 great districts to refuse was thrown out on the spot. The eyes of the other law enforcers from District 1 who hadn't obtained a divine path all went straight. One must know, Aurora City was a dreamlike existence to all the people of the 7 great districts. 99% of the residents in the 7 great districts would never be able to see the inside of Aurora City until the day they died. They could only hear some descriptions passed down by word of mouth from others. And enforcers of Aurora City were worlds apart from enforcers of the 7 great districts. Hearing that they were going to kill fire stealers, that law enforcer felt a bit conflicted. After all, he still somewhat lacked confidence in his own strength. But thinking of the opportunity to enter Aurora City, he still gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll go with you. The rest of you who haven't stepped onto a divine path can come along as well. Although you can't enter Aurora City, I will offer you sufficiently generous resources. Under Yen Shitsai's enticement of profit, all the law enforcers present chose to follow him. After all, they didn't have a divine path, so they didn't need to engage the fire stealers in frontal combat. They could just slack off on the periphery and obtain this unexpected windfall, as well as gain the favor of the Star's Chamber of Commerce. It was undoubtedly a very good deal. Having quickly gathered a group of people, Yen Shitsai continued to ask. Have you seen any other law enforcers? I saw the law enforcers from District 4. They just passed by over there. Let's go. For groups of law enforcers with 7 or more people, it doesn't matter, but for groups with fewer than 7, remember to verify their identities. Pu Wen reminded them timely. At this moment, more than half the time had already passed since the crowd entered the ancient vault of the military path. Those capable of acquiring the way of the soldier god had basically all acquired it. The rest were all untalented law enforcers. Under Yen Shitsai's recruitment, almost everyone would choose to join the crusade team. Of course, there were also law enforcers who didn't want to take risks. But seeing the group of people gathered behind Yen Shitsai growing larger and larger, after hesitating for a moment, they still chose to join. Humans were inherently creatures that excelled at following the crowd. When everyone else was doing the same thing, if they didn't do it, they would become an outlier in everyone's eyes. In case Yen Shitsai and the others succeeded in exterminating the fire stealers and made a list after going out, those of them who hadn't joined wouldn't have an easy path in the future either. A few hours later, Yen Shitsai had already pulled together a large army of over 50 people. Among them, 5 had stepped onto the way of the soldier god and become first tier. With so many people as muscle, Yen Shitsai's back instantly straightened. He turned his head and asked Pu Wen. How much time is left until the ancient vault opens? Less than 3 hours. That should be enough. Yen Shitsai gritted his teeth. Send people out to search for me. Even if you have to flip over the entire trial grounds, you must dig out those fire stealers. As several law enforcers went ahead to search, Pu Wen's eyes flickered with a faint light. He spoke to the crowd. The other party's object-stealing ability is very tricky. In a while, we can't attack recklessly. Everyone, listen to me, we will. Achoo. Number 8 suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Nothing. I just suddenly felt a chill on the back of my neck. Number 8 turned to look at the 50-person gully, which was littered with corpses. His brows furrowed unconsciously. This shouldn't be. We've accumulated so much killing intent, yet we still haven't attracted the gaze of the way of the soldier god. Could it be because we possess the path of the thief? No, attracting the gaze has nothing to do with whether we have a divine path or not. Only after the divine path approaches us can it sense the aura of the path of the thief on our bodies. Not attracting the gaze might just be because we're too weak. A fire stealer explained. Then what do we do? The time limit for the ancient vault is almost up, right? Just as number 8 was about to say something, his brows suddenly wrinkled. He turned to look at the cliffside nearby and spotted a law enforcer taking a glance in this direction before turning and running. We've been discovered. A fire stealer felt his heart jolt. So what if we're discovered? When they see us, they won't even have time to run. True. Wait. Number 8 narrowed his eyes slightly. Things don't seem quite right. I found them. A law enforcer hurriedly ran across the wilderness, shouting at the gathered Yen Shitsai and the others. Hearing this, Yen Shitsai's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, where? To the southwest, in front of a 50-person gully. How many people in total? 6 people, all together. Let's go. Without a second word, Yen Shitsai led over 50 law enforcers, charging straight in that direction. The 5 law enforcers who had already stepped onto the way of the soldier god were like generals, charging around Yen Shitsai. An unprecedented will to fight flickered in their eyes. Having just stepped onto the way of the soldier god and acquired their own skills, they were hoping for an enemy to practice on, and the fire stealers were the best targets. A massive amount of smoke and dust flew up from the ground. After the crowd went far away, the law enforcer who had just tipped them off stood in place, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. His right hand tore at his chin, and a layer of facial skin fluttered up in the wind. Slaughter away. The red-clad Chen Ling stood among the flying dust, muttering to himself. It's also about time for this performance to end. Audience expectation value +3. Meanwhile, the 6 fire stealers saw numerous figures wearing black and red uniforms appear from a nearby hill. Their expressions visibly turned ugly. They actually really came. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 more law enforcers who have stepped onto the way of the soldier god. No wonder they have confidence. Running away at first was just to let more people step onto the way of the soldier god, and then come together to besiege us. That shouldn't be right. When did this bunch of law enforcers become so united? What do we do now? What's there to be afraid of? Just kill them all. Don't look at their numbers. The vast majority are living targets with neither a divine path nor guns. Do you really think they can hurt us? A fire stealer sneered coldly. As for those few who stepped onto the way of the soldier god, they're merely first tier. What kind of waves can they make? A with circumflex nu omicron s. Don't underestimate the enemy. Number 8 spoke deeply. Before the fourth order, combat is a weak point for the path of the thief. Pay special attention not to let the way of the soldier god get close. Try to use ranged weapons to whittle them down. On the opposite hill, surrounded by the 5 first-tier way of the soldier god possessors, Yen Shitsai slowly walked forward. Those blood-red eyes stared fixedly at number 8, wishing he could tear him into 10,000 pieces. A bunch of thieving scumbags. Hurry up and hand over my token. Token? What token? A fire stealer blanked, asking the others softly, which of you stole his stuff? I didn't. Stop playing dumb with me. Yen Shitsai flew into a rage. He pointed at number 8 and cursed, in the entire ancient vault of the military path, who else besides you can steal things through the air? And I saw it with my own eyes. Since you refuse to hand it over, then I'll come and take it myself. Everyone, attack. With a single order from Yen Shitsai, the 5 first-tier way of the soldier god possessors instantly flew out like arrows, swooping all the way down the hillside, unexpectedly stirring up several whistling sounds of breaking air. The other law enforcers exchanged a glance and closely followed behind them. Looking from afar, a black and red tide rapidly surged over. Something isn't right. Looking at Yen Shitsai's face full of fury, number 8's brows instantly locked tight. What's not right? A fire stealer asked. None of it is right. I keep feeling like someone is targeting us. Since entering the ancient vault of the military path, the 6 of them had been gathering killing intent, preparing to steal the Tao foundation of the martial god path. They hadn't made contact with any law enforcers at all. Yet Yen Shitsai said they stole his stuff, and even saw it with his own eyes. Since entering the ancient vault, no, ever since they stole the identities of the law enforcers from districts 3, 5, and 6, it seemed like they were being led by the nose. Everything that happened had exceeded their control. He kept feeling like, in the unseen world, there was a pair of hands manipulating the actions of all of them. We've already reached this point, who cares what isn't right? A ruthless look surfaced on a fire stealer's face. Slaughter them all, and everything will be normal. Although number 8 couldn't figure it out, since things had come to this, there was indeed no point in pondering this further. His eyes grew increasingly icy as he ordered. Then slaughter them. The 6 fire stealers raised their hands simultaneously. Each of them held guns in their hands. The black holes of the muzzles aimed at the charging black and red tide, firing consecutively. Bang 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 bang. When they first entered the ancient vault, they had stolen all the firearms and weapons of the law enforcers, possessing almost inexhaustible ammunition. In contrast, the law enforcers on the other side were empty-handed and could only brace themselves to charge through the hail of bullets. Fortunately, there were only 6 fire stealers. With 2 guns each, that was only 12 guns in total. The 5 first-tier way of the soldier god possessors charging at the very front gave a loud shout. A touch of black surfaced on their skin, like armor attached to their bodies. The dense hail of bullets landed on them, but could only leave a few shallow bullet holes. "What the hell is that?" A fire stealer spoke in surprise. "It's iron raiment," Number 8 said deeply. The first-tier skill of most paths of the soldier god is iron raiment. It can substantially increase one's defense and strength. But the weakness is that before advancing to the 4th order, iron raiment cannot completely cover the body. Under the pouring firepower of the fire stealers, other than the 5 first-tier way of the soldier god possessors at the very front, the other law enforcers charging ahead were shot and fell one after another. Scarlet blood dyed the earth red. Seeing this, the law enforcers hiding at the back of the crowd paled drastically, turning their heads and running to the rear. But before they could run a few steps, Yen Shitsai's violent and hideous face blocked their path. With one punch, he knocked down the law enforcer running the fastest. The ruby ring on his finger embedded into the other party's body, instantly absorbing a massive amount of flesh and blood. The surface began to flow with a bizarre red light. Either charge forward or die. Yen Shitsai raised his hand and squeezed at the void toward the frantically fleeing law enforcers. Need. Crack. The necks of several law enforcers were as if pinched by an invisible giant hand, and then forcefully torn. Their entire bodies were twisted like fried dough twists, planting onto the ground with thuds. This scene directly scared silly the law enforcers preparing to run away. Coupled with the dense killing intent on Yen Shitsai's body, they struggled for a moment before still choosing to turn around and charge towards the fire stealers. It was death either forward or backward, but the chances of surviving by going forward were greater. Meanwhile, the 5 first-tier way of the soldier god possessors had already broken through the hail of bullets, their figures smashing toward the 6 fire stealers like cannonballs. Courting death. Killing intent exploded in a fire stealer's eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void. The ground beneath the feet of the first-tier law enforcer charging in front of him instantly vanished, digging a large pit into the solid ground. The first-tier law enforcer stepped into empty air, losing his balance. In this instant, the fire stealer backhandedly stole his short blade, the sharp tip thrusting straight towards the other party's throat. Clang! The tip of the knife pierced the first-tier law enforcer's throat. It was as if it plunged into steel, emitting a piercing sound of metal clashing. The fire stealer instantly felt the webbing between his thumb and index finger go numb, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. The next moment, the law enforcer who had lost his balance abruptly twisted his body. A black fist whistled through the air and smashed into his jaw. The terrifying force directly sent his entire person flying. Broken teeth mixed with fresh blood sprinkled onto the barren earth. This punch knocked the fire stealer dizzy. He subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to steal the other party's weapon, but he stole nothing. He couldn't steal someone else's fist. That law enforcer himself hadn't expected the frontal combat power of these thieves to be so unbearable. The confidence in his heart grew madly, and he abruptly lashed out with a whip kick. Right at this moment, his vision suddenly went pitch black. Losing his target and direction, his kick could only strike empty air. Instead, because he lost his center of gravity, he nearly fell to the ground. What's going on? How did I? Losing his sight in such a chaotic battlefield caused this law enforcer who had just stepped onto a divine path to panic. Like the blind man, he raised his hands, fumbling in the darkness, calling out in horror. Subsequently, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if something was pressed against it. Bang! A gunshot rang out. His head instantly exploded. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered onto the ground like a blooming bouquet of flowers. A wisp of green smoke drifted from the muzzle. Number 8 stood behind the collapsed corpse, gripping the gun with one hand, his face completely expressionless. I told you, don't underestimate the enemy. That fire stealer whose jaw was shattered by a punch struggled to stand up, his eyes full of pain. Number 8's gaze looked toward the battlefield on the side. The 4 first-tier way of the soldier god possessors and the 4 fire stealers were currently engaged in a chaotic slaughter. In close-quarters combat, the way of the soldier god possessed an obvious advantage, almost suppressing the other fire stealers as they fought. The latter could only rely on constantly stealing weapons to barely maintain the situation. Among the 7 fire stealers who entered the ancient vault of the military path this time, only number 8 had reached the 3rd tier. He snorted coldly. Just as he was about to walk toward that battlefield, a voice came from afar. Fire. A piece of Xian paper unfurled in the wind. A scorching fireball instantly shot out from the character fire, smashing straight towards number 8's face. Number 8's brows furrowed. His figure immediately retreated backwards. A violent blaze exploded at the spot he was just standing, nearly drowning his figure within it. Just a first tier of the path of the scholar god, truly courting death. A cold glint flashed in number 8's eyes. He immediately abandoned helping the other fire stealers and instead charged toward Pu Wan on the hill. The latter's expression was incredibly solemn. Without hesitation, he pulled out another piece of Xian paper from his sleeve. Just as he was about to unfurl it, the paper vanished into thin air. A with ring above new. At the same time, number 8 tore the Xian paper in his hand to shreds, speaking coldly, I've stolen your character, let's see what else you can do. Watching the distance between number 8 and himself shrink closer and closer, Pu Wen subconsciously took a step back, shouting loudly to the side. Yen Shicai. What are you still waiting for? The moment this sentence was uttered, Yen Shicai, who had been hiding to the side watching the play all along, finally made his move. He raised the palm wearing the ruby ring into the air, and an icy word spat out from his throat. Need. An invisible twisting force burst forth from the void. The fine hairs on number 8's body instantly stood on end. He dodged to the side without hesitation. Even so, his right hand was still caught within it. The sound of bones fracturing rang out. Number 8's arm was visibly twisted like a fried dough twist, hanging down limply. He let out a low roar of pain, his eyes looking at Yen Shicai full of violent rage. The moment Yen Shicai's gaze met his, he turned his head and ran without hesitation. As expected. A sharp glint flickered in Pu Wen's eyes. Your object stealing also has a distance limit. If you can steal my Xian paper right now, you can't steal his ring. This maximum range should be less than 50 meters. Number 8's heart skipped a beat. The gaze he used to look at Pu Wen was more solemn than ever before. He still underestimated these youths. This guy had formulated a plan specifically targeting him long ago. Number 8 shot a look to a fire stealer on the side. The latter instantly understood. He immediately stole a few weapons and chased in the direction Yen Shicai had fled. Originally, on that path, there were many law enforcers who hadn't stepped onto a divine path blocking the way. But seeing number 10 charging over murderously, they all exclaimed, risking their lives to run to both sides, forcibly making a path for him. You are very smart, but so what? Number 8 turned his head, speaking sinisterly. Your teammate doesn't seem to be that reliable. He ran away, so how will you survive? Pu Wen didn't speak, nor did he pull out more Xian paper. Instead, he formed a hand seal with one hand in front of him, softly chanting, wind. At the same time, beneath his close-fitting clothes, a piece of Xian paper used for preserving his life rapidly faded. A whirlwind blew up from the void, causing his robes to flutter wildly. His figure blurred, fleeing into the distance at an astonishing speed with the enhancement of the wind. He actually still had Xian paper. Number 8 gritted his teeth and rapidly gave chase. He could see it now, this youth from the path of the scholar god was Yen Shicai's strategist, and also the hardest to deal with. Number 10 had already gone to hunt down Yen Shicai. As long as he stole the other party's ritual artifact, killing him shouldn't be hard. As long as Pu Wen and Yen Shicai were killed, relying solely on this mob of law enforcers would not amount to anything. On the other side, Yan Shizai ran wildly into the distance with two law enforcers. Young Master Yan, aren't you going to help young Master Pu according to the plan? A law enforcer asked blankly. How can I help? If I don't run now, they'll steal my ring in a moment. How will I defend myself then? Yan Shizai gripped that ring like a treasure. This thing is very precious. I absolutely cannot let it fall into someone else's hands. The three ran wildly for hundreds of meters before coming to a stop to catch their breath. Yan Shizai was about to say something when his palms suddenly felt light. He froze for a moment and looked down. That red ring had disappeared without a trace. I finally caught up. A voice came from not far away. Yan Shizai turned his head to look. He saw the fire stealer codenamed Number 10 playing with that red ring, sneering coldly at the three of them. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Yan Shizai's face instantly turned pale as a sheet. He pushed the backs of the two law enforcers without hesitation, shoving the two of them towards Number 10, while he himself turned his head and continued running down the hill. The two law enforcers had never expected Yan Shizai to be so ruthless. Caught off guard, they directly crashed towards Number 10's face. Number 10 snorted coldly. A short blade slid into his palm. After dodging half a step to the side, he instantly slashed open a law enforcer's throat. The other person reacted and wanted to flee with a loud cry, but in the end, he was still killed by Number 10 with a single strike. Two corpses fell to the ground one after another. Number 10, covered in blood, looked in the direction Yan Shizai fled, his gaze incredibly cold. Damn it! What are those law enforcers eating to be so useless? So many people couldn't even block a few fire stealers, and actually let them chase after me to kill me? Pu Wen's plan completely didn't work. He's just a piece of trash who only knows how to talk on paper. Damn it! Damn it! The Bai Chi command tablet is gone, and the ring is gone too. I'm really dead this time. Yan Shizai used all the strength in his body to run wildly on the hill, cursing furiously as he ran. He didn't dare to look back, deeply afraid that if he did, his head would fall to the ground just like the others. He didn't want that, his head was very precious. In his haste, Yan Shizai stepped into empty air, his figure rolling down the hill like a rubber ball. A large amount of mud and crushed stones clung to his body. He was spun until he was completely dizzy. By the time he finally came to his senses, his body had already smashed heavily onto the ground. Pain transmitted from everywhere on his body. He groaned and opened his eyes. That grayish misty sky, which hadn't changed for hundreds of years, pressed down on the top of his head like lead. Yan Shizai tried to sit up, but failed. He already had multiple bone fractures on his body. Let alone getting up, even moving slightly made him bare his teeth in pain. Yan Shizai had never experienced this kind of pain. He could only lie on the ground like a corpse, his chest constantly panting. Hazy white breath drifted in the air. His heart was full of despair. He was truly panicked. He was afraid that he would really die in this ancient vault, and then he would have nothing left. His revenge plan, his Chamber of Commerce family property. He had finally managed to be reincarnated into such a good background, who knew what kind of poor ghost he would become in his next life. A rustling sound came from the side. Yan Shizai's heart instantly leaped to his throat. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the nearby sky. He was afraid of seeing Number 10's demon-like face, because that would be his doom. To his surprise, the one who came wasn't Number 10. But a face he was somewhat familiar with. It's you. Yan Shizai widened his eyes in pleasant surprise. That was a youth with a knife scar on his face, walking with a limp. It was little Jian. Quick! Take me away from here. Yan Shizai was wildly overjoyed in his heart and immediately spoke. Carry me on your back. As long as I can get out alive, I guarantee you can continue being a law enforcer. And you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Yan Shizai couldn't walk anymore, but he could let little Jian carry him on his back. As long as he could leave this place, find somewhere to hide, and wait until the ancient vault opened again, he could live. Little Jian looked at Yan Shizai's massive body. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, young Master Yan. I'm a cripple. The moment this sentence was uttered, Yan Shizai's voice came to an abrupt halt. Yes, little Jian was a cripple, someone who had difficulty walking himself. How could he possibly escape the pursuit of the fire stealers with Yan Shizai on his back? Oops. Thinking of this, the sliver of hopeful fire that had just risen in Yan Shizai's heart instantly shattered. He looked at the ugly, emaciated little Jian. Unwillingness and anger uncontrollably surged from his heart. He glared with bloodshot eyes and cursed profusely. Fucking. Fuck his mother. We've already reached this point. And you're still a fucking piece of trash. Trash. My life is in your hands, your glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are in your hands. You fucking couldn't grasp it yourself. Why did I have to bring along a burden like you? Can you do a single thing well? I'm really suffering from bloody bad luck. Yan Shizai was completely emotionally broken. He never expected that his highly promising life would actually be defeated by a cripple in the end. Right now, he was just remorseful. Why did he accept this trash into the law enforcers? Back then, he should have just beaten this trash and his father to death with random clubs. Little Jian lowered his head, allowing Yan Shizai to hurl abuses. Under the gloomy sky, a cold glint gradually surfaced in his eyes. The humiliation he had once suffered, the humiliation his father had once suffered, everything from the past flashed back in his mind. He looked at that ugly and hideous face, his fists uncontrollably clenching tightly. You're just like your dad. Both of you are fucking trash. If my dad hadn't rewarded him with a bite to eat, he would have already. Shut up. Little Jian gave a furious roar, his entire person directly mounting Yan Shizai, smashing a punch onto his cheek. Yan Shizai's voice came to an abrupt halt. He stared blankly at little Jian, whose eyes revealed a fierce light. After a long while, he spoke in disbelief, You dare hit me? You actually dare hit me? I hit you, so what? Little Jian abruptly smashed down another punch, punch after punch. Is it so amazing to be reincarnated well? On what basis are you so arrogant? My dad entered your family's doors because your dad took a fancy to his abilities. What kind of a nobody are you? You dare curse him? My crippled leg was beaten lame by you when you were drunk. If it weren't for you, would I have ended up in this state? Little Jian's fists were very hard. That was what he had trained out from doing heavy labor for so many years. Risking his life, he smashed his fists toward Yan Shizai. The latter was beaten to the point where he couldn't even say a single complete sentence. It wasn't until little Jian was tired from hitting that Yan Shizai, whose face was covered in blood, caught his breath. He stared fixedly at little Jian, his eye sockets nearly splitting in anger. You dare hit me? You're dead. I'm dead. Little Jian sneered coldly. He abruptly drew a short blade from his waist and stabbed it into Yan Shizai's lungs. Who is the one who's dead? Yan Shizai screamed miserably, fresh blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. You dare kill me? Your whole family will die. I killed you. Who can prove it? The cold glint in little Jian's eyes grew increasingly sinister. Fire stealers infiltrated the ancient vault of the military path and went on a killing spree. One Yan Shizai dying, is that very strange? Hearing these words, terror surfaced on Yan Shizai's face. He looked in astonishment at little Jian's hideous scarred face, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Little Jian pulled out the short blade and frantically stabbed it into Yan Shizai's body. The blade went in and out, becoming increasingly scarlet. Fresh blood flowed along the gloomy earth, and a pool of blood gradually drowned the two of them within it. Yan Shizai's life frantically drained away. He wanted to stop little Jian, use resources or promises to buy his life, but at this moment, he couldn't even say a single complete sentence. Little Jian. Fresh blood surged into Yan Shizai's throat like spring water, and he spoke vaguely. My name isn't Little Jian. Little Jian gripped the hilt of the short blade with both hands and raised it high. For the first time, an unprecedented bloodlust surfaced in those eyes that had always been filled with humility and a desire to please. "My name is Jian Chongsheng." Pfft. The blade violently pierced through Yan Shizai's throat. Yan Shizai's body jerked violently, and then he completely collapsed limply to the ground. Without breath. Little Jian's chest heaved violently. The corners of his blood-splattered mouth unconsciously curled upwards. An unprecedented sense of joy and clarity surged into his heart, as if some nightmare had been shattered, and his everything was embracing a new life. Meanwhile, above the thick sea of clouds, the Tao foundation of the martial god path lit up along with it. At a time like this, there's actually still someone who obtained the recognition of the way of the soldier god. Number 8, who was in the middle of hunting down Pu Wen, saw this and abruptly stopped his footsteps. He looked at that black ribbon extending down from the Tao foundation, descending towards the nearby hill. A sliver of light lit up in his eyes. The plan of relying on accumulating killing intent themselves to attract the gaze of the way of the soldier god had clearly become unfeasible. Then if they wanted to steal the Tao base shards of the way of the soldier god, they could only start with someone else's divine path. And this divine path was too close to them. If he went over now, he should still make it in time. Number 8 abandoned the pursuit of Pu Wen without hesitation, charging straight toward that black ribbon hanging down from the sky vault. At the edge of the hill, a red-clad figure who had witnessed little Jian's torture and murder of Yan Shizai with his own eyes raised a brow. A faint smile hooked the corners of his mouth. Way of the soldier god. Seeing that black ribbon flying straight toward him, Jian Chongsheng froze for a moment. He staggered to his feet, lowering his head to look at Yan Shizai's bloody, mangled corpse and the blood-stained short blade in his own hand, his expression somewhat complex. Fate, it seemed, was just this miraculous. The way of the soldier god converged in front of him, intertwining into a flight of stairs leading to the sky vault. Jian Chongsheng hesitated for a moment, and ultimately stepped onto it. Thud. The moment his foot landed, the divine path formed. A massive amount of information and power surged into Jian Chongsheng's mind. He stood in place, stunned for a long time, looking down at his own hands. Way of the soldier god, first tier. The Azura path. Astonishment surfaced on his face. Having been a law enforcer for so long, Jian Chongsheng naturally knew some of the paths of the way of the soldier god, and Azura was undoubtedly one of the strongest paths among the way of the soldier god currently. It was said that even Lu Xianming begged for it but couldn't obtain it. And he actually awakened this path. Perhaps. I truly am a genius of the way of the soldier god. Jian Chongsheng muttered to himself as he moved his body a bit. He discovered that ever since stepping onto the Azura path, his crippled leg was no longer crippled. His entire person was unprecedentedly light. He could feel an unprecedented sense of power surging throughout his entire body. This was a feeling even more addictive than gathering killing intent. He closed his eyes, carefully moving every inch of muscle and bone in his body, emitting soft crackling sounds. He took a deep breath, and the turbid aura was slowly exhaled. When those eyes opened again, they were as bright as torchlight. I really am a genius, aren't I? The corners of Jian Chongsheng's mouth uncontrollably curled up. He spat at Yan Shizai's corpse. That puddle of mud had hindered more than 10 years of his life, but now, he felt his life was finally back on track. He didn't know if it was because his personality had been suppressed for too long over the years, but at this moment, Jian Chongsheng only felt his confidence bursting. It was a mindset similar to an upstart. He urgently wanted to find a target to test his strength. Ha! A surprised voice sounded from the side. Number 10 was standing at the edge of the hill, looking down at Jian Chongsheng and Yan Shizai's corpse beside him, speaking in surprise. He was actually killed by someone else. TSK. The moment Jian Chongsheng saw the fire stealer, his eyes lit up. Gripping that blood-stained short blade, he charged toward the hill without hesitation. His speed was very fast, every step seeping with a blood-red color. In number 10's eyes, he only saw an afterimage of blood color rapidly approaching him. Another one stepped onto the way of the soldier god. Number 10's heart sank, and he instantly became vigilant. He hadn't seen the first-tier skill of the Azura path before, but it was visibly different from the iron raiment of the others. Number 10 flipped his palm, and a handgun fell into his hand. Aiming at the rapidly approaching Jian Chongsheng, he continuously pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The burst of 3 bullets all hit Jian Chongsheng. Furthermore, the other party didn't have the solid skin of iron raiment, so the bullets easily embedded themselves within. That's it. Number 10 froze, but the next moment, he realized something was wrong. After being shot 3 times consecutively, not only did Jian Chongsheng not stop, his speed became even faster. Like a phantom, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters. Before number 10 could continue firing, a cold glint flashed right before his eyes. Number 10 cried out in alarm. Object stealing was instantly activated. Jian Chongsheng's short blade vanished into thin air, leaving only an empty fist smashing behind number 10's ear. Thud. The terrifying force directly deafened number 10, and fresh blood instantly flowed from within his ear. This guy clearly got shot 3 times, how was his speed still so fast? And this force was even more outrageous than that bunch of iron raiment users. Enduring the intense pain and dizziness, number 10 gripped a short blade and stabbed Jian Chongsheng in the lower abdomen 3 times consecutively, each strike sinking deep. But after the 3 stabs, not only did Jian Chongsheng not have any pain reaction from being stabbed, he fought even more fiercely. A pair of bare fists swept up terrifying force, consecutively striking number 10's chest 5 times within half a second, so fast that trails of bloody afterimages appeared in the air. Number 10's chest visibly caved in, his ribs almost entirely broken. He violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, drifting several meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. Fresh blood couldn't stop seeping from Jian Chongsheng's wounds, yet he acted as if he felt nothing at all. With a bloody footprint at every step, he slowly walked toward the fallen number 10. In those blood-red eyes, comfort and arrogance surfaced. So this is the Azura path. So strong, completely different from other paths. Jian Chongsheng couldn't help but laugh loudly. I, Jian Chongsheng, am truly a genius. Number 10 watched that blood-colored demon-like figure approach, horror surfacing in his eyes. This guy, whether shot or stabbed, seemed to not feel pain at all, and the more wounds he had, the more fiercely he slaughtered. He was completely a humanoid ferocious beast. Number 10 lay in a pool of blood, constantly trying to retreat, but Jian Chongsheng stomped a foot on his chest. The intense pain caused him to let out a miserable scream. The more miserably he screamed, the richer the smile on Jian Chongsheng's mouth became. Fire stealer? Nothing more than this. He stomped number 10's ribs to pieces. The broken joints pierced into the heart. After number 10's pupils abruptly shrank, he lay weakly on the ground. A cold wind swept across the blood-colored earth. Jian Chongsheng stood there alone, like the sole winner on this battlefield. His gaze slowly shifted from the corpse beneath his feet, looking toward the chaotic battlefield in the distance. In his eyes, killing intent flickered once again. Let me end all of this. He sneered coldly, his bloody footprint stepping over the hill, gradually vanishing into the wilderness. A long time later. A red-clad figure slowly walked out from the shadows. Chen Ling thoughtfully watched Jian Chongsheng's departing back, muttering to himself, the Azura path, huh. That skill looks quite nice. Jian Chongsheng's metamorphosis was something Chen Ling hadn't expected. He had noticed this cripple who had been trailing at the back of Yan Shizai's team early on, and also saw how he was humiliated, beaten, and cursed by Yan Shizai. But Chen Ling originally thought he would just continue enduring it so aggrievedly. He hadn't expected that beneath that seemingly humble and emaciated body, there was actually such a ferocious soul. It was no wonder he would be favored by the way of the soldier god. If placed in previous year's ancient vault of the military path, Jian Chongsheng was undoubtedly a dark horse figure. Having lived a muddling along / ignoble life for most of his life, finally risking everything here, counter-killing the great mountain pressing down on his head, and obtaining a powerful path. One could imagine how smooth his path would be from now on. If placed in a novel, that was a proper male lead template. But unfortunately, this dark horse was destined to die prematurely here. Just as Chen Ling was about to walk toward that battlefield that was about to wrap up, a rustling sound suddenly came from the side. He let out a soft exclamation and turned his head to look, only to see that Yan Shizai's mangled, bloody corpse was actually emitting a faint blue light. On his chest, a petal-like ritual artifact was emitting an aura of life. As that petal gradually withered, a surging aura of life flooded into Yan Shizai's body like a tide. Thud, thud, thud. The aura of life gathered in his chest, rhythmically hammering at his chest. His originally dead heart began to beat again. The fatal wound on his neck healed at a visible speed, recovering more than half within just a few short seconds. Yan Shizai abruptly opened his eyes, as if jolted awake from a nightmare. "Don't kill me." He shouted out a sentence like a sleepwalker, but the only response was the whimpering sound of the wind, and the angry roars of slaughter in the distance. Yan Shizai lay blankly in the pool of blood for a long time before finally coming to his senses. His hands fumbled at his chest, ultimately only pulling out a withered petal. This thing really works. Seeing that he was saved by the petal, the wild joy of surviving a disaster surfaced on Yan Shizai's face. It seems Dad really still cares about me. Heaven does not want me to die. I, Yan Shizai, have returned. Ha ha ha. This petal was a treasure Yan Shizai's father, the president of the Stars Chamber of Commerce, had obtained from who knows where. When he handed this petal to Yan Shizai back then, he didn't specify its purpose. He just told him to keep it close to his body and never take it off under any circumstances. Now, Yan Shizai finally understood the efficacy of this petal. Yan Shizai recalled everything that had just happened. The joy in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by endless resentment and anger. Jian Chongsheng. He. A lowly cripple actually dared to kill me. Wait until I escape. If I don't slaughter your whole family, my surname isn't Yan. Yan Shizai cursed as he staggered to his feet from the pool of blood. He cast a glance at the chaotic battlefield in the distance, then immediately turned and headed towards the direction of the ancient vault's entrance. After all, there wasn't much time left until the ancient vault opened. As long as he could find a place to hide until the end, he could wait for the enforcers to enter. By then, who could hurt him? Yan Shizai had just taken a step when, as if he remembered something, he ran back to the corpse of that fire stealer and earnestly began to fumble around. Where is the ring? Where is my ring? Yan Shizai fumbled for a long time but still didn't find it, frowning in doubt. Are you looking for this? A voice drifted over from behind. Yan Shizai's body trembled. He turned back to look, only to see a figure wearing a great crimson theatrical robe standing in the pool of blood, casually playing with a ring, looking at him with a half-smile. The moment he saw that face, Yan Shizai was as if he had seen a ghost, widening his eyes in astonishment. You. Why am I here? Didn't I die? Am I a man or a ghost? Without waiting for Yan Shizai to speak, Chen Ling unhurriedly finished his lines for him, and then slowly walked towards Yan Shizai, leaving the latter dumbfounded on the spot. A with circumflex BS. The smile on Chen Ling's mouth gradually faded. He looked down at Yan Shizai, and after a moment, coldly spat out 2 words. Kneel down. The cold glint of a dagger flashed instantly. Chen Ling forcibly slashed open Yan Shizai's Achilles tendons. The latter screamed miserably, dropping to his knees with a thud, his entire person curling up in the pool of blood. This is impossible. You're clearly dead. Yan Shizai hugged his legs, his face incredibly pale. Even you had to be killed twice to die, why can't I? Chen Ling said indifferently. I told you, all of you will die here. Did you think you could be spared? Young Master Yan. Chen Ling, let me go, give me a way out. I promise. I won't speak of anything that happened here. Actually, there's no deep hatred between us, is there? Except for on the boat. I can apologize to you, really. I can even kowtow to you. I can send you into Aurora City, you can take your pick of any enforcer position. I guarantee you'll have endless glory, splendor, wealth, and rank to enjoy. Also, there are many treasures in my home. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Yen Shitsai pleaded bitterly. His life-saving measures had already been used up. If he were killed by Chen Ling again this time, he would truly be dead. Once dead, he would have nothing left. Chen Ling unhurriedly slipped the ruby ring onto his own finger, turning a deaf ear to Yen Shitsai's pleas. He carefully examined the ring for a moment, then suddenly interrupted Yen Shitsai. How do I use this thing? Yen Shitsai froze. Didn't you say you'd give me all your treasures? Chen Ling spoke again. How do I use this thing? Hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Yen Shitsai's eyes. Chen Ling being interested in this ring meant he had a chance to use treasures to buy his life. This is a ritual artifact with a great origin. It is said to have been obtained from a gray world generated during a 7th-tier Calamity invasion. Yen Shitsai immediately introduced. As long as it devours spiritual power, it can manipulate space on a small scale. If the user's spiritual power is below the 4th order and is insufficient for it to devour, fresh flesh and blood can be used as a substitute. It can only be used without cost at the 4th order. Yes, only at the 4th order can one master a domain. Before possessing a domain, spiritual power is almost zero. Then how do I make it devour flesh and blood? There is a mechanism on the side of this ring. With just a touch, the needle that pops out can be pierced into the body, and it will. Pft. Before Yen Shitsai finished speaking, Chen Ling gripped the other party's throat with one hand. The ring's needle pierced beneath the skin and began to frantically devour Yen Shitsai's flesh and blood. Under the ring's devouring, Yen Shitsai's originally round and plump body visibly shriveled, just like when Chen Ling first saw Qian Fan use the knuckle ritual artifact in the courtyard. Only, the devouring speed of this ring seemed to be even faster than that ritual artifact. With his throat gripped by Chen Ling, Yen Shitsai wanted to wail but couldn't make a sound. He could only stare fixedly at Chen Ling, pleading for him to spare him. Cough 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 cough. Yen Shitsai collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. At this moment, he looked like someone who hadn't recovered from a severe illness, his whole body skin and bones. At a glance, he looked no different from a skeleton with skin stretched over it, his original appearance almost unrecognizable. So that's how it is. Chen Ling looked at the faintly glowing ruby, deep in thought. It is already yours. Yen Shitsai panted like a broken bellows. Chen Ling, can you let me go now? Sure. Chen Ling patted him on the shoulder, his figure slowly standing up from the pool of blood. Oh right, didn't you say you liked my clothes? I can't give you those clothes. What do you think of the ones I'm wearing right now? Yen Shitsai took a look at the great crimson theatrical robe on Chen Ling's body and hurriedly shook his head. At this time, how could he still dare to act like he did on the boat? Besides, he hadn't really taken a fancy to Chen Ling's tattered clothes on the boat. He just wanted to find an excuse to make trouble for Chen Ling. No need. Alright, what a pity then. Chen Ling turned around and walked into the distance. Seeing Chen Ling leave just like that, the heart Yen Shitsai had been holding in his throat finally settled down. He crawled wretchedly in the pool of blood, advancing little by little toward the entrance of the ancient vault. He could finally go home. Right at this moment. A gust of cold wind swept past the hem of the great crimson theatrical robe. As Chen Ling walked forward, he casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Need. Crack. Yen Shitsai's body was twisted like a fried dough twist, and his already feeble aura of life instantly vanished. He lay emaciated in the pool of blood, his pupils dilated, staring at the sky. Upon this grayish-white earth, it was as if he was draped in a great crimson theatrical robe identical to Chen Ling's. Where did they go? Pu Wen shuttled across the wilderness, his gaze constantly sweeping the surroundings, searching for number 8's figure. According to the original plan, the 5 law enforcers who had stepped onto the way of the soldier god were to fight the 5 fire stealers, while he and Yen Shitsai joined forces to set a trap and eliminate the leading number 8. But unexpectedly, halfway through the plan, Yen Shitsai was chased away by a fire stealer. Just when he thought he had to pull and drag with number 8 by himself, number 8 also ran away. As this fight progressed, both teammates and enemies were gone, leaving only Pu Wen himself. Thud. Just as Pu Wen was puzzled, a light tremor came from the sky. He looked up, his eyes full of surprise. Beneath the sea of clouds, a black ribbon was gradually retreating back to the Dao foundation at the hilt of the sword. However, upon that ribbon, there was actually a figure gripping one end tightly, seemingly struggling with all his might. Isn't that the fire stealer? Number 8's figure rapidly distanced from the earth. He looked at that gradually approaching Dao foundation of the martial god path, his eyes full of excitement and madness. His palm reached into the black ribbon, grabbing consecutively several times, but only grabbing empty air. Yet he had no intention of stopping whatsoever, still constantly using object stealing. Finally, after consecutively stealing objects dozens of times, a dark red shard fell into his palm. This shard was about half the size of a palm. Compared to the complete Dao foundation of the martial god path, it was equivalent to a stone sliding down a mountain, but this was already the limit of what he could do. The moment this Dao base shard detached, the entire ancient vault of the military path suddenly trembled. The black ribbon shattered into nothingness on the spot. Losing his support, number 8 fell in mid-air, plummeting straight toward the earth. His target is the Dao foundation. Seeing this scene, Pu Wen's expression congealed. Pu Wen didn't understand the Dao foundation. Although there would be a corresponding Dao foundation in every ancient vault, people like them had no chance to come into contact with it. They only knew that this thing seemed very important to the ancient vault. By daring to steal the Dao foundation of the martial god path, the fire stealer would inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions. Pu Wen didn't think those existences deep within the ancient vault of the military path would allow them to leave this sea area. That fire stealer who stole the Dao base shard is third tier. Now Yan Shizai is missing, and I don't know where that guy Lu Xianming is. It's just me left, how am I supposed to handle him? Anobi. Pu Wen cast a glance in the direction number 8 fell, and then looked at the battlefield still engaged in a chaotic fight nearby, suddenly feeling a bit of a headache. The melee between the law enforcers and fire stealers was nearing its end. Of the 5 law enforcers who had stepped onto the way of the soldier god, 3 had already been killed. On the fire stealers' side, 2 had died as well. The casualties among the rest of the ordinary law enforcers were countless. Only a scant 3 or 4 figures remained fighting, and corpses littered the earth. Pu Wen did a rough calculation. Of the more than 70 people who originally entered the ancient vault, there were probably no more than 10 alive now. In nearly 100 years, there had never been such tragic casualties in the trials of the ancient vault of the military path. That group of enforcers in Aurora City were still thinking of relying on this opportunity to train more enforcers to recover their vitality. Who would have thought that these seedlings would all die in the ancient vault? If the ancient vault opened like this, wouldn't those 3 enforcers be scared to death on the spot? Pu Wen shook his head, throwing all the messy thoughts to the back of his mind, and charged straight in the direction number 8 fell. With the slaughter reaching this point, if they didn't eliminate that most troublesome fire stealer, no one would leave here alive. Meanwhile, falling from the sky, number 8 tightly gripped that Dao base shard and grabbed at the earth below with his palm. The hard stones were instantly stolen away, leaving only the soft sand and soil below. He smashed heavily onto it, sending large swathes of dust flying into the air. Even though it was soft underneath, this still gave number 8 a heavy fall. He staggered to his feet from the ground, only feeling pain in all his internal organs. But when he looked at the Dao base shard in his hand, joy still surfaced. Mission accomplished. Having stolen the military path divine core fragment, when he returned this time, his ranking should advance by a large chunk. He might even be able to enter the top 5. Just as number 8 was secretly rejoicing, a whistling sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind his head. He only felt a chill on the back of his neck and, without hesitation, rolled forward with a charge. Snicked. A long blade swept past number 8's scalp, shaving off a large patch of blood color. Before number 8 could see clearly who the newcomer was, that blade gleam hacked over again at an astonishing speed. Thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. With a lift of his fingertips, that cold glint pressing toward his brow vanished into thin air, instead being gripped in his palm. But that palm seemed to have expected the weapon's disappearance. Not only did the attack not stop, the palm mimicked a blade, covered in steel like black, and chopped toward Number 8's face like lightning. Number 8 immediately swung the blade to block. The blade's edge rubbed against the palm, sending out a burst of dazzling sparks, but the terrifying force still sent him flying several meters away. Number 8's combat experience was ultimately rich. He adjusted his figure in mid-air, finally landing steadily on the ground. He looked up ahead. A youth in black clothes and black pants was standing there, coldly shaking his chopped red palm. He dodged it, huh? Solemnity filled Lu Xuanming's brow. It's you. A cold glint flickered in Number 8's eyes. Lu Xuanming's attack just now came too suddenly. It was simply as if he had always been hiding beside him, abruptly striking when his vigilance was at its weakest. Just now, if not for Number 8's rich actual combat experience, his head would have probably been chopped off instantly. But now he had escaped a disaster, and the two sides had widened the distance. Under these circumstances, the scales of victory could not possibly tilt toward Lu Xuanming again. A law enforcer who has just stepped into the first tier actually dares to come and ambush me. Number 8 slowly straightened up, his right hand gripping the long blade tightly. Worthy of being the son of that famous enforcer, commendable courage. What a pity, you have no chance anymore. Lu Xuanming furrowed his brow. The soles of his feet violently stomped the ground, charging toward Number 8 like a ferocious beast. Number 8 stood in place calmly, his right hand grabbing at the void ahead. Steel, light, dot. Lu Xuanming's vision instantly plunged into darkness. Target vanished, environment vanished. This sudden anomaly caused Lu Xuanming's figure to stagnate. At the same time, a whistling blade light chopped towards his neck. That was his own blade. Lu Xuanming didn't even think. Iron raiment instantly covered his skin. A sharp sensation pierced through the hard iron raiment. His entire person was hacked to one side by this blade. Just as he was about to roll along with the momentum to dissolve the force, the clear sound of a bullet being loaded rang out. Click. Crap. A thought flashed through Lu Xuanming's mind. The next moment, a blood-colored flower burst forth from his thigh. Yu Xianming could determine where an attack was coming from by the direction of the airflow when the blade cut through the air, and use iron raiment in advance to defend, but he couldn't determine the shooting position of a bullet. Therefore, he was shot. The bullet pierced his thigh, causing Lu Xianming to completely lose his center of gravity. A huge force abruptly came from his chest, and his entire person was sent flying by a kick. Dust flew up. The visionless Lu Xianming fell heavily to the ground. He reflexively sat up from the ground, but at this moment he had completely lost his direction, having absolutely no idea where the enemy would attack from. Fresh blood trickled out from the bullet hole in his thigh, and his expression was incredibly ugly. Is this the oppressive feeling of the third tier? Even if it's just the path of the thief, which isn't good at fighting, it's still not something the first tier can deal with. On the barren wilderness, Number 8 carried a blade in one hand and held a gun in the other, walking expressionlessly toward Lu Xianming. He silently raised the muzzle, aiming at the brow of Lu Xianming, who was on guard all around in the darkness. Just as he was preparing to pull the trigger, a voice came from the side. Only this last one is left. Number 8 froze and turned to look. He saw Jian Changsheng, covered in blood, staring fixedly at him from not far away. His face, engraved with a hideous knife scar, was full of excitement and longing. Killing this one should be considered a great merit, right? He let out a loud laugh, his figure like an arrow of blood, rapidly charging toward here. Another one who stepped onto the way of the soldier god. Number 8 frowned slightly. Jian Changsheng's speed was extremely fast. Even Lu Xianming, who had activated iron raiment, couldn't possibly catch such speed. With just a blur, he crossed dozens of meters and arrived in front of Number 8. The latter's heart jolted, and he immediately fired several shots at him in succession. The bullets hit Jian Changsheng's body one after another, yet his speed surged wildly once more. A blood-stained fist whistled as it smashed toward number 8. Steel, light. Number 8 unhesitatingly activated his skill again. Jian Changsheng, who suddenly lost his vision, instantly became like Lu Xianming, sweeping past the surroundings like a headless fly. Just as number 8 slightly sighed in relief, a straight punch as heavy as a boulder solidly smashed into his chest. An empty set BS. This punch directly broke 2 of number 8's ribs. He violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and planted face first onto the ground. Lu Xianming closed his eyes. At some unknown time, he had felt his way to number 8's side. A pitch-black fist was clenched in mid-air, coldly facing number 8's direction. Your voice exposed your position, he spoke calmly. Number 8 endured the pain and climbed up from the ground, a vicious glint surfacing in his eyes. Right at this moment, a piece of Xian paper quietly drifted over his head. Bind. The character temporarily outlined with fresh blood gradually faded and vanished. Pu Wen, with empty hands, stood to the side, forming a hand seal with one hand. Number 8's figure instantly froze in place like a sculpture. 2 law enforcers who had lost their vision, and an immobilized fire stealer, entered a bizarre state of quietness on the battlefield. Several seconds later, Lu Xianming was the first to end his blind state. Like a cannonball, he crashed toward number 8. The latter also broke free from the immobilization half a second later. With one hand, he once again stole Lu Xianming's vision, and with the other hand, he raised the gun and fired 3 shots in succession. Damn it! Is his stealing limitless? Lu Xianming cursed inwardly. 3 bullets whistled as they shot into Lu Xianming's body. 2 of them were bounced off by the randomly covering iron raiment, while the last one pierced through his shoulder. The arm he originally used to clench his fist instantly hung down. Number 8 still wanted to fire, but found that the magazine had been emptied. Left with no choice, he could only discard it. At the same time, an intense pain transmitted from his waist and abdomen. Jian Changsheng's punch directly shattered number 8's kidney. Then, his hands followed the momentum to hug his waist, fiercely throwing him to the ground. Let's see how you run now. He sneered coldly. Jian Changsheng's vision was stolen late, so he hadn't recovered yet. However, he followed the sound of gunshots to find number 8, shattered his internal organs with a single punch, and mounted his entire person. Number 8 was ultimately 2 fists unable to match 4 hands. Although he heavily injured Lu Xianming, he was still flanked by Jian Changsheng. He glared fixedly at the tightly-eyed Jian Changsheng, gritted his teeth, directly stole his dagger into his hand, and frantically stabbed toward the other party's body. Jian Changsheng completely ignored number 8's attacks. He laughed loudly twice, his blood-colored fists smashing toward number 8 like a madman. It was obvious he wanted to trade injury for injury. At first, number 8 could still stab him a few times, every stab hitting a vital point. But as he was consecutively hit by several punches, his consciousness grew blurry. In the end, he could only lie on the ground like mud, allowing the rain-like punches to fall. Every punch hit flesh, every punch broke bones. Pu Wen, who had used up all his Xian paper, stared blankly at the bloody and hideous scene before him, his brows uncontrollably furrowing. Of course he recognized Jian Changsheng, but he didn't know what the other party had actually experienced to turn from a cowardly and humble lackey into such a desperate thug. Enough. Pu Wen spoke up. Jian Changsheng acted as if he didn't hear, fiercely smashing several more punches, sending flesh and blood flying. Enough. Pu Wen stepped forward and shouted again. Only then did Jian Changsheng stop his hands. He took a look at number 8, who was no longer in human shape beneath him, and slowly stood up. It's over. He said. This fire stealer was killed by me. The credit is also mine. He looked at Pu Wen, as if declaring some kind of sovereignty. No one will steal your credit. Pu Wen looked around. By the way, did you see Yan Shicai? I saw him. He was slaughtered by a fire stealer. Hearing this news, Pu Wen's brows locked tightly. His eyes stared at Jian Changsheng's eyes, seemingly wanting to see through him. The latter also stared at him without fear. On that hideous scarred face, no emotion could be seen. Lu Xianming let out a long sigh of relief and staggered to his feet. After recovering his vision, he walked to the nearby hill and gazed into the distance. They're all dead. What? They're all dead. Lu Xianming looked at the ancient vault of the military path, littered with corpses everywhere. Only the three of us survived. Pu Wen and Jian Chongqing froze. They also subsequently walked up that hill. Everywhere they looked, there was only blood and corpses. Whether it was the fire stealers or the law enforcers, no one was left standing. This melee was ultimately won by the law enforcers, although the victory was extremely tragic. Three blood-stained figures stood shoulder to shoulder on the hill, the gentle breeze rustling the hems of their clothes. An Azura, a heavenly wolf, and a scholar. They were the final winners of this world. Pu Wen's expression was somewhat ugly. Although he hated Yan Shizai, he was, after all, hired by the other party. With Yan Shizai dying in the ancient vault of the military path this time, the news returning to Aurora City would definitely cause a great chaos, and he himself was extremely likely to be held accountable. Lu Xianming didn't have much of an expression, but perhaps because he lost too much blood from being shot, his face was pale as paper. As for Jian Chongqing, he looked at the corpses covering the mountains and plains, remained silent for a few seconds, and instead began to laugh. The final winner is me. Clap, clap, clap. When everything was completely silent, a crisp sound of clapping came from behind. The three of them froze at the same time and turned to look. A figure draped in a great crimson theatrical robe was, at some unknown time, already sitting properly at the top of a blood-colored rock, smilingly looking down at the three of them. His hands, wearing a ruby ring, clapped lightly, like an audience member expressing sincere praise. Wonderful. He smiled. I seem to be able to experience the joy of being an audience. The appearance of that red-clad figure almost caused the hearts of the three people to stop abruptly. They stared blankly at that familiar face, their eyes full of astonishment and incomprehension. Even the normally steady Lu Xianming lost some color at this moment. Chenling. That fire stealer? Didn't he die a long time ago? One doubt after another leaped out of their minds. They instantly felt that their brains were somewhat insufficient. Only Pu Wen reacted first. He stared fixedly at Chenling and spoke hoarsely. I was just saying why things felt weird. Are you the one manipulating all this from behind the scenes? To be honest, I'm not too willing to explain it to you. Chenling paused for a moment. After all, villains often die from talking too much. The three people. Chenling slowly stood up, his eyes looking down at the three people below. The vermilion theatrical robe danced wildly in the wind, like a blood demon. The corners of his mouth hooked into a crazy arc. The three of you, come at me together. The three people on the hill exchanged a glance, their expressions all somewhat ugly. However, Jian Chongqing was still the first to rush out, charging toward Chenling like a mad dog. Lu Xianming pulled his long blade out from the ground backhanded and followed closely behind. Pu Wen, on the other hand, stood in place. He immediately bit his finger and rapidly began to write and draw on the ground. All of the seal characters he had reserved previously had been exhausted. The one that had just immobilized number 8 was also written on the spot. Now, he had to make a move once again. Chenling stood atop the towering mountain rock, unhurriedly reaching his finger toward his cheek and lightly tearing. A piece of facial skin floated away with the wind. At the same time, the Chenling standing there seemed to vanish out of thin air. Jian Chongqing and Lu Xianming froze simultaneously as a black afterimage rapidly flashed past the two of them. It was a black falcon. What kind of skill is this? Lu Xianming had never seen anyone who could transform into an animal. Even the path of the actor, famous for its changeability, could only change faces. Could this be a method of that bunch from the path of the witch god? The falcon passed through the two of them and transformed back into Chenling's appearance in midair. That vermilion color smashed down toward the earth behind them like a meteorite. Pu Wen, who was only short of the last stroke to finish writing a bind character, only felt something flash past him. Amidst splattering crushed stones, his wrist was already firmly clamped. Pu Wen looked in astonishment at the face close at hand. The latter, however, had already pressed the muzzle against Pu Wen's brow, smiling faintly. Good skill, unfortunately the wind-up is too slow. Bang! One shot, Pu Wen was killed. Having observed from behind the scenes for so long, Chen Ling had already seen through everyone's skills. Pu Wen's path of the scholar god was indeed strong in all aspects. Unfortunately, every time he used it, he had to pull out paper first. If he didn't have paper, he could only write it on the spot, R.A. Nigerian Nairobi. If it were right when they entered the ancient vault, Chen Ling definitely wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant as to fight 1 against 3. But now, Pu Wen had exhausted all his Xian paper, and Lu Xianming was heavily injured, losing an arm and a leg, his combat power already greatly discounted. Killing Pu Wen first at the start, otherwise, once he released the bind character later, he would very likely be instantly counterkilled. This was the most important link in Chen Ling's plan. Watching Pu Wen being precisely instant killed by Chen Ling, both Lu Xianming and Jian Changqing's pupils shrank. They exchanged a glance and tacitly turned around at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, rapidly closing in on Chen Ling. Jian Changqing's speed was the fastest, almost a blood-colored afterimage, arriving in front of Chen Ling in the blink of an eye. Chen Ling, however, pierced the ruby ring into Pu Wen's body, then slowly stood up and casually waved at him. Need. Smack. Jian Changqing's reaction was extremely fast. The moment the space twisted, he dodged to one side. Even so, one of his shoulders was still crushed into a blood mist. He let out a muffled groan, the ferocious glint in his eyes intensifying. However, losing an arm was extremely detrimental to his balance, especially when moving at high speeds. His figure subconsciously tilted to one side, almost planting face first onto the ground. And right in this brief interval, that great crimson theatrical robe was already fighting together with the black-clad Lu Xianming. The dagger and the long blade rubbed against each other in the air, sending out dazzling sparks. Lu Xianming saw that ring of Chen Ling's and spoke coldly. You killed Yan Shicai. So what? Chen Ling felt a huge force transmit from the tip of the blade, took advantage of the momentum to step back and unload the force, his figure as light as a fluttering butterfly, flashing behind Lu Xianming in an instant. Lu Xianming possessed iron raiment, and both his strength and defense were extremely strong. It was naturally impossible for Chen Ling to fight him head-on. He could only rely on the agility of the slaughter dance to fight him. As long as his speed was fast enough and the angle of his attacks tricky enough, Lu Xianming wouldn't have time to mobilize the iron raiment to defend. Lu Xianming already had one hand crippled by number 8. Holding the blade with one hand at this moment, he simply couldn't keep up with Chen Ling's offensive. He could only wretchedly block and retreat, waiting for Jian Changqing to come and relieve the siege. And Chen Ling, naturally, couldn't give him this chance. Chen Ling sidestepped like a ghost, evading Lu Xuanming's counterattack blade, and took advantage of the momentum to pierce his right hand wearing the ring into Lu Xuanming's wound. Frantic devouring power transmitted from within, and Lu Xuanming's figure visibly grew thin. Lu Xianming reacted very quickly, immediately swinging his blade to hack at Chen Ling's wrist, but was blocked mid-air by the dagger. After a brief contest of strength, Chen Ling was shaken back several steps. Before Lu Xianming could lift his blade to hack at him, he took the lead and lightly waved his finger at him. Need. A small-scale spatial distortion accurately landed on Lu Xuanming's hand holding the blade. His bones instantly shattered, and he released the long blade. In a flash of lightning, an afterimage rapidly flashed in front of him, and a cold glint pierced into his chest. Lu Xianming let out a muffled groan, his pupils glaring at the Chen Ling close at hand. After a moment, he fell straight to the ground. At the same time, a sound of breaking air rang out from behind Chen Ling. He nimbly dodged to the side, the short blade brushing past his cheek. The ferocious glint in Jian Changqing's eyes flickered, the dagger and short blade crossing blows in mid-air over a dozen times at an astonishing speed, evenly matched. After an explosive exchange of blows, both of them chose to widen the distance at the same time. The two streaks of red clothing stood on opposite sides of the battlefield, gazing at each other. Regardless of whether you are man or ghost, today you must die. Jian Chongsheng gritted his teeth tightly. He could feel the power of the Qianling before him. Even Pu Wen and Lu Xianming had been successively killed. But he had finally managed to reach this point. No matter what, he couldn't die here. His will constantly climbed, the aura of slaughter spreading in the surroundings. He let out a low roar, charging toward Qianling like a bolt of blood-colored lightning. Expressionlessly, Qianling raised his gun, the muzzle aiming at that rapidly approaching streak of blood color, and slowly spoke. For the restart of human civilization. I judge you to death. The Bai Qi command tablet is reacting. A sliver of doubt flashed through Qianling's mind. He gripped the Bai Qi command tablet in his hand and continued forward. The appearance of the Bai Qi command tablet was extremely strange to begin with, as if someone had passed it to him from deep within the ancient vault through the way of the soldier god. Now that Qianling had walked deep into the ancient vault, the Bai Qi command tablet was reacting again. Perhaps it was guiding him towards something. As Qianling gradually ventured deeper into the ancient vault, that giant sword that pierced through heaven and earth also slowly drew closer to him. An inexplicable chill lingered around him, as if it could freeze his bone marrow. This chill was not a physical coldness, but an indescribable feeling. It was like walking onto a mass grave mound in the middle of the night, that kind of hair-raising sensation of feeling like someone was staring at you. Qianling suddenly thought that, in a sense, he was also walking within a massive grave. A massive grave of war that had existed eternally since the birth of humanity. Qianling's gaze swept across the surroundings. Large-scale ravines were situated everywhere on the earth. No, those could no longer be considered ravines, but pits. The pits contained hundreds and thousands of figures, motionless like sculptures, resembling the terracotta warriors Qianling had visited. In the trial area, the largest ravine Qianling had seen only held 50 people. But here, a casual glance revealed pits starting with hundreds of people. As he went deeper, 1,000-person pits could be seen everywhere. It's getting colder and colder. Qianling's brows furrowed tightly. Just as the surrounding cold air made it unbearable for him, the Bai Qi command tablet in his hand grew increasingly hot. It was like a miniature sun grasped in his hand, the waves of heat driving all the cold air half a meter away. But holding the token, Qianling didn't feel burned. Instead, he inexplicably felt a sense of security. Where on earth did it want to guide him? Qianling's pace unconsciously quickened. As he gradually neared the black giant sword, he seemed to faintly see something flashing past around him. A feeling of being watched surged in his heart. But whenever Qianling turned to look, he couldn't see their shadows, as if it were just his hallucination. Deep within the ancient vault, there was something. Qianling's brows furrowed closer and closer. Just when he couldn't resist wanting to turn back the way he came, an incomparably massive pit appeared before his eyes. It was a circular pit with a diameter extending for several kilometers. Under the gloomy sky vault, one couldn't see its end at a glance. Standing at the edge of this pit, Qianling felt as insignificant as an ant. Shock surfaced in Qianling's eyes. Such a large pit, how many people could it hold? Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Even more. This was the largest pit Qianling had seen since entering the ancient vault of the military path. All those pits that refreshed soldiers earlier added up wouldn't be as large as this single pit. But strangely, this massive pit was empty. A Nigerian Naira Thailand baht yes. There were no slaughter projections that refreshed periodically inside. Without slaughter projections, in the center of the completely empty massive pit, only a desolate grave stood alone. A piercing chill emanated from within the pit. Even with the token in hand, Qianling couldn't help but shiver. His naked eyes couldn't see anything inside the massive pit, but he seemed to be able to hear the wailing of countless resentful souls, full of chilling kill aura, howling above the massive pit. Qianling suddenly remembered that he seemed to have read in a history book that Qin General Bai Qi had once buried 400,000 Zhao soldiers alive after the Battle of Chongping. It was also precisely because of this that Bai Qi's name as the God of Slaughter was passed down through the ages. Qianling's gaze landed on the center of the massive pit, upon that soul-desolate grave, his eyes narrowing slightly. This massive pit didn't spawn slaughter projections like the other pits. What replaced them was a desolate grave. Did this mean that this desolate grave was enough to rival hundreds of thousands of slaughter projections? Could that be? Chen-Ling glanced at the scorching hot token in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he still entered the massive pit and walked straight towards the desolate grave. As Chen-Ling approached, he slowly saw the full appearance of that desolate grave. Rather than a grave, it was more like a half-person-high burial mound. There was nothing in front of the mound, comparable to the mass grave mound Chen-Ling had buried people in previously. The dignified god of slaughter, Bai Qi, why was he buried in such a place? Chen-Ling's heart was full of doubt. He stopped in front of the desolate grave. The heat of the token in his hand slowly retreated, as if guiding Chen-Ling here was its purpose for existing. At the same time, a chilling coldness emerged around him. On the earth in front of the desolate grave, a line of blood-colored characters seemed to seep out from the bottom of the soil, slowly surfacing. 3 bows and 9 prostrations, I shall transmit to you divine abilities. The moment he saw this line of characters, Chen-Ling's brows couldn't help but furrow. Before he could react, an even colder aura exploded from the nothingness behind him. Countless scarlet eyes abruptly opened, their gazes piercing through the boundary of the theater, like an invisible world-ending ferocious beast roaring in anger. A violent wind swept up from within Chen-Ling's body, crashing violently towards the desolate grave opposite. Almost simultaneously, a stream of black kill aura, condensed to the point of almost possessing substance, surged frantically from the burial mound. It was as if the master of this desolate grave, standing from before endless years, was similarly casting a gaze filled with chilling killing intent towards this place. Boom! The 2 utterly terrifying auras collided in the massive pit, bursting outwards like circular waves. The aftermath overturned the surrounding sand, gravel, and soil, revealing the chilling blood color and piled up white bones beneath. On the land in front of the desolate grave, a large character formed by seeping fresh blood was incredibly hideous. Calamity. Chen-Ling stood at the edge where the 2 auras collided. The great crimson theatrical robe was blown fluttering wildly. He shielded his eyes with his hand. Black kill aura rolled around him, the terrifying oppressive feeling almost suffocating him. The audience started fighting with Bai Qi. This thought flashed through Chen-Ling's mind, and a sudden joy arose in his heart. If Bai Qi could contend with the audience, was it possible for him to completely eliminate the audience? If the audience died here, then he would also completely return to freedom. Once this thought arose, it was difficult to wave away. Unfortunately, things didn't go as smoothly as Chen-Ling thought. Through the gaps between his fingers, Chen-Ling could see that desolate grave trembling, seemingly about to shatter very soon. The scarlet eyes behind Chen-Ling gradually faded into nothingness, and that world-ending level of oppressive feeling subsided along with them. At the same time, the kill aura surging from the grave also receded back to the bottom of the pit. The enormous massive pit fell into dead silence once again. The exchange between the 2 sides came suddenly and went suddenly. If it weren't for the fact that a layer of the surrounding ground surface had been scraped off, revealing the scarlet blood color underneath, Chen-Ling would have probably thought everything just now was just an illusion. Chen-Ling's gaze fell on the desolate grave once again. On the surface of that burial mound, there were indeed many more cracks. It seemed that Bai Qi hadn't held the advantage in the exchange just now. Just as Chen-Ling was feeling regretful, another line of blood color seeped out from underground. The Bai Qi command tablet is reacting. A sliver of doubt flashed through Chen-Ling's mind. He gripped the Bai Qi command tablet in his hand and continued forward. The appearance of the Bai Qi command tablet was extremely strange to begin with, as if someone had passed it to him from deep within the ancient vault through the way of the soldier god. Now that Chen-Ling had walked deep into the ancient vault, the Bai Qi command tablet was reacting again. Perhaps it was guiding him towards something. As Chen-Ling gradually ventured deeper into the ancient vault, that giant sword that pierced through heaven and earth also slowly drew closer to him. An inexplicable chill lingered around him, as if it could freeze his bone marrow. This chill was not a physical coldness, but an indescribable feeling. It was like walking onto a mass grave mound in the middle of the night, that kind of hair-raising sensation of feeling like someone was staring at you. Chen Ling suddenly thought that, in a sense, he was also walking within a massive grave. A massive grave of war that had existed eternally since the birth of humanity. Chen Ling's gaze swept across the surroundings. Large-scale ravines were situated everywhere on the earth. No, those could no longer be considered ravines, but pits. The pits contained hundreds and thousands of figures, motionless like sculptures, resembling the terracotta warriors Chen Ling had visited. In the trial area, the largest ravine Chen Ling had seen only held 50 people. But here, a casual glance revealed pits starting with hundreds of people. As he went deeper, 1,000-person pits could be seen everywhere. It's getting colder and colder. Chen Ling's brows furrowed tightly. Just as the surrounding cold air made it unbearable for him, the Bai Qi command tablet in his hand grew increasingly hot. It was like a miniature sun grasped in his hand, the waves of heat driving all the cold air half a meter away. But holding the token, Chen Ling didn't feel burned. Instead, he inexplicably felt a sense of security. Where on earth did it want to guide him? Chen Ling's pace unconsciously quickened. As he gradually neared the black giant sword, he seemed to faintly see something flashing past around him. A feeling of being watched surged in his heart. But whenever Chen Ling turned to look, he couldn't see their shadows, as if it were just his hallucination. Deep within the ancient vault, there was something. Chen Ling's brows furrowed closer and closer. Just when he couldn't resist wanting to turn back the way he came, an incomparably massive pit appeared before his eyes. It was a circular pit with a diameter extending for several kilometers. Under the gloomy sky vault, one couldn't see its end at a glance. Standing at the edge of this pit, Chen Ling felt as insignificant as an ant. Shock surfaced in Chen Ling's eyes. Such a large pit, how many people could it hold? Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Even more. This was the largest pit Chen Ling had seen since entering the ancient vault of the military path. All those pits that refreshed soldiers earlier added up wouldn't be as large as this single pit. But strangely, this massive pit was empty. There were no slaughter projections that refreshed periodically inside. Without slaughter projections, in the center of the completely empty massive pit, only a desolate grave stood alone. A piercing chill emanated from within the pit. Even with the token in hand, Chen Ling couldn't help but shiver. His naked eyes couldn't see anything inside the massive pit, but he seemed to be able to hear the wailing of countless resentful souls, full of chilling kill aura, howling above the massive pit. Chen Ling suddenly remembered that he seemed to have read in a history book that Qin General Bai Qi had once buried 400,000 Zhao soldiers alive after the Battle of Chongping. It was also precisely because of this that Bai Qi's name as the God of Slaughter was passed down through the ages. Chen Ling's gaze landed on the center of the massive pit, upon that soul-desolate grave, his eyes narrowing slightly. This massive pit didn't spawn slaughter projections like the other pits. What replaced them was a desolate grave. Did this mean that this desolate grave was enough to rival hundreds of thousands of slaughter projections? Could that be? Chen Ling glanced at the scorching hot token in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he still entered the massive pit and walked straight towards the desolate grave. Reino yes. As Chen Ling approached, he slowly saw the full appearance of that desolate grave. Rather than a grave, it was more like a half-person-high burial mound. There was nothing in front of the mound, comparable to the mass grave mound Chen Ling had buried people in previously. The dignified god of slaughter, Bai Qi, why was he buried in such a place? Chen Ling's heart was full of doubt. He stopped in front of the desolate grave. The heat of the token in his hand slowly retreated, as if guiding Chen Ling here was its purpose for existing. At the same time, a chilling coldness emerged around him. On the earth in front of the desolate grave, a line of blood-colored characters seemed to seep out from the bottom of the soil, slowly surfacing. 3 bows and 9 prostrations, I shall transmit to you divine abilities. The moment he saw this line of characters, Chen Ling's brows couldn't help but furrow. Before he could react, an even colder aura exploded from the nothingness behind him. Countless scarlet eyes abruptly opened, their gazes piercing through the boundary of the theater, like an invisible world-ending ferocious beast roaring in anger. A violent wind swept up from within Chen Ling's body, crashing violently towards the desolate grave opposite. Almost simultaneously, a stream of black kill aura, condensed to the point of almost possessing substance, surged frantically from the burial mound. It was as if the master of this desolate grave, standing from before endless years, was similarly casting a gaze filled with chilling killing intent towards this place. Boom! The two utterly terrifying auras collided in the massive pit, bursting outwards like circular waves. The aftermath overturned the surrounding sand, gravel, and soil, revealing the chilling blood color and piled up white bones beneath. On the land in front of the desolate grave, a large character formed by seeping fresh blood was incredibly hideous. Calamity. Chen-Ling stood at the edge where the two auras collided. The great crimson theatrical robe was blown fluttering wildly. He shielded his eyes with his hand. Black kill aura rolled around him, the terrifying oppressive feeling almost suffocating him. The audience started fighting with Bai Qi. This thought flashed through Chen-Ling's mind, and a sudden joy arose in his heart. If Bai Qi could contend with the audience, was it possible for him to completely eliminate the audience? If the audience died here, then he would also completely return to freedom. Once this thought arose, it was difficult to wave away. Unfortunately, things didn't go as smoothly as Chen-Ling thought. Through the gaps between his fingers, Chen-Ling could see that desolate grave trembling, seemingly about to shatter very soon. The scarlet eyes behind Chen-Ling gradually faded into nothingness, and that world-ending level of oppressive feeling subsided along with them. At the same time, the kill aura surging from the grave also receded back to the bottom of the pit. The enormous massive pit fell into dead silence once again. The exchange between the two sides came suddenly and went suddenly. If it weren't for the fact that a layer of the surrounding ground surface had been scraped off, revealing the scarlet blood color underneath, Chen-Ling would have probably thought everything just now was just an illusion. Chen-Ling's gaze fell on the desolate grave once again. On the surface of that burial mound, there were indeed many more cracks. It seemed that Bai Qi hadn't held the advantage in the exchange just now. Just as Chen-Ling was feeling regretful, another line of blood color seeped out from underground. Assist in my resurrection, and I shall complete your wish. The moment he saw this line of words, Chen-Ling was stunned for a moment. Before he could recover his senses, a beam of blood light suddenly burst out from the ground and swept into the token in his palm. The surface of the Bai Qi command tablet was dyed with layers of blood color, which then quickly faded. Chen-Ling distinctly felt a fierce intent of slaughter emanating from within. Audience expectation value +7. Chen-Ling didn't know what had happened, nor did he know why the audience expectation value would increase with the integration of that blood light. He also didn't have time to think much, because right after the blood light disappeared into the token, the entire massive pit began to shake violently. The edge of the distant pit rapidly disappeared. The earth turned into countless fine grains of sand and stone, like a collapsing sandbox world, annihilating into the nothingness at the bottom of the ancient vault at an astonishing speed. A wave of annihilation was surging towards Chen-Ling, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Chen-Ling's pupils shrank slightly. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, his figure rushing back like a sword in the direction he came from. Amidst the collapse of this massive pit capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people, he was like a tiny, struggling ant, chasing after a sliver of hope for survival. Chen-Ling's speed had already been elevated to the extreme. Right at the instant the collapse was about to pull him in, he thrillingly escaped the range of the massive pit and staggered onto flat land. Damn it! What happened? Chen-Ling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked back, only to see that the original massive pit had completely vanished, replaced by an empty nothingness. When he looked down, it was as if he was looking down into an abyss. The next moment, the earth began to restore. That emptiness was filled by soil surging from an unknown source. Within just a few short seconds, it was completely leveled, as if the massive pit just now had never existed. Seeing this scene, Chen-Ling's mind involuntarily recalled the scene of the slaughter projections automatically restoring after being killed. So, that massive pit was also restored by some mechanism of the ancient vault of the military path. Chen-Ling glanced at the token in his hand, the doubt in his eyes growing increasingly dense. But he had no time to linger any longer. If nothing unexpected happened, those three enforcers were about to open the door to the ancient vault. He hid the token close to his body and quickly rushed back to the trial area. First, he ran to the entrance of the ancient vault and scratched the faces of all the corpses of the District 1 enforcers. Then, he threw them all off the cliff. After hesitating for a moment, he randomly threw the corpses of 2 Aurora City law enforcers down as well. After doing all this, Chen-Ling randomly found a place with the most and messiest corpses and sat down on the spot. At the same time, a low buzzing sound came from the entrance of the ancient vault. The ancient vault of the military path had been opened. Chen-Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. He casually picked up a short blade beside him, slowly pressed the edge of the blade against his abdomen, and forcefully slashed. His waist and abdomen were slashed open by a blade, and a large amount of fresh blood surged out from within. Chen-Ling's face visibly paled. Enduring the intense pain, he lay flat on his back amidst the messy corpses. In the pool of scarlet blood, that face paled to the point of not having a trace of blood color surfaced with an eerie smile. The performance is over. His eyes closed. Outside the ancient vault of the military path. The massive hull of the ship swayed gently with the ocean waves. Beneath the black sky vault, 3 figures draped in windbreakers stood tall at the bow, watching the slowly opening whirlpool. No. Time is up. A 4-stripe enforcer had his hands behind his back. I wonder how many will be able to step onto the way of the soldier god this year. According to previous year's situations, having 7 or 8 would be pretty good. It's estimated there will be even fewer this time. Don't forget, Yan Shizai brought that kid from the path of the scholar god inside. He wants to snatch others' kill aura, so the chances of others advancing will naturally decrease. Yan Shizai is cheating so blatantly, do the higher-ups really not care? Mind your own business. The 5-stripe enforcer spoke coldly. We just need to obey orders. The 2 4-stripe enforcers instantly shut up. As the whirlpool grew larger and larger, half a minute later, it had already returned to the size when the crowd entered. They stood at the bow of the ship, waiting for the law enforcers who had completed the trial to return from it. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the whirlpool remained deadly silent, without the slightest sign of anyone coming out from inside. What's going on? Did they remember the time wrong? The 4-stripe enforcer was very puzzled. They shouldn't have. Nothing happened inside, right? What could happen in such a peripheral trial? Losing 1 or 2 people is the limit. The other enforcer shrugged. They're probably still unwilling to give up and want to try again. Let's wait a bit. The 3 waited for another 10 minutes, but the whirlpool still had no reaction. Something's not right. The 5-stripe enforcer frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment. Let's go in and take a look. Ah. But our rank has already surpassed the 4th order, we'll be rejected by this place, right? The situation is urgent. As escorts, we have the secret treasure given by Aurora City as a token, allowing us to move around inside for a short period. Standing at the bow of the ship, he solemnly bowed towards the black giant sword that pierced through heaven and earth, then leaped and directly disappeared into the whirlpool. The other 2 enforcers exchanged a glance and closely followed. A feeling of the world spinning came over them, and the next moment, the 3 stood steadily at the edge of the cliff. A pungent smell of blood instantly rushed into their nasal cavities. The 3 enforcers frowned at the same time. When they saw the situation clearly at the edge of the cliff, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. They saw over 10 corpses of law enforcers scattered everywhere on the cliff, seeming as if most of them were killed by bullets. It was exactly that batch of people who had entered the ancient vault previously. What happened? The 4-stripe enforcer spoke in shock. How did so many people die? The 5-stripe enforcer's face was ashen. He quickly walked a circle among the corpses, his gaze locking onto one of the figures, and slowly squatted down. Something's not right. He grabbed the face of that corpse and looked closely for a while. Among this batch of law enforcers who entered the ancient vault, there was no such person. Are you saying someone sneaked into the law enforcers team? Who? The 5-stripe enforcer didn't answer. He immediately stood up and rapidly walked towards the depths of the ancient vault. The deeper they went, the more corpses there were. The massive ancient vault was deadly silent, and this dead silence was deafening in the ears of the three enforcers at this moment. Is that Yen Shitsai? A four-stripe enforcer raised his hand trembling, pointing to a certain corner. The other two abruptly turned their heads, seeing a skinny figure twisted into a fried dough twist in a pool of blood. They were stunned for a full moment before recovering their senses. It wasn't that they didn't recognize Yen Shitsai, it was truly because the flesh and blood-sucked Yen Shitsai looked too different from before. If they didn't carefully identify the details on his face, it would be hard for the three of them to connect this dried corpse dying with eyes wide open to the arrogant young Master Yen on the ship. It really is him. The other four-stripe spoke hoarsely, fear and dread surfacing in his eyes. Even Yen Shitsai died in the ancient vault. There's going to be a huge mess on Aurora City's side. Quick, see if there are any still alive. The three split up to search. One of them arrived under the hill where the slaughter was most tragic. Here, the corpses of dozens of law enforcers and fire stealers were piled together, as if they had gone through a life-and-death battle akin to a meat grinder. The more the three searched, the colder their hearts became. In the past 100 years, there had never been such large-scale casualties among newcomers. They couldn't figure out what on earth had happened inside within just 24 hours. Amidst the corpses covering the ground, a figure that already had no breath slightly moved a finger. This. The four-stripe enforcer's pupils shrank, and he immediately yelled. There's still one survivor here. As soon as these words came out, the other two enforcers rushed over like arrows. There's still someone alive. Wait, why is it him? Seeing Chen Ling, who was the only one left with a sliver of breath, astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the two. His lower abdomen should have been cut open during the battle, losing too much blood. That enforcer hesitated and looked at the five-stripe. If we don't treat him, he's really going to die. Do we save him or not? Everyone who entered the ancient vault died, and only Chen Ling, who they originally thought was bound to die, unexpectedly picked back up a life. At this moment, they lamented the impermanence of fate in their hearts, but were somewhat unable to make up their minds. Save him or not? The five-stripe enforcer cursed angrily. Are you crazy with stupidity? This is the only seedling left of the entire law enforcer team. If he dies, who will explain what happened here to Aurora City? Save him. At all costs. Save him for me. The two enforcers began to rescue Chen Ling on the spot. However, they didn't have any rescue equipment on hand, so they could only give him a simple bandage, and then rapidly took him to leave the ancient vault of the military path. With the departure of the crowd, the ancient vault of the military path plunged into dead silence once again. Above the wilderness littered with corpses, wisps of kill aura extended from the deepest part of the black giant sword, coiling beside one of the corpses like swimming snakes, frantically surging into it. After a brief few seconds, Jian Changsheng's dark red pupils abruptly opened. The center of the dim stage. Chen Ling, draped in a great crimson theatrical robe, slowly opened his eyes. Phew! He subconsciously touched his lower abdomen with his hand, breathing a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. In order to deceive the three enforcers, Chen Ling could only choose to cut his abdomen, this slowest and most tormenting method of suicide. If he had blown his own head off with a shot, his resurrection speed would be very fast, and it might be that before the enforcers found him, his wound would have already been repaired. Only this method of bleeding to death could maximize the extension of the death process. Moreover, even if he resurrected subsequently, it wouldn't be too shocking to the world. But the downside was, this way of dying was too painful. Blowing the head off is still more straightforward. Chen Ling slowly climbed up from the stage. His gaze fell on the audience seats. Although the exchange between the audience and the desolate grave just now was somewhat unexpected, there seemed to be no changes at present. Those countless pairs of scarlet eyes still stared at him neatly. Chen Ling was already accustomed to this eerie gaze. He walked straight to the screen and looked down. After he bled himself to suicide, the audience expectation value unsurprisingly decreased by 50%, dropping from 72% to 22%, hovering on the verge of loss of control. The good news was that at this moment, in the bottom right corner of the screen, the icon of a treasure chest was flickering once again. Chen-Ling reached out and lightly tapped the treasure chest. Da-da-da. Accompanied by impassioned music, a table appeared out of thin air in the center of the stage. On the white paper in the center of the desktop, a few lines of small characters quickly surfaced, a new section. Congratulations on completing the script, no one survived. The highest audience expectation value of this play, 72%. You obtained one designated gacha draw. After using it, you can designate a character from all the appearing roles in this play and randomly draw their ability. The probability of drawing a rare skill is related to the comprehensive audience expectation value of this play. Sure enough, completing the performance task on the stone steps can complete a play. Chen-Ling thought to himself. In the void in front of him, pages of paper manifested out of thin air. You're awake. As Chen-Ling's eyes opened, Chu Muyun's voice drifted over leisurely from the side. When they colluded with the law enforcers and forced ordinary people to death one after another, where were you? Where is your investigative power? Where is your enforcement power? The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed from rising, as if completing some kind of ritual, muttering to himself, the performance begins. Text surfaced on the script one after another, depicting all of Chen-Ling's experiences during this time. Seeing his life compiled into the script once again, there weren't too many fluctuations in Chen-Ling's heart. Or rather, he was already numb. When he finished reading the last sentence of the play, he slowly closed it. At the same time, his vision suddenly blurred. He seemed to have returned to that dreamscape again. The spotlight overhead rapidly dimmed, an endless dark night enveloping the world. An unreachable star hung overhead, with only a blood-colored road exuding an eerie aura twisting and extending towards the sky. And at this time, Chen-Ling was standing on the first step of this road. Complete a performance with at least 50 people participating, and ensure that after the performance ends, no one survives. As the light of the script in Chen-Ling's hand flashed, the second step in front of him trembled slightly. The line of small characters on its surface dissipated without a trace. Immediately after, a stream of pure spiritual power surged from his mind. To be honest, Chen-Ling actually didn't quite know what spiritual power was, nor had he almost ever perceived it. But at this moment it was as if a gushing spring appeared at the soles of his feet, frantically pouring into his body from this twisted divine path. His whole body seemed to have been washed. His originally exhausted spirit rapidly recovered. Only after completing the performance task above does one possess the qualification to step towards the next rank. Chen-Ling looked at that section of the step that had restored its original state, deep in thought. He tentatively lifted his foot and walked towards the second step. His soul easily passed through the original invisible barrier, but as he stepped, the spiritual power in his mind was frantically consumed. But when all his spiritual power was exhausted, the tip of his toe barely touched the step. It had only been a few days since he stepped onto the first tier. Wanting to step onto the second tier in one breath was still too early. Fortunately, the barrier of the second tier had now been lifted. Stepping onto the second tier was only a matter of time. Chen-Ling retracted the foot he had stepped out. The next moment, the environment around him rapidly shattered, and his whole person returned to the center of the stage once again. Chen-Ling held the script and looked around. Countless playing cards fluttered in mid-air, then neatly fell onto the desktop. The small characters originally on the paper completely disappeared. Replacing them was a short line of words. Please write down the name of the role you want to draw on the paper. Chen-Ling picked up the pen and, with almost no hesitation, wrote a name on the paper. Jian Changsheng. Chen-Ling certainly had other choices, such as the fire stealers. Although their face-stealing skill was incredibly useless to Chen-Ling, steel objects and the steel light, used by number 8 were still very good, as well as the seal character of the Path of the Scholar God. The key problem was that after he learned these skills, he simply had no chance to use them. If Chen-Ling wanted to perfectly disguise his identity as a law enforcer openly, he must have a presentable, justifiable first-tier skill of the way of the soldier god. And currently, there were only 2 first-tier skills that had appeared, Jian Changsheng's and the others. Chen-Ling had seen the terror of the Azura path with his own eyes. A first-tier skill could make Jian Changsheng, this loser in life, suddenly turn into a super genius, and even fight back and forth with him. Overall, Jian Changsheng's Azura first tier was his best choice. As Chen-Ling wrote down Jian Changsheng's name, all the other playing cards on the table disappeared. Only a solitary blue card was left, placed in front of him. Chen-Ling reached out his hand and grabbed towards this playing card. Skill, Blood Raiment. Affiliation, Way of the Soldier God, Azura Path, first tier. Character, Jian Changsheng. Chen-Ling absorbed this playing card. After closing his eyes in place for a moment, he muttered to himself. Blood Raiment, huh? No wonder. The Blood Raiment skill was different from the Iron Raiment of other paths. It didn't possess extraordinary defense and strength. Its only characteristic was that the more injured one was, the higher the combat power, especially in terms of strength and speed. At the same time, the vitality of a Blood Raiment owner would be raised by a large chunk. Unless it was an absolute fatal injury like a headshot, other injuries would be very difficult to completely kill them. This also explained why Jian Changsheng was like an unkillable cockroach, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. This skill also filled Chen-Ling's current shortcoming, which was his overly mediocre physical fitness. Even with the slaughter dance, it was very difficult to exert all his power. Next time before a fight, I'll stab myself 3 times first. Chen-Ling thought to himself. After Chen-Ling finished drawing the skill, the intermission time was completely over. He only felt a bout of dizziness as the world spun, and his consciousness fell back towards his body. How is it, can he still live? I don't know. We've been rescuing him for so long, but there's still no reaction. The 4-stripe enforcer shook his head and spoke bitterly, there's probably no hope. Hearing this, the 5-stripe enforcer's face was gloomy enough to drip water. He gritted his teeth and growled low. Keep rescuing. Bring out the hormones at the bottom of the box. If he can't be saved, we all have to die. The 2 enforcers exchanged a glance and immediately went to prepare the hormone injection. Right at this moment, a faint sound, like a mosquito or fly, came hoarsely. I. The 3 enforcers froze at the same time, and then wild joy surfaced on their faces. He's still alive. He's still alive. Chen-Ling, can you hear me speaking? How do you feel? Under the expectant gazes of the 3 enforcers, Chen-Ling opened his eyes with difficulty. His unfocused pupils slowly focused, and he opened his mouth, with a Acuto. Where is this? This is on the ship. We've already brought you out from the ancient vault. The 5-stripe enforcer asked anxiously, Chen-Ling, what exactly happened in the ancient vault of the military path? Hearing the words ancient vault of the military path, Chen-Ling's pupils visibly contracted. He seemed to have recalled some terrifying matter. Only after a long time did he spit out 3 words with difficulty. Fire. Stealers. The hearts of the 3 enforcers skipped a beat. Just as I thought. The 5-stripe enforcer clenched his fists tightly, a glint flashing in his eyes. Only they could steal faces and sneak into the law enforcers' team. But when exactly did they make their move? It was the train. What? The fire stealers attacked the train of the District 1 enforcers. Then all of them disguised themselves as them, and sneaked into the ancient vault. Chen-Ling's fists couldn't help but clench as he spoke hoarsely. After they entered the ancient vault, they started a massacre. The law enforcers from our District 3, District 5, and District 6, as well as a few law enforcers from Aurora City, were strafed and killed by them, all falling below the cliff. I happened to be coerced by Yen Shitsai at the time and was separated from them, which is how I escaped a disaster. They actually attacked a train. That's not right. There's no news of an attack from the Railway Bureau. I'll check again after going ashore. How many people came from District 1 in total? I think it was 9. The 5-stripe enforcer frowned slightly. The corpses of the several fire stealers he had seen flashed through his mind, seemingly calculating the number. Chen Ling continued, then, that Pu Wen used some kind of paper to freeze them all. Lu Xianming killed one with a slash, and Yan Shicai also used a ring to push the other two down the cliff. That Pu Wen shouted, and we fled separately. This matches up. The five-stripe enforcer nodded slightly. I was very scared at the time and fled alone to a place with no one. But I saw several streams of the way of the soldier god descending on other places. Later, Yan Shicai said he was going to encircle and suppress the fire stealers, and then they started fighting. Yan Shicai said that. The five-stripe enforcer spoke in surprise. Yes, he said that group of fire stealers stole his ring. The kill aura on him was very heavy at the time, he seemed very angry. And then what? And then they started fighting. I originally wanted to keep hiding until the end, but it just so happened that a fire stealer being chased ran towards me. I fought him desperately and killed him. Then, I saw a stream of the way of the soldier god smash into my face, and I lost consciousness. Chen Ling finished his narrative, his eyes full of sincerity and pain. The three enforcers exchanged a glance, all seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. At this point, the causes and consequences of the matter had basically been sorted out, but for more specific details, Aurora City would probably still have to send someone in to verify. So, you also stepped onto the way of the soldier god? I think so. Chen Ling answered uncertainly. Which path? Azura. Hearing these two words, shock surfaced in the eyes of all three enforcers. They looked at Chen Ling in astonishment, seemingly not expecting his talent to be so terrifying. All right, you rest well first. The five-stripe enforcer took a deep breath. After we go ashore, we will conduct a more detailed investigation. This accident is extremely serious. You must be prepared to respond to Aurora City's interrogation at any time. Chen Ling gave a sound of acknowledgement and closed his eyes wearily. The three enforcers pushed the door and left. As the ship gradually distanced itself from the domain of the ancient vault of the military path divine core fragment hidden in Chen Ling's clothes suddenly trembled. The three enforcers stood on the deck, looking back at the pitch-black night sky above the ancient vault of the military path. What do you guys think? This incident is too atrocious. After going ashore, we must notify Aurora City immediately. By the way, haven't the fire stealers always been active in the southern realm? Why did they suddenly run to the Aurora domain? I don't know. Before the crowd could finish their words, that black giant sword piercing through heaven and earth let out a low rumble of thunder. A chilling killing intent instantly locked onto this ship that was about to leave the domain. The killing intent of the way of the soldier god. The expressions of the three enforcers changed drastically. What's going on? What disturbed those existences deep within the ancient vault? Almost at the same time, Chen Ling inside the room also opened his eyes. He could feel a current of heat flashing across the surface of the Bai Chi command tablet. After this warm current flashed past, the killing intent released from the ancient vault of the military path rapidly subsided, as if everything just now was just an illusion of the crowd. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? The four-stripe enforcer looked at the calm surface of the frozen sea, his eyes full of confusion. The ancient vault of the military path indeed had a reaction. The five-stripe enforcer spoke immediately. But why? Something's not right. What's not right? That Chen Ling who came out of the ancient vault is not right. The five-stripe enforcer's expression froze. He abruptly turned to look at the cabin. Just as the three of them were about to make a move, an imperceptible white light flashed across the sky above. The three were instantly stunned in place. They stood in place like sculptures for a long time before suddenly speaking again. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? The ancient vault of the military path indeed had a reaction. But why? The five-stripe enforcer thought seriously for a while. It seemed an idea was about to jump out of his mind, but he just couldn't recall it no matter what. It should be that something on this ship attracted the killing intent of the ancient vault of the military path. What is it? The only one who came out from the ancient vault seems to be Before he finished speaking, another white light flashed across the sky above. The pupils of the three lost focus once again, staring blankly into the nothingness, as if they had lost something. This time, the three paused for a full 10 seconds before recovering their senses. What do you guys think? This incident is too atrocious. After going ashore, we must notify Aurora City immediately. By the way, haven't the Fire Stealers always been active in the Southern Realm? Why did they suddenly run to the Aurora domain? On the deck, the initial conversation of the three was eerily repeated. They seemed to have completely forgotten the scene of the mutation of the ancient vault of the military path just now, as well as their suspicion of Chen-Ling. It was as if an invisible giant hand had quietly stolen that half-minute of memory from their minds. The steam from the ship rose, completely sailing out of the black sky vault of the ancient vault of the military path. The dim sunset pierced through the clouds once again, spilling onto the surface of the frozen sea. On a massive, pristine white floating ice, a hand slowly lifted the brim of a white baseball cap, revealing half a face. A silver snake-shaped earring looked like gold under the dusk. The highly oppressive ship crashed head-on towards the floating ice like a mountain. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. The Bai Chi command tablet had a reaction. Inside the cabin, Chen-Ling frowned at the token in his palm, puzzlement surfacing in his eyes. He didn't know the ship had just sailed past the edge of the ancient vault of the military path. He only knew that in that instant, the Dao base shard and the Bai Chi command tablet reacted one after another, and then returned to their original state within a second, as if nothing had happened. Ranobes. Just as Chen-Ling was deep in thought, a white figure suddenly flashed past his peripheral vision. Chen-Ling's heart jolted. He quickly put away the token and looked in that direction. Unknowingly, a slender figure in white was already leaning quietly against the inner wall of the cabin, like a ghost. Who? When did he come in? Two questions instantly surged into Chen-Ling's mind. One must know that this cabin had one and only one entrance, and all around were thick steel walls. There was absolutely no place for a person to enter. And Chen-Ling could be sure that before this, he was the only person in the cabin. Chen-Ling's brain ran rapidly, and in a split second, he made a reaction. He raised his right hand, lightly tapped the center of his brow, and chanted piously and sincerely. Usurp the heavenly Tao, seize heaven and earth. Fire Stealer number 13 respectfully welcomes the thief saint. Cold sweat frantically seeped out from Chen-Ling's back. The man in front of him wasn't wearing the black coat of a law enforcer, indicating he was definitely not someone from Aurora City. And his infiltration hadn't caused the slightest commotion. This meant either the three enforcers outside had already been slaughtered by him, or his strength was sufficient to swagger into the cabin without the enforcers noticing at all. Whichever case it was, it meant this man's strength was far above the three enforcers. Extremely strong, not an enforcer, and suddenly appearing right after leaving the ancient vault of the military path. Either he was the Fire Stealer's thief Saint Bai Yi, or a member of the Dusk Society coming to receive him. Considering the worst-case scenario, Chen-Ling opening his mouth with the Fire Stealer doctrine was absolutely not wrong. That figure slowly raised his head. Under the white baseball cap, a pair of sharp eyes locked onto Chen-Ling, icy cold like freezing ice. Number 13. His voice didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Where are the others? They were all exposed. They clashed with the law enforcers in the ancient vault and all died in battle. Regret surfaced in Chen-Ling's eyes. Number 8 perished together with 3 law enforcers who had stepped onto the divine path. I only barely managed to pick back up a life. Where is the Dao base shard? Didn't get it. Didn't get it. He raised an eyebrow. Then, what is this? He pulled his palm out of his pocket. At some point, a dark red crystal shard had appeared in his palm. It was precisely the one Chen-Ling had originally hidden on his body. Chen-Ling's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Damn it, how are the hands of these thieves so fast? Dao base shard? Chen-Ling feigned surprise and replied. Senior Thief Saint, where did you get that? Where? From you, of course. The man had only spoken halfway when Chen-Ling shot out from the bed like an arrow, charging straight towards the cabin door at an astonishing speed. Right at the instant his palm was about to touch the door, his vision suddenly blurred. When he recovered his senses again, he had already been moved in front of that mysterious figure. He stole Chen-Ling's position. Chen-Ling's reaction was extremely fast. Realizing he couldn't escape, he simply went with the flow and chopped a palm towards the other party's neck. At the same time, the other party chuckled softly. "Your injuries haven't healed yet, don't move around recklessly." 6 of hearts. Hearing the last 3 words, Chen-Ling's palm abruptly stopped right before the other party's neck. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. That person lightly raised his hand, and a playing card appeared out of thin air, pinched between his 2 fingers. Queen of Hearts. Human civilization will never extinguish. He slowly opened his mouth. "I'm here to receive you, newcomer." Chen-Ling looked at that red card face depicting a queen, stunned for a long time before recovering his senses. "You are a member of the Dusk Society?" Chen-Ling asked blankly. "Then, what about the thief saint, Bai Yi?" That person looked at Chen-Ling, smiling without speaking. "You are the Fire Stealer's thief saint Bai Yi, and at the same time the Dusk Society's Queen of Hearts." Chen-Ling finally reacted. "You are also an undercover agent." "I'm not an undercover agent. Thief Saint is my original identity. It's just that I chose betrayal." Bai Yi casually put away the playing card, seemingly not intending to explain more on this issue. "Speaking of which, as a newcomer who just joined the society, you completed this mission very well." "Wait a minute." Chen-Ling's brain couldn't quite wrap around it. "You are the Fire Stealer's thief saint, and you sent people to sneak into the ancient vault to steal the Dao base shard. Then why did you simultaneously find me and ask me to steal the shard too?" "Good question." Bai Yi had long guessed that Chen-Ling would ask, spreading his hands to explain. "But you overlooked one problem. I am the thief saint indeed, but I am not the boss of the Fire Stealers. Sending them to steal the Dao base shard was the boss's decision. I'm only responsible for receiving them." "Then why didn't you wait for them to steal the shard out and then steal it yourself?" Right as Chen-Ling asked this question, he thought of the answer himself, speaking thoughtfully, "I understand. Your status within the Fire Stealers has climbed too high. Once you steal the shard at this time, you will inevitably be exposed." "Smart." Bai Yi smiled. "Therefore, I needed you, to perform a good play with me." Of course, Bai Yi could rob the shard stolen by the Fire Stealers, but if he did so, his identity as the Thief Saint would be useless, and the Fire Stealers would inevitably do their utmost to hunt him down. For him, doing so was definitely not worth the loss. But if the shard was snatched away by someone else in the ancient vault, that would be different. Figuring all this out, Chen-Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He returned to the bed and sat down, the last large stone in his heart finally dropping. He could control the performance within the ancient vault of the military path, but once he left the ancient vault, the development of matters was beyond the scope of his abilities. Whether it was the 3 enforcers or the thief Saint Bai Yi, neither were existences he could contend with. His only hope was pinned on that mysterious receiver. But he didn't expect the receiver and the thief Saint Bai Yi to actually be the same person. "Your acting just now was quite real." Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "I almost thought you had really been swapped out by number 13. Chen-Ling chuckled dryly twice, not speaking. Bai Yi put the Dao base shard away properly and continued, "I've already stolen the memory of those 3 enforcers regarding the mutation of the ancient vault of the military path. They won't suspect you again. Can you get away by yourself next?" "I can." Chen-Ling nodded. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, could you do me one more favor?" "Speak." "Help me hide these 2 things above the crossbeam at District 3, Frost Street number 128. Chen-Ling handed the Bai Chi command tablet and the red ring to Bai Yi. The latter took them, looked carefully a few times, and spoke in surprise, "This thing has the aura of the way of the soldier god, good stuff. Brought it out from the ancient vault?" "Yes." "Alright, anything else?" Chen-Ling shook his head. Just as Bai Yi was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and pulled a piece of paper from his clothes with a strange expression. "There's one more thing I want to ask you. What is the meaning of this message you sent me?" Chen Ling took the note in confusion. Upon seeing the two blood-colored words on it, he suddenly froze in place. "Go to hell." Chen Ling clearly remembered that this wasn't what he wrote in the grocery kiosk back then. Was this the audience's doing again? This, was an accident. Chen Ling explained vaguely. Bai Yi gave him a strange look, but still withdrew his gaze and waved his hand casually. "I'm off. See you in Aurora City." The next moment, his figure vanished out of thin air. "See you in Aurora City." A hint of doubt flashed through Chen Ling's mind. Why were this group of Dusk Society members all running towards Aurora City one by one? Chu Muyun was like this, and Bai Yi was the same. NBS. Without the Dao base shard and the Bai Chi command tablet, Chen Ling felt entirely relaxed. He lay directly on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. A few hours later, the ship slowly docked at Winter Harbor. An enforcer supported the weak Chen Ling back onto land. As soon as Chen Ling disembarked, he saw dozens of law enforcers wearing the black and red uniform having already blockaded the entire Winter Harbor. The originally bustling harbor was now left with only a killing atmosphere and coldness. Seeing this lineup, Chen Ling knew that the Aurora City side had already received the news. Over 70 law enforcers on whom Aurora City had placed their expectations entered the trial of the ancient vault of the military path, and the result was only one survived. To Aurora City, this was undoubtedly earthquake-level bad news. "Are you Chen Ling?" A six-stripe enforcer stepped forward, frowning at Chen Ling. "Yes." That six-stripe enforcer gave a look to the surrounding law enforcers. "Search him." Without a word, 3 law enforcers rushed directly to Chen Ling's side and searched him entirely from top to bottom, falling just short of stripping him naked on the spot. Under a search of this level, it was simply impossible for Chen Ling to hide anything. Of course, they were destined to find nothing. No other items. A law enforcer answered softly. "Apologies, Chen Ling." The six-stripe enforcer spoke again with an unquestionable tone. "Next, we need to verify your face to prevent a fire stealer from taking your identity." As soon as this sentence came out, Chen Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. To be honest, he had long guessed the hurdle of face verification. Since Aurora City knew that fire stealers had sneaked into the ancient vault of the military path, they naturally had to take precautions. Not to mention, he was the only survivor to walk out of it. From the moment he stepped out of the ancient vault, Chen Ling was destined to undergo the most rigorous investigation of the entire Aurora domain. A law enforcer drew a short blade from his clothes and slowly walked towards Chen Ling. Before he could make a move, Chen Ling broke free from the law enforcers on both sides and, with a backhand motion, pulled his own dagger from his clothes. This scene directly frightened the numerous law enforcers around him. They instantly went on guard, and that six-stripe enforcer's gaze also sharpened. "I'll do it myself." Expressionlessly, Chen Ling pierced the sharp point of the dagger into his cheek and then slowly sliced it open bit by bit. Scarlet fresh blood dripped along the blade, exposing the flesh and blood beneath the skin. A whimpering cold wind blew through the dead silent harbor. Under the nervous gazes of everyone, this young man who was cutting his own face open with his own hands smiled. With his sliced cheek looking bloody and terrifying, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked softly. "Look at my face, is it real?" District 3. Law Enforcer Headquarters. "Brother Meng. Brother Meng." A figure forcefully pushed the door open and hurriedly ran into the office. "What happened?" Han Meng, who was sitting behind the desk, frowned slightly. "Why are you panicking like this?" "It's Aurora City. News has come from Aurora City's side." "Aurora City?" Han Meng seemed to have thought of something. "Did Jiang Qin, Chen Ling, and the others come out of the ancient vault?" "Dead." "What?" Han Meng was stunned. "All dead." The law enforcer repeated once. "The fire stealers ambushed the ancient vault of the military path." All the law enforcers who entered the ancient vault were killed. Except for. Han Meng's face instantly turned ghastly pale. His whole person abruptly stood up from his seat, and a terrifying oppressive aura instantly filled the room. Except for what? Except for Chen-Ling. He said. Aurora City's side said Chen-Ling is the only survivor. Han Meng froze in place. They found Chen-Ling in a pile of corpses. When they found him, it said he had already lost too much blood and was close to dying. What about now? Has he been rescued? He's been saved. But it said he was detained at Winter Harbor, saying he has to accept Aurora City's investigation and interrogation. Among the batch of law enforcers who entered the ancient vault this time, there is a young master from the Stars Chamber of Commerce, and also the son of a seven-stripe enforcer. Their two families have already sent people to Winter Harbor. I don't know if they want to. Hearing the last sentence, Han Meng seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing. Before the law enforcer could say anything more, he pushed the door and walked out. The black windbreaker disappeared at the end of the snowfield at an astonishing speed. As Chen-Ling cut open his own face with his own hands, Winter Harbor became so quiet that only the sound of the wind remained. For some reason, as everyone looked at Chen-Ling's sliced open face and that faint smile, they felt a hair-raising sensation. That's enough. The six-stripe enforcer finally spoke. Take him to the room to treat his injuries first, and at the same time prepare him to accept questioning. Two law enforcers breathed a sigh of relief. They supported Chen-Ling and walked straight towards a small cabin not far away. This small cabin was clearly temporarily commandeered, probably some household's private residence. It was cramped and dim. Chen-Ling was supported into it and sat down by the bed. After the two law enforcers brought him gauze and medicine, they let him wait there. Chen-Ling heard them push the door and go out, but they didn't leave. Instead, they stood guard outside the door. Chen-Ling merely applied some medicine to his face simply and bandaged it twice, and didn't bother with it anymore. After all, for him who possessed formless, a face was just a consumable. As long as he tore off this layer of facial skin, it would still be a flawless face. Over the next half hour, 4 or 5 batches of people arrived one after another. Some were law enforcers, some were politicians within Aurora City, and the rest, even Chen-Ling didn't know their backgrounds, but they should be big shots within Aurora City. They asked about the process and details of the matter over and over again, especially the deaths of Yan Shizai and Lu Xianming. Chen-Ling directly pushed Yan Shizai's death onto Jian Changsheng. As for Lu Xuanming's death, he pushed it onto number 8. Strictly speaking, Chen-Ling actually wasn't lying. He merely omitted some details and displaced the actions of some characters. Even if these people entered the ancient vault again and carefully searched the entire crime scene, they would hardly be able to find any flaws, unless they entered the abyss at the bottom of the cliff and found the corpses of the District 1 enforcers that he had thrown down. But even if they found them, their faces had all been scratched by Chen-Ling. Under the condition that their bodies had been smashed into meat paste, it was almost impossible to confirm their identities. Soon, the law enforcers received news again. In a warehouse near Winter Harbor, they found an empty K-18 train that was suspected to have merged with some kind of ritual artifact. This discovery further corroborated Chen-Ling's testimony. The fire stealers had indeed completed the face-swapping by attacking the train. The K-18 train connected the 7 great districts. A train that simply didn't exist in the files carrying away the District 1 enforcers from the starting station basically wouldn't arouse suspicion. Moreover, the fire stealers cleaned the train too thoroughly, fundamentally leaving no clues behind. As for whether it was possible that those swapped were from other districts, everyone hadn't suspected it at all, because Chen-Ling had no need to lie about this matter. Moreover, the fact that he himself had ridden a train and hadn't been replaced was the best evidence. So, is the interrogation over? Chen-Ling rubbed the corners of his eyes wearily. When can I go back? It should be soon. A law enforcer guarding the door answered hesitantly. Should be. After all, this is the first time such a serious trial accident has happened. It involves too much. Moreover, The Star's Chamber of Commerce and that seven-stripe enforcer are not to be trifled with. They originally hoped their legacy successors could go experience trials and step onto the divine path, but in the end, they all died inside. Tell me, would they be willing to let the matter drop? Reno, yes. Hearing this, Chen-Ling's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. What does this have to do with me? The ones who killed them were the fire stealers. But the fire stealers are all dead too. The law enforcer said meaningfully. Everyone died, yet only you survived. If they want to seek revenge against the fire stealers, they can only start with you, attempting to find more clues. But I've already told you everything I know. What if you concealed something? These major families always have some means to make people spit out everything they know, and can even reconstruct everything you've seen. Only by doing so will they feel at ease. Of course, after doing this, a normal person either dies or goes crazy. Chen-Ling's heart instantly sank. If that group of people in Aurora City really used such means on him, wouldn't everything be exposed? Doesn't this count as them using lynching? Do the law enforcers not care? It does. This is expressly forbidden by Aurora City. But tell me, among these law enforcers and enforcers, who is willing to go against them? If they want to take you away, who dares to stop them? Chen-Ling fell silent. At this moment, this law enforcer also seemed to realize he had spoken too much and quickly explained, "Brother, I was just saying casually. It might not necessarily happen." Chen-Ling didn't continue the conversation. He suddenly remembered that the batch of people who repeatedly asked him about the details of Yan Shizai and Lu Xuanming's deaths just now all looked somewhat gloomy after finishing their questions. Audience expectation value +5. A bad premonition surged into his heart. He closed the room door and began to ponder indoors. If someone really wanted to take him away, how should he break the deadlock? Run. With so many enforcers surrounding the outside, where could he run to? Right at this moment, a low murmur of conversation came from outside the door, followed immediately by the door of the house being pushed open. Outside the door was a man wearing black clothes. What he wore wasn't the standard windbreaker of an enforcer, but an expensive and warm fabric. Two law enforcers followed behind him, one of whom was the one who had just spoken with Chen-Ling. His gaze towards Chen-Ling was full of pity. Law enforcer Chen-Ling. The man leading slowly spoke. Come with me for a trip. Where to? Aurora City. Chen-Ling's brows furrowed tightly. Who are you? Why do I have to go to Aurora City? Who I am isn't important. What's important is, today you must come with me. The man's gaze sharpened, and a terrifying oppressive aura was released from within his body, drowning Chen-Ling like a tsunami. The phantom of a divine path surfaced. It was a divine path that Chen-Ling had only seen not long ago. The path of the scholar god. With Chen-Ling's current spiritual power, comparing it to the other party was simply a world of difference. There was no doubt that the other party's rank must be above the fourth order, but hadn't reached the fifth tier, because compared to the aura of that five-stripe enforcer, there was still a gap. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the manpower sent by the Star's Chamber of Commerce or that seven-stripe enforcer. Because taking Chen-Ling away overtly violated Aurora City's regulations, they couldn't directly send enforcers to take action. They could only mobilize some strong individuals outside the system. And this path of the scholar god possessor in front of him was clearly their person. What if I refuse? Chen-Ling spoke, emphasizing every word. Refuse? The man chuckled lightly. I'd like to see how you refuse. As his voice fell, he casually took out a paper talisman from his clothes and waved it casually at Chen-Ling. The four large words on the paper instantly shone brightly. Imperial command to follow. A ray of light swept from the paper talisman into Chen-Ling's body. Chen-Ling's entire body jolted. No matter how hard he tried, he could no longer move his body even a fraction. What kind of path of the scholar god's skill is this again? Chen-Ling's expression was incredibly gloomy. Although he couldn't move his body, it seemed his speech wasn't restricted. He spoke coldly. Illegally detaining a law enforcer of the Aurora domain, you are committing a crime. Illegal detention. Who saw it? Hearing this sentence, the two law enforcers behind him immediately turned around, their gazes fixed on the sky of Winter Harbor, as if they knew nothing about what was happening inside the room. "Kid, don't be too naive. This world isn't that reasonable." The man glanced at him and turned to walk out of the room. Audience expectation value +5. Chen Ling only felt his body as if it were pulled by strings, involuntarily following. The bone-chilling wind from the frozen sea poured into Winter Harbor. Chen Ling, wearing only thin clothes, slowly walked into the snowfield. Chen Ling frowned and swept his peripheral vision around. The law enforcers who had originally surrounded Winter Harbor so tightly that not a drop of water could leak out had left at some unknown time. The remaining few busy law enforcers who saw this also subconsciously turned their heads away and took a detour. Chen Ling's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Although he had guessed that the power of the Star's Chamber of Commerce was extremely massive, he hadn't expected them to be able to so openly violate the rules of Aurora City and take him away directly from Winter Harbor. The order and rules of the Aurora domain were far more chaotic than he had thought. Chen Ling followed behind the man like a puppet. His brain ran rapidly, trying to find a way out of his predicament. Unfortunately, he couldn't even move a finger now. He just followed the man like this, walking through the bustling streets of Winter Harbor and arriving at a simple and crude train station platform. 2 train tickets for the K-15 train to Aurora City, thank you. The man walked to the ticket booth and spoke politely. The ticket seller glanced at him and Chen Ling behind him. "You can buy tickets, but you need qualifications to enter the city, otherwise you will be forcibly sent back. You should know that, right?" "Arnu, yes. I know." Seeing the man nod calmly, the ticket seller didn't say anything more and handed 2 train tickets into the man's hands. He took Chen Ling to the platform to wait for the train. There were other passengers on the platform, but they only casually glanced at the two and then paid no more attention. Both Chen Ling and the man were in plain clothes. In their eyes, these were just 2 ordinary passengers, no different from anyone else. Chen Ling looked at the surrounding passengers. Just as he was about to open his mouth and shout something, the man in front of him spoke slowly. "I advise you not to try calling for help. Otherwise, I don't mind slaughtering everyone here." Chen Ling's gaze sharpened. He did indeed have the thought of calling for help just now. After all, his body couldn't move now, so he could only rely on speaking to find a way out. Since the enforcers and law enforcers were unwilling to make an enemy of the man, as long as there were more witnesses, it wouldn't be so easy for the man to take him away. Unfortunately, the bottom line of this man in front of him was outrageously low. "Are all the people in Aurora City butchers like you?" Chen Ling spoke coldly. "Of course not." The man replied calmly. "However, since you're going to be a dog for someone, naturally, you have to be prepared to get covered in fishy stench." Clang, clang, clang. Just as the two were talking, a steam train roared towards them. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of deceleration, the steel behemoth slowly crawled in front of the two. "K-15 train to Aurora City, get on board." The call of the train stewardess rang out. The man patted the dust off his coat and walked straight into the carriage. Chen Ling lifted his stiff foot and closely followed. There was only one train heading to Aurora City a day, because very few people would take it. The massive carriage was completely empty. Apart from the two of them, there were no other passengers. The man casually picked a seat by the window and sat down. He took down the latest newspaper from the metal rack and lowered his head to read. "Sit down." The man spoke without raising his head. "From here to Aurora City takes about 4 hours. Cherish your last moments." At this moment, Chen Ling only felt as if 2 massive mountains were pressing on his shoulders, forcing him to sit on the chair opposite the man. "I want to go to the toilet." Chen Ling thought for a long time and could only squeeze out this cliché routine that was overly used in countless movies and TV shows. "No, you don't." "I do." "Do you think I can't control your body to go to the toilet?" "As long as I make you walk to the toilet, undo your pants, and then." "Never mind, I don't want to." Chen Ling gave up on this lame escape plan. The steam whistle resounded through the clouds. This steel behemoth crawling on the tracks slowly moved, and the low clanging sound came again. Chen Ling's heart was incomparably irritable. Relying on his own strength, it was almost impossible to escape from the hands of this fourth order. He could only wait until he entered Aurora City and figure out a way to get the people from the Dusk Society to save him. But how exactly should it be implemented? Just as Chen Ling was pondering bitterly, a gunshot like a thunderbolt rang out from outside the carriage. Bang! Immediately after, the driving wheel at the bottom of the train violently shattered. Chen Ling only felt the train body jolt violently, then tilt to one side. The newspaper rack beside the man overturned on the spot, and the boiling hot tea cup shattered on the ground. The exclamation of the train stewardess rang out from outside the carriage, and the entire train came to an abrupt halt amidst violent shaking. The man's expression changed. He grabbed the fixed table to steady his body and turned to look out the window. Piercing sparks burst on the white snow, and a figure slowly walked out from within. "Mr." The train stewardess on the platform hurried over. "You are." "Shut up." Bang! The carriage door was kicked open by someone. Cold wind mixed with fragments of snowflakes swept into the carriage. A figure draped in a black windbreaker stepped onto the floor of the carriage. He held a gun in his right hand, the pitch-black barrel still smoking with green smoke. Seeing that familiar face, Chen Ling was first stunned, and then his pupils contracted violently. District 3 Law Enforcer Chen Ling. That person stood amidst the shattered glass dregs and spoke unhurriedly. Coming out from the ancient vault of the military path and not reporting to District 3 right away. "Where are you going?" "Han Meng." Chen Ling's eyes were full of astonishment. He absolutely never expected to meet Han Meng here. One must know, this wasn't Han Meng's jurisdiction area, but Winter Harbor, which was several hours away from District 3. The man's brows furrowed tightly. He slowly stood up and stood far away on opposite sides of the carriage with Han Meng, confronting each other. "Where he goes, I'm afraid it's none of your business." The man slightly turned his head. "Which district's enforcer are you? You even dare to snatch the person President Yen wants?" Han Meng didn't speak. He just calmly raised that gun barrel still wafting with green smoke, the muzzle aimed at the center of the man's brow. "I'm taking my subordinate back." "What the hell does it matter to you?" Killing intent swept wildly inside the carriage, and the temperature plummeted abruptly. Trapped in his seat, Chen Ling stared blankly at Han Meng, whose killing intent was imposing. For a moment, his mind went somewhat blank. Han Meng had left District 3, suddenly appeared here, and even blown up the train's driving wheel with one shot. This was definitely no coincidence. The only explanation was that he came for himself. But how did he know that the Star's Chamber of Commerce was going to make a move against him? The man was locked onto by Han Meng's gun muzzle, and a stream of killing intent had already enveloped him. He frowned and stared at Han Meng for a long time, as if he had recalled something. Han Meng. I seem to have heard this name. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I heard that a few years ago, a rookie District 3 law enforcer killed the nephew of the president of the Star's Chamber of Commerce in the ancient vault of the military path. After being detained, he forcefully survived 3 rounds of soul-shattering evidence retrieval and still maintained his sanity. This matter even alarmed the higher-ups of headquarters at the time. That law enforcer seemed to be named Han Meng. Is that so? Han Meng spoke indifferently. Then that's really a coincidence. His fingertip rested on the trigger. Beneath his black windbreaker, a domain rapidly spread outwards. Sensing the terrifying aura contained within this domain, the man's expression grew even uglier. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, just about to sketch something in the void, when a thick beam of light flashed past his temple in an instant. The invisible deconstruction power was like a bullet, directly wiping away the hair at his temples and instantly piercing through all the carriages of the train, leaving behind only a massive circular hole. What makes you think your words can be faster than my gun? Han Meng was still in that posture, holding the gun single-handedly. Faint green smoke drifted out from the muzzle, and he was expressionless. But at this time, several drops of cold sweat had already slid down the man's forehead. On that deathly pale face, a hint of lingering fear and panic flashed past. If Han Meng's shot just now had deviated even slightly, his head would have been deconstructed into nothingness. The reason he survived wasn't because the other party missed, but because the other party hadn't intended to kill him at all. This is a warning. Never attempt to frontally attack a judgment, idiot. Han Meng pointed the muzzle at the man and motioned towards Chen-Ling. Undo the word on his body, otherwise the next shot will hit your head. The man was both shocked and angry at this moment. Although both were fourth-order powerhouses, he could only be firmly suppressed by Han Meng's tribunal. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. He possessed a full body of Path of the Scholar God abilities, but in front of that gun muzzle, everything he did was too slow. But he had no other way. The frontal combat power of the vast majority of divine pathways was almost impossible to surpass the way of the soldier god, and the judgment path was the path with the strongest lethality among all the branches of the way of the soldier god. As a Path of the Scholar God user, being locked onto by the opponent in advance, what could he use to fight against a judgment? No matter how fast a word was, could it be as fast as a bullet? The man's expression changed repeatedly. He stared at Han Meng for a long time, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Do you know what consequence there will be for offending the Star's Chamber of Commerce? No one is clearer about it than me. Han Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of killing intent spread within the carriage once again. Don't make me repeat it a third time, let him go. Seeing that the second bullet was about to be fired again, the man gritted his teeth and lightly wiped his palm in the void, remotely unlocking the character controlling Chen-Ling. Chen-Ling immediately felt his body lighten, and the right to control returned to his body. Don't think that just by always hiding outside Aurora City, they have no way to deal with you. The man slowly retreated backwards. Following his footsteps, mysterious characters continuously surfaced on the floor of the train carriage. Rain Gobes. Next time we meet, you won't have the chance to point a gun at me again. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, those few mysterious characters suddenly lit up. His figure turned pitch black right before Chen-Ling's eyes, like ink being dismantled stroke by stroke, horizontal, vertical, left falling, right falling, hook, and rapidly disappeared into the void. He could turn his own body into words. Chen-Ling witnessed this scene with his own eyes, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. All the skills of the Path of the Scholar God seemed to exceed his cognition. Seeing that person leave, Han Meng calmly put away his gun and glanced at Chen-Ling. Still not leaving? Do you really want to follow him to Aurora City? After speaking, he turned and walked out of the train. Blowing up the train's driving wheel with one shot had shocked the train stewardess and other pedestrians on the platform. They watched helplessly as Han Meng in a black windbreaker walked out of the platform, their expressions as if they were looking at a monster. Chen-Ling pushed through the crowd and walked to his side. How did you know I was here? There is only one train entering Aurora City a day, and since it departs from Winter Harbor, it can only be here. Chen-Ling still wanted to ask how he was certain the Star's Chamber of Commerce would secretly take him away, but recalling what the man said just now, he still didn't ask this question. According to what he said, Han Meng had offended the Star's Chamber of Commerce in the ancient vault of the military path a few years ago, and had even experienced 3 rounds of soul-shattering evidence retrieval. What Chen-Ling had already experienced, or even hadn't had time to experience yet, Han Meng had experienced a few years ago. No one understood the methods of the Star's Chamber of Commerce better than him, this victim. The two just walked side by side in the snowfield like this. Han Meng didn't ask Chen-Ling what happened in the ancient vault, and Chen-Ling didn't ask Han Meng about his experiences back then. They both maintained silence, like two fellow travelers walking home with their heads lowered. Finally, Han Meng's voice rang out again. I still underestimated you. What? I thought you would at most kill a few people. I didn't expect that in the end, only you would come out. Han Meng's voice didn't reveal whether it was praise or blame. This time, the matter has been blown too far out of proportion. Chen-Ling suddenly remembered that before he came to the ancient vault of the military path, Han Meng specifically left him a message. If you encounter some matters in the ancient vault of the military path, you don't need to be too timid. You are a law enforcer of our District 3. Even if you poke a hole in the sky, I will shoulder it for you. Chen-Ling hadn't been timid. And Han Meng had indeed shouldered it for Chen Ling. When Chen Ling walked out of that small cabin, all the law enforcers and enforcers had chosen to close their eyes. Only Han Meng ran for hundreds of miles, blew up the train with a single shot, and raised his gun muzzle against the powerful authority within Aurora City. If it weren't for him, Chen Ling would probably have been forcibly kidnapped into Aurora City, and his fate would still be unknown. Chen Ling remained silent for a long time, before earnestly and seriously saying 2 words. "Thank you." Han Meng turned his head to glance at him, his black windbreaker continuing to advance towards the end of the snow. "It's good to be alive." Ancient vault of the military path. A figure covered entirely in blood stumbled out of the vortex and plunged headfirst into the frozen sea. The bone-chilling cold eroded his whole body. Jian Changxing forcefully endured the pain and the stiffness brought by the cold, struggling to swim over 100 meters, and finally climbed onto a 2-meter-long piece of floating ice. Cough, cough, cough. He lay weakly on the ice surface, all the physical strength of his whole body overdrawn. A gust of sea breeze blew past, and the moisture on his body solidified into ice drags, taking away his last few traces of heat. Jian Changxing stared blankly at the black sky and the giant sword gradually moving away. On his ferocious scar face, there was only numbness. He survived. He didn't know how he lived. The last moment of his memory was the image of Chen Ling holding a gun and standing in front of him. He remembered his heart being shot through. Thinking of this, Jian Changxing subconsciously reached out to touch his chest. The flesh and blood were still intact, no large hole had been opened by anyone, and there seemed to be something beating inside. He could feel that, along with the beating of that heart, killing intent flowed through his bloodline. His whole person felt as if he had been cleansed. Also, it seemed there was something more in his body, continuously resonating with the black giant sword in the distance. That guy, what kind of monster is he exactly? Recalling that red-clothed figure who had slaughtered his way through the ancient vault of the military path alone, Jian Changxing still had some lingering fear in his heart. Ever since he counter-killed Yan Shizai and slaughtered his way out, his spirit had accumulated to an extremely sharp degree. But unexpectedly, Chen Ling jumped out at the end and crushed his pride into dregs with just a few moves. The most crucial point was that even now, he still didn't know what that person's identity was. Fire stealer? Law enforcer? Or some other conspiratorial organization? After resting for a moment, Jian Changxing sat up from the ice surface. His gaze swept across the boundless frozen sea, and a terrifying thought suddenly surged into his mind. How was he supposed to go back? When they came, they took a ship for several full hours. Now he had nothing. Could he paddle the floating ice back with his hands? Jian Changxing's expression grew even uglier, because he found that, there really seemed to be no other way besides this option. Gritting his teeth, his whole person crawled on the ice surface, reaching his hands into the seawater. Relying on astonishing speed and strength, he moved little by little in the direction of Winter Harbor. Even if beaten to death, Jian Changxing would never have thought that the previously high-spirited Azura would now be reduced to a human-shaped motor. He had to speed up. Before he starved or froze to death. On the way back to District 3, Chen Ling recounted everything that happened inside the ancient vault of the military path to Han Meng. Of course, it was a version he had processed. Han Meng listened in silence. Only after Chen Ling had finished speaking for a long time did he hoarsely ask his first question. Jiang Qin, how did he die? Killed by that fire usurper number 8. Chen Ling paused for a moment. I avenged him. Han Meng looked at the coat on Chen Ling's body that originally belonged to number 8. Pain flashed unstoppably in his eyes. Chen Ling had never seen this kind of loneliness and weariness on his face. Thank you. This time, Han Meng was the one thanking Chen Ling. Chen Ling didn't accept it, because he felt he didn't deserve this thank you. Jiang Qin was already dead, avenging him wouldn't change anything. If he really had the capability, he should have saved Jiang Qin as well. As for the other people in the ancient vault of the military path, although their deaths were all related to him, even if he didn't provoke the hatred between the law enforcers and the fire stealers. Once the fire stealers finished seizing the Tao base shards, the two sides would still fight when they returned to the entrance of the ancient vault, let alone the thief Saint Bai waiting outside. From the very beginning, when this group of law enforcers entered the ancient vault of the military path, there was no possibility of them leaving alive. By the way, Han Meng looked at Chen Ling. This time, did you step onto the way of the soldier god? N. Which path? Azura. A hint of surprise flashed in Han Meng's eyes. He nodded slightly. Azura is not bad. In the entire Aurora City, there aren't many people who have stepped onto this path. Which path are you on? Chen Ling asked, feigning ignorance. Judgment. Is it different from Azura? Of course. Judgment pursues extreme lethality, but once the rank becomes high, the main body becomes relatively fragile. Whereas Azura is the king of close combat. Although the lethality is not as good as Judgment, its survival capability is extremely strong. Especially the first-tier skill Blood Robe. You should be able to feel the power it brings you. Unless killed in one hit, the heavier the injury, the stronger the damage. Once this effect is amplified to the extreme, the damage is not even inferior to Judgment. Chen Ling nodded thoughtfully. Now he already possessed the third and fourth tier skills of Judgment, and the first tier skill of Blood Robe. Combining the two, he wondered if it could be considered making up for each other's shortcomings. Then after stepping onto a divine path, how does one undergo advancement? Chen Ling asked probingly. Do I need to fulfill some conditions beforehand? Conditions? There's no such thing. Han Meng explained, the 14 divine paths in the world, although each path is different, their essence is the same. They are all driven by spiritual power to climb the tiers. With each advancement, apart from gaining different skills, it will also trigger a massive increase in spiritual power. In the final analysis, this thing depends on personal talent. For people whose talents are compatible with a divine path, their spiritual power growth will just be faster, and their advancement speed will also be faster. If talent is insufficient, advancement will be very difficult, and ultimately they can only stop at a certain tier, trapped at that rank for life. Of course, after the fourth order, advancement will become more and more difficult. Sometimes, besides the accumulation of spiritual power, some opportunities for breakthrough are also needed. As expected, other people's advancement didn't need to be as troublesome as his. Chen Ling let out a long sigh in his heart. Besides the growth of spiritual power, he additionally needed to complete the performance tasks on the stone steps. If he couldn't complete them, no matter how high his spiritual power was, he wouldn't be able to enter the next tier. This meant every step of his would be several times harder than others. Then generally, how long does it take to advance from first tier to second tier? For an ordinary person, about 2 years. If their talent is good, a little over a year can barely advance. That long? Chen Ling was shocked. Then how long did it take you back then? 6 months. Chen Ling. No wonder the people in District 3 all said Han Meng was a genius of the way of the soldier god. Looking at it this way, the contrast was too obvious. But Chen Ling also felt something was wrong, because it had only been a little over a week since he stepped onto the first tier of the path of the actor, and now, the sole of his foot had almost touched the second step. Chen Ling even felt that in just a few days, he should be able to truly step onto the second tier. Was his talent extraordinary to begin with? Or, did the rewards after completing the performances directly save him a massive amount of time? Chen Ling felt the latter possibility was greater. After all, he didn't feel he had any talent in the theater Dao. The two of them took the K-18 train and finally rushed back to District 3 before dark. Han Meng stood on the desolate platform and glanced at the time. It's getting late, go back and rest. It won't be long before your appointment documents should come down. Appointment documents? Enforcer. Han Meng replied calmly. All law enforcers who step onto a divine path will be appointed as enforcers by Aurora City. This time, you are the only one who stepped onto a divine path. It's impossible for them not to appoint you. I offended the Star's Chamber of Commerce, will there be no problem with the appointment? This is an appointment from the highest level of Aurora City. The Star's Chamber of Commerce cannot intervene. If I can become the Commander-in-Chief of the District 3 Enforcers, you naturally won't have a problem. Han Meng paused for a moment. What's more, the situation in the Aurora domain is special right now. They need manpower. Chen Ling nodded, okay. Chen Ling's original goal was to become an enforcer. After the Star's Chamber of Commerce made a move this time, he thought it would be very difficult for him to smoothly become an enforcer. Now it seemed that in some aspects, the law enforcer headquarters side was still very tough. Chen Ling and Han Meng said their goodbyes and part ways from the platform. Chen Ling walked beneath the night sky where the auroras surged, looking at the street outlines drawing continuously closer, deep in thought. This trip to the ancient vault of the military path had taken so long. He wondered how things were on Frost Street. At least, his peaches should be in place by now, right? Frost Street. Hey! Have you guys heard? What? Wasn't there a group of law enforcers who went to the ancient vault for a trial this time? A friend of mine from Winter Harbor came to restock this afternoon. He told me that whole batch of law enforcers are all dead. Ah. On the streets of Frost Street, several residents' ears perked up, and they immediately grabbed their small stools and gathered together. Real or fake? Impossible, right? How could it be that dangerous in the ancient vault? I heard that in previous years, 1 or 2 deaths were the most. I heard that fire stealers sneaked in this time, stole something, and then killed everyone. This afternoon, a large group of people from Aurora City came and cordoned off the entire harbor. I know about the harbor blockade, I heard about it too. So it was because of this? Did Chen Ling go too? Seems like it. Speaking of which, haven't seen him these past 2 days. Then doesn't that mean he also? As everyone talked and talked, their eyes suddenly widened. They looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Chen Ling is dead. Boss Su of the tailor shop was the first to stand up. His shocked, loud voice could be heard across almost half the street. More and more people walked out of their homes, discussing at once. There was doubt, shock, and relief on their faces. Several bosses gathered together and hurriedly confirmed something. The gloom on their faces instantly dissipated, and the large stone in their hearts finally dropped. Ari Nigerian Nairobi. He's dead. That human heart-eating monster law enforcer is dead. These past 2 days, I couldn't even sleep peacefully. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw him handing me human hearts. It was truly too terrifying. Looks like he won't be coming back. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Everyone won't have to live in fear anymore. Rejoicing surfaced on everyone's faces. They began patting each other's shoulders, consoling one another. Only Uncle Zhao, who hurried over without knowing the situation, turned pale upon hearing this news. Dead? Uncle Zhao muttered to himself. Such a good child, how could he just die? Although Chen Ling eats human hearts, he's still a child who grew up on our Frost Street after all. How about, we hold a funeral for him? That makes sense. This way, after he rests in peace, he won't turn into a ghost and come looking for trouble with us. Can people really turn into ghosts after they die? Normal people, who knows? But he's a human heart-eating monster, who knows if he'll come back after death. But we don't even have a corpse, how do we hold a funeral? Just get a coffin and tie up a paper puppet. Boss Su, aren't you in this business? This shouldn't be hard for you, right? Heh, as long as you don't make me go get human hearts, this is nothing. Boss Su waved his large hand and immediately led everyone towards his shop. He picked a large red coffin that not many people chose, then took a paper puppet from the shelf and in a few strokes drew it to resemble Chen Ling about 50 to 60%. There's no corpse and no clothing, so we'll just have to make do like this. Boss Su grabbed a few handfuls of paper money, along with paper-crafted houses, furniture, and such, tossing them all into a bag. Then, he called 2 strong young men to shoulder the coffin and headed towards Chen Ling's house. Other spectating residents, seeing a group of people shouldering a coffin out the door, were somewhat curious and trailed behind the procession one after another. Boss Su stood still in front of Chen Ling's house. Holding the paper puppet in one hand, he waved the other at Chen Ling's house, muttering something under his breath, probably words like returning the soul, entering the earth, and resting in peace. Seeing this scene, the people behind even felt that Boss Su was performing a ritual. However, regarding this situation of having neither a corpse nor clothing, they truly didn't know what to do. Boss Su muttered mysteriously for a while, then placed that paper puppet into the coffin and closed the lid. Just then, he seemed to have thought of something and spoke a few words to the pork shop boss beside him. Soon, the latter hurried over to the crowd carrying several large bags filled with chicken hearts and pig hearts. These were all sacrifices originally prepared for Chen Ling. They won't be needed anymore, and keeping them is bad luck. Might as well bury them together as burial objects. Boss Su waved his large hand, and had the two young men shoulder the coffin, walking straight towards the back mountain under the dark night. The crowd closely followed behind. To be honest, Boss Su had been doing the dead person business for so many years, but it had never been like today. Using a paper puppet to substitute a corpse and calling the soul in front of the house, these were just funeral procedures he casually came up with. After all, a situation like Chen Ling's was truly rare. But so what? Ultimately, everyone was just afraid that Chen Ling would come back to trouble them after death. Doing all this was just for peace of mind. Therefore, Boss Su only needed to casually put on an act. If he really followed the normal funeral procedures, they would probably be tossing about until tomorrow morning. Because the sky was dark, everyone carried kerosene lamps, walking towards the back mountain bit by the light of the fire. Behind the large red coffin, the bustling crowd followed, like countless moving shadows. When the crowd gradually walked far away, a figure walked out from the street corner in confusion. Looking at the departing crowd, doubt flashed between his brows. So many people in the middle of the night, whose funeral are they going to hold? Chen Ling, seeing that departing coffin, muttered to himself. Chen Ling thought for a moment and still followed them. As the law enforcer in charge of Frost Street, Chen Ling needed to keep track of the street's population. Even natural deaths needed to be recorded, let alone if some vicious incident had occurred. Furthermore, he also wanted to know exactly which person on Frost Street had died to attract such a large formation. Under the dim sky, Chen Ling trailed at the very back of the crowd, following them to a wilderness on the back mountain. Along the way, people were whispering, saying things like, "Better to send him further away," and "Don't come back again." Hearing this made Chen Ling increasingly bewildered. Under Boss Su's direction, several residents with good physical strength began to shovel dirt. Before long, they cleared a space large enough to accommodate a coffin, and slowly lowered the coffin into it. "Alright, cover it with dirt, burn some paper money, and we're done." Boss Su threw the bag containing the 2 bags of hearts into it as well, and the others immediately began to bury it with dirt. Seeing that large red coffin disappear under the soil, the crowd let out a slight sigh of relief, and the sound of their whispering grew a bit louder. With this, it should be completely over. It said the feng shui here is pretty good, hopefully he can rest in peace forever. After we go back, let's go to the neighboring street and get a stele to set up for him. Just this dirt mound looks weirdly creepy. Always feel like he can still come back out. He couldn't, could he really turn into a ghost? Boss Lee and the others also crouched down. Not knowing where they pulled a brazier from, they lit the paper money and tossed it in. A gust of cold wind swept across the wilderness, scattering another bag of paper money by his hand all around. In the dimness, a figure proactively stepped forward, bending down to pick them up for him piece by piece. "Many thanks." Boss Lee couldn't see his face clearly and simply thanked him. "No need to thank me." Boss Lee froze. He suddenly felt this voice was a bit familiar. That person clutched the paper money, walked to the brazier that had just been lit, and fed them in piece by piece. As the firelight gradually grew vigorous, that person's face was gradually outlined in the shadows. "By the way, Boss Lee, who are you guys burying?" The firelight illuminated a small half of Chen Ling's face as he slowly raised his head. Boss Lee was instantly stunned. He blinked forcefully, as if he had seen a ghost. "Oldly, you're burning this paper money way too slowly, we're already done here." Boss Su walked up behind Chen Ling, who was squatting on the ground with his back to him, and couldn't help but speak. "Oh yes. Hurry up and finish burning, everyone should go back to rest." "You, why you, him." Boss Li's face was ghastly pale, one finger pointing at Chen Ling, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. "Him what?" Boss Su looked down in confusion, just as Chen Ling raised his head to look at him. The firelight illuminated half of his face from the chin, pale and eerie. "Boss Su." Chen Ling suddenly remembered something. "Where are the peaches I asked for?" Audience expectation value +3. Audience expectation value +3. Audience expectation value. Boss Su's eyes suddenly widened. He stared fixedly at Chen Ling's face, and after a long moment, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. "Boss Su? Hey, what happened to Boss Su?" Seeing this, the others immediately gathered around, not knowing what had happened. Right at this moment, a figure stepped forward and helped him up. "What's wrong with him?" Chen Ling frowned slightly. The midnight wind blew across the wilderness, blowing up the paper money in front of Boss Li and scattering it around Chen Ling. The next moment, everyone's breathing stopped. They stood in place like sculptures. After a few seconds, they turned around in terror and dashed wildly down the mountain. Watching the crowd flee from him as if they had seen a ghost, Chen Ling's eyes were full of incomprehension. "Ailing?" A voice came from the side. "Uncle Zhao." Chen Ling looked at Uncle Zhao, the only one who hadn't run, and couldn't help asking. "What's going on here?" Uncle Zhao looked at him with complex emotions. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Half an hour later. Under the night sky, the door of Zhao's breakfast shop was pushed open. Uncle Zhao lit the kerosene lamp, heated up a bowl of soy milk from the back kitchen, and handed it to the table for Chen Ling. "A monster that loves eating human hearts." After hearing Uncle Zhao's description, a hint of astonishment flashed across Chen Ling's face. "I didn't. They said they all saw it. That day on the street, you pulled out hearts from the bag and gave them out one by one. They were all terrified." Uncle Zhao looked at him with complex emotions. "Ailing ah. I actually heard about the matters regarding your parents and Yen. I can understand your current state of mind. But some demonic and crooked paths, you absolutely cannot walk down." The scene of himself being surrounded by the various bosses on the street that day instantly surfaced in Chen Ling's mind. But what he gave out were clearly peaches. Wait. Chen Ling suddenly thought of the scene where every time he gave out a peach, the audience expectation value would increase. His expression turned a bit ugly. He seemed to understand what all this was about. No wonder that person fell at his own doorstep that day and, in turn, kowtowed 3 loud times to him. It turned out they thought he was a perverted psychopathic killer. After you finished giving out the peaches, you went to the ancient vault of the military path. During this time, the rumors about you became more and more wicked. Some said you are the reincarnation of a monster, some said you have psychological problems. Even outside Frost Street, people have heard about your matters. It's all a misunderstanding." Chen Ling held it in for a long time before he could squeeze out this sentence. "I also think it's probably a misunderstanding." Uncle Zhao fetched a few more tea eggs for him, chattering endlessly, "But you have to pay attention. These rumors will affect your image. If this continues, everyone won't dare to approach you anymore." Chen Ling had been running around all the way and hadn't had a few full meals at all. At this moment, he peeled a few tea eggs and stuffed them into his mouth, gulping down the soy milk on the table. "I'll find a time to explain to them." After Chen Ling finished eating, he answered helplessly. For things to develop to this point was simply not what he wanted. But that bunch of trolls in the audience seats had way too vile tastes. He simply didn't know to what extent his image had been tampered with while he was completely unaware. Just as the two were talking, a weary figure walked across the street and pushed the door to enter. Chen Ling. When Zhao Yi saw Chen Ling at his home, he was first stunned, then spoke unpleasantly, why did you run to my house to eat in the middle of the night? Zhao Yi was a reckless person after all. Even though Chen Ling had become a law enforcer now, he didn't have the slightest intention of being humble. He remained as domineering as when he was a child, finding Chen Ling an eyesore no matter how he looked at him. The most crucial point was, regarding the matter of his old man misunderstanding that he liked men previously, Zhao Yi pondered over it for a long time and still felt something was amiss. He guessed that it was probably this kid Chen Ling playing dirty tricks in secret. Unfortunately, he had no proof. Seeing Chen Ling at this moment, naturally he wouldn't show a good face. Chen Ling was just about to open his mouth when Uncle Zhao beside him spoke in a deep voice. "Little E, can't you speak properly? You and A Ling are neighbors who played together since childhood after all. How can you be so impolite?" Although Zhao Yi was reckless, Uncle Zhao was very smart. This sentence was scolding Zhao Yi, but actually, it was also meant for Chen Ling to hear. He knew this son of his couldn't achieve anything great, had poor interpersonal relations, and didn't get along with Chen Ling previously. Now that Chen Ling had become a law enforcer, he hoped Chen Ling could take into account that the two grew up together and not lower himself to his level. Although Chen Ling didn't mix in official circles in his previous life, he could still hear such a simple meaning. Chen Ling silently lowered his head to drink soy milk, without saying a word. Zhao Yi opened his mouth wanting to say something more, but was glared back by Uncle Zhao. Unhappily, he threw his backpack onto the dining table beside him, picked up a steamed bun, and started gnawing on it. "Aren't you on the night shift today? Why did you come back so early?" Uncle Zhao asked. "They're not working at the factory anymore, what can I do?" Mentioning this, Zhao Yi got even angrier. He spoke fiercely, "They haven't even settled my wages from a few days ago. I'll go demand it tomorrow." Chen Ling's ears twitched, and he suddenly asked. "Uncle Zhao, what work is little E doing now?" "Him. Forging steel at the steel mill." Uncle Zhao glanced at Zhao Yi and continued speaking, "This kid didn't study well and has no skills, so I pulled some strings to get him to work at the steel mill. Being outside melting snow day after day, how much money can he earn?" Zhao Yi pouted his lips, seemingly wanting to retort, but could only silently lower his head and say nothing. What Uncle Zhao said was indeed the truth. The money earned working one day at the steel mill was enough for him to go out and melt snow for the road bureau for several days. Doing odd jobs was ultimately not as useful as a formal job. Chen Ling nodded. What the 7 great districts lacked the least were factories. Apart from these few streets they lived in, further out were numerous factories. These factories solved 70% of the employment in the 7 great districts. If Chen Ling hadn't passed the exam to become a law enforcer, his final destination would very likely also be one of these factories. The steel mill also halts work. Chen Ling was puzzled. How would I know? All the raw materials in the factory have been transported away now, there's nothing left. As soon as we went over, they told us to scram, and didn't even settle the money. Just what the fuck are the people in charge of that factory thinking? The more Zhao Yi thought about it, the angrier he got. He had finally found a stable job, and now it fell through. Did he have to go back to melting snow again? The raw materials were transported away. Transported where? Where else could it be? Aurora City, of course. There aren't any factories in Aurora City, what do they want raw materials for? Uncle Zhao's face was also full of incomprehension. I don't know. Chen Ling thought for a while but also couldn't understand what kind of principle this was. Could it be that Aurora City was also going to develop heavy industry? ROBEs. Chen Ling didn't understand these messy things. After finishing his soy milk, he slowly stood up and smiled at Uncle Zhao. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, I'll be going back first. Alright, take care on the road. Chen Ling left a few silver coins and pushed the door to leave, only leaving Zhao Yi's complaints still echoing in the room. He crossed the street and walked to his doorstep in a few steps. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the corner of the door. There were no traces of anyone having entered or exited. He took out his keys and opened the room door. Whoosh! Chen Ling lit the kerosene lamp on the table, locked the door behind him, and stood up on the table, his palms starting to feel around the crossbeam above. A moment later, a token and a ring appeared in his palm. There are no traces of entry or exit at the door, yet the things were put inside. Is this the level of the thief saint? Chen Ling muttered to himself. Chen Ling put the two items away close to his body, and raised his hand to extinguish the kerosene lamp on the table. The room fell into darkness. Meanwhile, Aurora City. On the bed, Chu Muyun's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. In the sealed bedroom, the curtain-like window gauze fluttered gently, as if an invisible wind had lingered here. Outside the window gauze was the silently surging sky full of auroras. Chu Muyun gazed at the auroras outside the window for a long time, sat up from the bed, draped a white coat wearer from the wall over his shoulders, and pushed the door to exit. The cold winter wind blew the hem of his coat. Chu Muyun pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the aurora and the reflection of an indolent man on the eaves. Good observation skills, worthy of the blood slaughter path. That person gently pressed down the brim of his baseball cap and spoke with a light chuckle. A pair of silver snake-shaped earrings swayed silently under the moon. Queen of Hearts. Chu Muyun put his hands in the pockets of his white coat wearer and spoke calmly. Senior, suddenly gracing me with your presence, is there some matter? Don't call me senior, it makes me sound very old. Just completed the mission from above, feeling bored, so I dropped by to chat with you. Bai Yi yawned. After all, you are the earliest society member to infiltrate Aurora City. Senior Bai Yi, you not sleeping doesn't mean others also don't need to sleep. Chu Muyun answered seriously, lack of sleep easily causes depression and obesity, and might also lead to heart disease, diabetes, as well as. The prerequisite for humans to get sick is that they must be human. Are you subtly mocking me? Yeah. Seeing Chu Muyun's deflated expression, Bai Yi laughed heartily, his mood seemingly much more joyful. By the way, that rookie you recommended is very interesting. 6 of Hearts. Chu Muyun raised an eyebrow. He's not just interesting. If you push him into a corner, then the whole world will become interesting. I've heard. A world-ending calamity wearing human skin. Bai Yi was deep in thought, suddenly speaking with great interest. Say, what if I suddenly steal away his sanity? Hearing this, Chu Muyun's expression changed. He frowned and stared at Bai Yi, seemingly trying to see whether he was just joking or truly had this crazy idea. Don't look at me like that, I just said it casually. Seemingly somewhat spooked by his stare, Bai Yi shrugged. You know I can control my hands, at least for now I still can. You better be able to control them always, otherwise, stay far away from him. Got it, got it. Bai Yi leaned leisurely on the eaves, looking up at that unceasing sea of auroras. The courtyard fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, he spoke slowly. 7 of Spades, have you noticed? Noticed what? Bai Yi raised his hand, pointing at the aurora overhead that extended all the way to the horizon. The aurora has grown fainter than before. Chu Muyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it about to begin? Aurora City has begun making preparations. Bai Yi gently pulled down the brim of his baseball cap, hiding half of his face in shadow. Although the vast majority haven't realized it yet, the undercurrents have already begun to surge. Chu Muyun glanced at this seemingly sleeping city and remained silent for a moment. It's coming faster than imagined. Should we bring 6 of Hearts in first? No need. It will be very dangerous outside, his strength is still too weak. Rank doesn't represent everything. That kid is very interesting, not that easy to die. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth curled up slightly. I'm actually very curious, without our help, in what way will he enter Aurora City? Chu Muyun glanced at Bai Yi, who clearly wanted to watch a good show. Acting like this makes us seem very cold-blooded internally, very disunited. Bai Yi thought seriously for a while, have we ever been united? Relax, that kid is very smart. Maybe he can even bring a little dusk shock to Aurora City. I have high hopes for him. Then do as you please. Chu Muyun calmly turned and walked back into the room. Anyway, when the time comes and the Red King places the blame, you take the fall. Bai Yi. Seeing Chu Muyun coldly return to the room, leaving him all alone on the eaves, Bai Yi sighed helplessly. He casually grabbed at the void, and a bottle of red wine stolen from who knows where, along with a goblet, appeared in his palm. The rose-red wine rolled into the cup, emitting a faint fragrance under the moon. Bai Yi pinched the goblet with one hand and clinked it from afar towards the sky full of auroras. A toast to death. He tilted his head back and drank the rose-red in the cup in one gulp. Early the next morning, Chen Ling changed into his law enforcer black and red uniform, briefly tidied his attire, and pushed the door to leave. Since the appointment for enforcer hadn't come down for a day, he was still a District 3 law enforcer, and daily patrols were essential. As for the fear the other Frost Street residents had towards him, Chen Ling thought about it for a whole night and felt it was actually not bad this way. To be honest, Chen Ling didn't care how others viewed him. After all, his becoming a law enforcer was only to hide his identity well. There was no need to go to great lengths to display friendliness to these residents. Now that everyone on Frost Street feared him, it also saved a lot of trouble. Just as Han Meng said, law enforcers needed to have prestige. Chen Ling had just walked onto the street. Those few Frost Street residents returning from the vegetable market turned pale the moment they saw the black and red figure appear. They grabbed their vegetables, turned around, and ran. In the blink of an eye, on the massive Frost Street, only Chen Ling was left alone again. Chen Ling. Okay, this seemed to be more than just prestige now. Chen Ling just pretended not to see it and continued patrolling along Frost Street. Wherever he went, not only did all pedestrians detour, but those bosses who had been staring blankly in this direction closed their shop doors in terror the moment they saw the black and red figure, their speed incredibly fast. There were even a few bosses who tremblingly reached their hands out from the gap under the rolling shutter doors, took out a red plastic bag from inside, and carefully placed it at the door. A gust of cold wind swept across the empty street. Chen Ling looked at the tightly shut shop doors on both sides and the messy red plastic bags at the doors, falling into deep thought. He walked up to one of the shops, bent down, and opened the red plastic bag. A bloody stench assaulted his face. Inside were all bloody chicken hearts, pig hearts, and cow hearts. These were the tributes given to Chen Ling by the bosses of Frost Street. The corners of Chen Ling's mouth twitched slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he still picked up these plastic bags one by one and continued forward. Chen Ling felt that if he didn't pick them up, these bosses would only panic more. Being scared away from Frost Street was a small matter, but if someone was truly forced to dig out human hearts for him, then things would be troublesome. Following Chen Ling leaving with both hands full of plastic bags, tens of seconds later, a corner of the shop's rolling shutter door finally opened. Did he leave? Left. Took those hearts away too. Phew. It's good that he accepted them. Since he accepted them, he probably won't make things difficult for us anymore. Fuck. Who exactly was it last night that said he was dead? I was almost scared to death. I went to confirm again today. They said everyone who entered the ancient vault of the military path died, and he was the only one who came out alive. Ah. He killed all the others. I don't know. What did I say? He is a monster. You guys don't think he'll undergo advancement to become an enforcer, right? He's a law enforcer now and has already made the entire Frost Street restless. If he becomes an enforcer, how chaotic will District 3 be then? I'm just afraid that by then, he won't be satisfied with animal hearts anymore. With just a little trick, he could kill people for their hearts, right? He absolutely must not become an enforcer. The bosses reopened for business, looking in the direction that figure had left, praying in their hearts at the same time. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, 3 law enforcers walked out slowly. They looked at the crowd not far away who still had lingering fear on their faces, their brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Is that the monster law enforcer you guys were talking about? Yes, I heard he uses human hearts to intimidate the residents of Frost Street. His reputation has already spread to our side. Human hearts. Is it true? It must be fake. It said he handed out over a dozen at the time. Where would he go to kill so many people? Moreover, he's just a rookie, probably playing tricks to extort money. What's inside those bags? Probably protection fees collected. TSK, such a large bag, how much money must be inside? TSK, a rookie, extorting far more ruthlessly than us. Humph, playing the devil. The three stared straight in the direction Chen Ling left. Thinking of the several full bags of things he was carrying just now, they only felt something scratching at their hearts. Brother Gua, what do we do next? A law enforcer's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Should we find a place to teach him a lesson? The man called Brother Gua narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he sneered and spoke. Just teaching him a lesson is letting him off too easily. Xiaozhua, you go to the headquarters and tell them. Brother Gua gave a few consecutive instructions. Xiaozhua's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help clapping his hands in praise. This method is brilliant. Brother Gua, will doing this work? Who among the District 3 law enforcers hasn't scraped some grease? Isn't it a bit bad to mess with him so openly? Another law enforcer hesitated. Does he call this scraping some grease? Look at those few bags, what the few of us scraped combined can't even compare. Brother Gua seemed to have thought of something and sneered. The Commander-in-Chief Han Meng is the most upright person. Letting him see the grease this kid has scraped. I don't believe this kid can continue being a law enforcer. Chen Ling finished patrolling the entire Frost Street, and he already had dozens of plastic bags in his hands. He walked on the road holding them in both hands, as if carrying two giant weights. Chen Ling let out a long sigh. So many chicken hearts and pig hearts, even if he stir-fried them every meal, he wouldn't be able to finish them in a few months. Moreover, eating like this every day, who wouldn't suffer from internal heat? He couldn't finish eating them, but it would be a pity to throw them away. Helpless, Chen Ling could only carry them all back. In this weather, they should be able to be preserved a bit longer. Just as he was about to turn around and head home, a burst of clamor suddenly came from the street ahead. That was the intersection of Frost Street and the neighboring street, a moderately sized vegetable market. Chen Ling usually came here frequently as well and was considered a regular customer. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked straight towards the vegetable market. Strictly speaking, this vegetable market was also his jurisdiction. If something happened inside, he also had to go and take a look. Moreover, with just a bunch of hearts, he still had to buy some side dishes to stir-fry with. Since he was already here, he might as well buy more to take back. As Chen Ling walked into the vegetable market, he saw two figures wearing law enforcer uniforms standing in front of a stall. The vegetable market, which should have been bustling with noise and excitement in the morning, was now dead silent. Next to the stall, a middle-aged woman had fallen among a pile of potatoes and cabbages. There was a footprint on her chest, as if she had been forcefully kicked to the ground. Two officers. The money for this month, wasn't it, hasn't it already been paid? She looked at the two in terror, her face full of incomprehension. Who did you pay it to? Brother Gua spoke calmly. To that officer Xiaozhua. You paid it to him, what does it have to do with me? Brother Gua kicked aside the vegetable basket next to him, slowly crouched down in front of her, and spoke unhurriedly. Now this vegetable market is my jurisdiction. Do you understand? Looking at Brother Gua's sinister eyes, the mother immediately began to tremble. I really don't have any money left in the shop. Officer, could you, give me a few days' grace? Hearing this sentence, Brother Gua stood up directly, not bothering to give her another glance, but waved his hand to another law enforcer beside him. I suspect there are drugs hidden in this shop, search it for me. Yes. That law enforcer immediately walked into the shop and quickly began rummaging around. Cabinets, boxes, and even vegetable baskets were overturned all over the floor. Under his brutal search, the entire shop was completely reduced to a mess. N-beta-S. Officer. There really is nothing in my shop. Seeing this scene, the mother stumbled up from the ground and spoke with some heartache. This place of ours is considered Officer Chen's jurisdiction. Isn't it a bit bad for you to do this? The other pedestrians who came to the vegetable market, as well as the original vendors here, were currently hiding to the side, cowering. Only an elderly man stepped forward, attempting to persuade the two to stop. Officer Chen. Which Officer Chen? Brother Gua spoke leisurely. I haven't heard of him. It's Officer Chen Ling. That's me. A voice suddenly came from the side. Chen Ling, carrying plastic bags in both hands, walked over calmly. Seeing Chen Ling arrive, the crowd immediately made way. That figure walked through the crowd straight towards Brother Gua, whose eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered, saying, What Officer Chen Ling, just a newly promoted law enforcer. Bang! Before Brother Gua's words fell, an afterimage arrived in front of him instantly. Immediately after, a massive force slammed into his chest, and his entire person was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The surrounding onlookers were simultaneously stunned. They hadn't even seen clearly what happened at all, and Chen Ling had appeared in Brother Gua's original position. Brother Gua? The other law enforcer exclaimed. Brother Gua continuously knocked over 2 stalls before the force dissipated. His entire person lay on the spot like a pile of mud, painful groans escaping his throat. Without a word, Chen Ling put down the plastic bags, casually pulled out a sharp bone-stripping knife from the meat shop, and walked up to Brother Gua. What do you want to do? Brother Gua's eyes widened. He thought Chen Ling had gone mad. The reason he came to cause such a scene was to force Chen Ling into a conflict with them. He was even worried Chen Ling wouldn't take the bait, and had designed several methods to enrage him. But he absolutely didn't expect that Chen Ling wouldn't even say a word upon appearing and would kick him flying over 10 meters with 1 foot. Do what? Chen Ling spoke calmly. Weren't you looking for death? I'll grant your wish. The bone-stripping knife in his hand abruptly stabbed down. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through Brother Gua's shoulder blade. A burst of agonizing howling instantly resounded through the vegetable market, its tragic intensity making the surrounding onlookers feel a chill in their hearts. The law enforcer on the side was dumbfounded. From the moment Chen Ling appeared until now, he had only done 2 things in total: kicked flying, stabbed with a knife. Not a single extra word was said, his movements crisp and decisive. Before everyone could even react, he had already plunged a knife into Brother Gua's shoulder. Since when did Frost Street become your territory? Chen Ling pulled out the bone-stripping knife expressionlessly, and scarlet blood rapidly spread from the hole. Chen Ling. You're looking for death. Just wait to be. Ha! Brother Gua had only spoken halfway when Chen Ling plunged the knife into his lower abdomen again, the pain causing him to howl again on the spot. Keep talking. Chen Ling's voice didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. The cross-section of a bone-stripping knife is very small. Even if stabbed, it's not that easy to cause massive blood loss. Provided I avoid the vitals, guess how many times I can stab you at most. Madman. You're a mad. Ha! Stop. A voice came from behind. At the entrance of the vegetable market, Han Meng, in a windbreaker, walked over with a dark face. Several law enforcers followed behind him, and one of them was Xiao Zhua, who had just left. Seeing Brother Gua lying in a pool of blood on the ground, deep shock surfaced in Xiao Zhua's eyes. Commander-in-Chief Han Meng is here. Hearing someone in the crowd shout this sentence, Chen Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked down at Brother Gua, whose face was pale from the pain, and slowly stood up from him. Can someone explain to me what happened? Han Meng's deep voice rang out. Commander-in-Chief Han Meng. The law enforcer on the side immediately spoke. This Chen Ling intimidated the residents in the jurisdiction and amassed wealth wildly. Brother Gua merely said one sentence to him and was stabbed on the spot. Han Meng raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Chen Ling somewhat strange. Intimidating residents, wildly amassing wealth. It's true. Xiao Zhua immediately echoed. I saw it too. The bags on the ground are all filled with evidence. Chen Ling's expression instantly became subtle. The spectating Frost Street residents were stunned and couldn't help but whisper. Han Meng and Chen Ling exchanged a glance. The former paused for a moment and spoke slowly. Chen Ling, open the bags. Chen Ling finally knew what idea these law enforcers were cooking up. He couldn't help but ask back, are you sure? Open them. Fine. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Ling bent down and slowly tore open the bulging plastic bags all over the ground. The next moment, dense clusters of chicken hearts, duck hearts, and pig hearts were exposed to the air. Audience expectation value +7. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a bizarre dead silence. Xiaozuo on the side, and Brother Guo, who gritted his teeth to stand up, were instantly stunned upon seeing this scene. The corners of Han Meng's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Chen Ling, whose face was full of innocence, and couldn't help asking, so many hearts are. Chen Ling pondered for a moment, bit the bullet, and replied. I love to eat them. How is this possible? Brother Guo's eyes widened. At this moment, the wounds on his body seemed to no longer hurt. So many shops were scared into closing their doors, and the protection fees they carefully sent out were actually these? Endless bewilderment surged into his heart. Brother Guo suddenly had a feeling of being played with. The other two law enforcers felt the same, they stood there like two air-dried sculptures. Swatong, Guanan. Han Meng's icy gaze swept over the two. This is what you meant by, wildly amassing wealth. This shouldn't be right. Commander-in-Chief Han Meng, there must be a misunderstanding here. Brother Guo gritted his teeth and forcefully squeezed out this sentence. Brother Guo's thoughts had been completely turned to mush. He couldn't understand, the shops on that street making such a big fuss was just to give Chen Ling these things. What kind of good person takes so many animal hearts as protection fees? Wouldn't eating them cause internal heat? But, he did strike to hurt someone first. Brother Guo changed the subject, enduring the pain to speak again. I didn't even say a full sentence to him, and he stabbed me with a knife. He's a madman. Han Meng turned to look at Chen Ling. What about you, do you have anything to say? He was bullying the residents in my jurisdiction. I was just enforcing the law impartially, it was self-defense. You call this self-defense? I can testify that Officer Chen Ling was indeed acting in self-defense. The old man who had stood out earlier immediately spoke. I can testify too. I can also. More and more people testified for Chen Ling. Han Meng coldly glanced at Brother Guo. The latter was just about to argue something, but ultimately didn't speak, just glaring venomously at Chen Ling alphobes. Chen Ling didn't care about Brother Guo's glare. To him, this was no different from a passing dung beetle glaring at him on the street. Right at this moment, Han Meng took out a document from his coat and handed it to Chen Ling. What is this? Chen Ling asked. Your appointment letter. Han Meng's voice rang out calmly. Originally, I was planning to go directly to your place to give it to you. But hearing you were here, I dropped by on the way. Aurora City has appointed you as a District 3 enforcer. From today onwards, you are directly under my command. At the same time, you have the authority to manage all District 3 law enforcers. Everyone was stunned. The venom in Brother Guo's eyes first turned into astonishment, then into disbelief. When he saw Chen Ling expressionlessly accept that appointment letter, only dullness was left on his face. In his mind, he instantly recalled the terrifying speed and power Chen Ling displayed when kicking him away earlier. His expression was incredibly ugly. He had just finished offending Chen Ling, and the other party was promoted to enforcer. Besides Han Meng, no one knew Chen Ling had already stepped onto the way of the soldier god. He himself had no intention of publicizing it either. If it were other law enforcers from previous batches who had stepped onto the way of the soldier god, they wouldn't have been able to resist widely publicizing it and recruiting partisans as soon as they returned. Chen Ling glanced at the appointment letter, turned around and asked Han Meng, "Where's my uniform? It's this kind of windbreaker on you. The law enforcer's uniform is too ugly." Han Meng gave him a weird look, turned, and walked out. "Follow me to get it." As Chen Ling and Han Meng left side by side, the vegetable market fell into a dead silence again. Brother Gua stared blankly at Chen Ling's departing back, his heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. Cliché plot. Chen Ling sighed. What? Nothing, I was just saying it casually. Chen Ling glanced at the audience expectation value on the snow beside him. Since entering the vegetable market, it had only increased by 9% in total. Of which 7% was obtained the moment the bags were opened, and the remaining 2% was when the appointment letter was given later. If Chen Ling had known about this interlude in advance, he was confident he could manipulate it to double the audience expectation value again. Unfortunately, everything came too suddenly. However, walking on the main road and having expectation value deliver itself to the door like this was quite nice. It would be great if a few more people like Guanan could come. You clearly know that there is a phenomenon of collecting protection fees among law enforcers, why don't you care? Chen Ling asked the doubt that had been in his heart for a long time. Care? How to care? Han Meng shook his head. Back then, after I was promoted to enforcer, I also tried to solve this problem, but it was fundamentally unfeasible. Even if the order clauses are fixed, it won't work. You don't understand, the source of all this doesn't lie with the law enforcers, but with the residents themselves. Han Meng spoke slowly. The people here have been enslaved for too long. For the past 100 years or so, they have relied on offering money to gain the protection of law enforcers and peacefully run their businesses. Their fathers and grandfathers all lived this way. Even if you tell them from now on they don't need to make offerings anymore, they will instead feel uneasy in their hearts. Wanting to change the imprisoned thoughts of a generation and eradicate the weakness and inferiority in their hearts is not that easy. Chen Ling remained silent for a long time. Recalling the situation on the day he first became a law enforcer, he nodded slightly. Chen Ling followed Han Meng to the law enforcer headquarters of District 3. The latter took out a windbreaker with a silver marking from the cabinet for him and placed it neatly on the table. This is yours. Chen Ling draped the black windbreaker over his shoulders. The size fit well. He looked at himself in the mirror, his temperament becoming much steadier. The grading of enforcers is based on the markings on the hem of the windbreaker. Whatever rank of strength you possess, that is the number of markings you are as an enforcer. Every time after an advancement, it must be reported to Aurora City, and they will immediately send clothes with the corresponding markings. Right now in the Aurora domain, what is the highest number of markings for an enforcer? Chen Ling asked. 8 markings, and there are only 2. So few. Did you think advancement to 8 markings is very simple? Han Meng glanced at him. In the entire human world, there aren't many powerhouses with 8 markings. Any single one of them could annihilate the entire District 3 with a casual wave of their hand. Those 2 8-marking enforcers are already centuries-old powerhouses of the Aurora domain. In the Aurora domain, is there not even a single 9-marking enforcer? There are no 9-marking enforcers. Han Meng paused for a moment, however, there is a rank 9. Chen Ling was stunned for a moment, then understood Han Meng's meaning. Aurora City had a rank 9, but that person was not in the enforcer system. He's not of the way of the soldier god? Chen Ling asked probingly. No, that person doesn't belong to any divine path. Doesn't belong to any divine path? Chen Ling spoke in incomprehension. Without a divine path, one can also advance to rank 9. How did he do it? That person's situation is extremely complex. You only need to know that he doesn't belong to any path, yet possesses incredibly powerful authority. Even the Aurora domain we are in exists because of him. Hearing the last sentence, shock surfaced in Chen Ling's eyes. A realm exists because of a single person. Who is he? Han Meng paused for a moment and slowly spoke a name. Lord of the Aurora. Lord of the Aurora. Chen Ling noted down this name in his heart. But, a realm existing because of a single person, how is this achieved? Chen Ling still found it unbelievable. Han Meng asked back, what do you think is outside the Aurora domain? Chen Ling thought for a moment. Is it the gray world? Strictly speaking, outside the domain is also our real world, only, it has already suffered from gray realm contamination. Han Meng answered calmly. And the only weapon humanity has to resist this kind of gray realm convergence is our domain. Domain? Chen Ling was stunned. Is it that domain of the divine pathways? Yes. For any divine pathway, the first to third tier are just the starting point. The real qualitative change occurs after stepping into the fourth order and mastering a domain. For example, my tribunal, after unfolding, can envelop the surrounding space of about 100 meters. In this domain, I possess the authority to destroy or reconstruct the basic structure of any matter. However, for the fourth order, being able to achieve small-scale structural destruction is already the limit. As the rank gets higher later on, the abilities of this domain will also become more perfect, and the coverage area will become larger and larger. After hearing this, Chen Ling nodded thoughtfully. So the Aurora domain has actually not been contaminated by the Grey World all this time precisely because it is under the protection of the Lord of the Aurora's domain. Chen Ling thought of the sea of auroras above the Aurora domain that ceaselessly surged. Regardless of day or night, it was always there, quiet and mysterious. At first, he thought this was a special astronomical phenomenon of this world. Thinking about it now, this sea of auroras should be exactly the symbol of the Lord of the Aurora's domain. Hasn't it been said that the Aurora domain already has a history of several hundred years? Chen Ling's eyes were full of incomprehension. If the entire Aurora domain exists because of the Lord of the Aurora, doesn't that mean he has also lived for so many years? That's right, the Lord of the Aurora is already over 300 years old. Chen Ling was incredibly shocked. Over 300 years old? Is that still considered human? But, recently there have been 2 consecutive Grey Realm convergences. Chen Ling spoke again. Is this normal? Han Meng paused for a long time and shook his head. No, it's not normal. He slowly raised his head, his gaze looking towards the glazed dome of the headquarters. Outside the glass, that sea of auroras was still flowing silently. Normally, under this aurora, no Grey Realm convergence would occur. Even if there are exceptions, they are extremely rare. 2 consecutive occurrences within half a month, this is absolutely not normal. The only explanation can be something went wrong with the Lord of the Aurora. Han Meng's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Something went wrong, what will happen? I don't know. Han Meng shook his head. Ultimately, we are just ants surviving under the shade of a tree. Even if we know that the ancient tree that has sheltered us for hundreds of years has a problem, we are powerless to do anything, are a Nigerian Naira. Chen Ling fell silent. These matters are too far away from you. Let's just do our own duties well first. Han Meng changed the topic. So, what is my job? No specific tasks. Probably just daily patrols, managing the law enforcers, and coordinating with the enforcers of Aurora City. Han Meng seemed to remember something. However, there is one place you do need to make a trip to. Where? The factory district. Hearing these 2 words, Chen Ling was thoughtful. Is it because of the work stoppage? Yes, the work stoppage in the factory district was too sudden, go investigate it. After Han Meng finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then took out a small plastic packet from the drawer and handed it to Chen Ling. What is this? Jasmine tea. Flower tea. What are you giving it to me for? Han Meng glanced at those few large bags of hearts, his gaze towards Chen Ling somewhat weird. Drink it often. It can reduce internal heat. Chen Ling. Aurora City. Law Enforcer Headquarters. A figure pushed open the main door of the headquarters and walked straight inside like the cold wind of midwinter. It was a man with graying temples. His grayish-white fur coat looked like wolf fur, swaying slightly with the airflow of his steps. His slightly aged face was gloomy as water. The law enforcers guarding both sides were stunned. A young law enforcer was just about to step forward to stop him, but was pulled back by a companion beside him, shaking his head silently. Tan Xin. The man low growled a certain name, like a male lion suppressing its anger. His voice echoed like thunder within the headquarters. All the law enforcers stopped the work in their hands and looked over. In the silence, only endless echoes remained. Tan Xan, come out here. When the second sound rang out, a six-marking enforcer sitting nearby frowned subconsciously. He stood up and was about to step forward when a palm pressed him down. He looked up in astonishment, only to see the back of someone wearing a black windbreaker approaching the man. On the hem of his windbreaker, 8 silver markings flickered slightly. President Yen Shang. He spoke calmly. Is there some matter? Seeing this person before him, the eyes of the man with graying temples narrowed, a dangerous aura seeping out from within. Tan Xan, Shitsai's death, I need an explanation. Hearing this sentence, the 8-marking enforcer let out a long sigh. He waved his hand at the numerous surrounding law enforcers. The latter instantly understood and quietly left the area. In the empty hall, only the two were left standing face to face. We are already tracking the movements of the fire stealers, but we still need time. Tan Xan spoke patiently. I'm not talking about that. Yen Shang's voice was incredibly cold. I sent people to bring Chen-Ling into Aurora City, why did you stop me? I didn't stop you. That Han Meng went. Tan Xan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Han Meng is not my subordinate. What does his going to save Chen-Ling have to do with me? He is an enforcer of the 7 great districts, he originally falls under your jurisdiction. Yen Shang stared fixedly at him. Moreover, back then, the one who took him away from the soul-shattering platform was also you. Soul-shattering evidence retrieval, once is enough. You subjecting him to it 3 times consecutively was just wanting to directly obliterate his consciousness and completely cause brain death. Tan Xan paused for a moment. You openly murdering an enforcer in Aurora City, how could I not intervene? They gazed at each other, the surrounding temperature dropping rapidly. Right at this moment, the main door of the headquarters was suddenly pushed open, and a figure ran in hurriedly. Officer Tan Xan. Tan Xan gave him a gloomy look. What is it? Over at Winter Harbor, someone salvaged a suspected survivor of the ancient vault of the military path. What? Tan Xan and Yen Shang were both stunned. Where is the person? Following a wave of that law enforcer's hand, 2 people carried a body covered in ice drags, quickly walking in from outside and placing it steadily on the ground. It was a figure covered in blood. His face was ghastly pale, eyes tightly shut, as if he had been drowned to the point of a coma. The residual water stains on his body had frozen into ice, like a corpse just dug out from a pile of ice. It's him. Yen Shang's anger climbed madly into his eyes. Yen Shang had seen this person before. He had always followed beside Yen Shitsai previously, a cripple. According to what that Chen-Ling said, this Jian Chongsheng was the ungrateful wretch who killed Yen Shitsai. Good, he's actually still alive. Yen Shang gritted his teeth and spoke, his tone incredibly chilling. Tan Xan also frowned at him, deep in thought. Don't be in a rush first. Tan Xan suddenly spoke. What happened in the ancient vault of the military path is still a mystery. It's better to first use your Chamber of Commerce's soul-shattering evidence retrieval to clarify what exactly happened, then deal with him. Hearing this, Yen Shang looked at him and sneered. Tan Xan knew what Yen Shang was thinking. He remained silent for a moment and added a sentence. In the law enforcer files, his data has already been deleted as deceased. How you want to deal with him this time, I won't interfere. Yo, Lord Enforcer. Beside the rickshaw, that lean and dark-skinned man grinned, where are you heading to? Chen-Ling casually pulled out a few copper coins from his pocket and stuffed them into the man's hand. To Factory Street. Alrighty. The man collected the money, his eyes lighting up. Without another word, he lifted the rickshaw and ran towards the edge of District 3. Haven't seen you in a few days, and I already have to call you Lord Enforcer. The man couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A law enforcer advancing as fast as you, I've never even heard of. This man was precisely the rickshaw puller who had taken Chen-Ling to Ice Spring Street in District 2 right after Chen-Ling first became a law enforcer. At that time, relying on Chen-Ling's directions, he had earned double the money from Han Meng afterwards. Seeing Chen-Ling now was as enthusiastic as seeing a relative. Just luck. Chen Ling smiled. Are we still taking a detour this time? No need. This time Chen Ling was spending his own money, so naturally he couldn't act like last time. Hearing this answer, the man also sighed somewhat regretfully. A faint mist covered the street. The man pulled Chen Ling forward rapidly. The surrounding houses became fewer and fewer, replaced by the indistinct silhouettes of factories in the distance. At the edge of the aurora, they looked like crawling black behemoths. Factories were the core existence of every district. Not only did they solve the employment for the majority of the district's residents, but they also continuously supplied a massive amount of resources to Aurora City. However, due to the pollution they produced, the factory district's locations were all at the outermost edge of the regions, close to the domain boundary. Chen Ling stepped off the rickshaw and, before leaving, gave the man a few more coins as a tip. Now that he was an enforcer, he naturally wouldn't lack money. The man immediately bowed respectfully in thanks. As expected, Chen Ling looked at that massive area of densely packed factories, deep in thought. More than half have stopped working. Chen Ling had been to the factory district before. Putting aside everything else, just the exhaust gas emitted from the chimneys was enough to dye the entire sky gray. But this time, most of the factories didn't seem to be operating, and the air was actually uncommonly fresh. Chen Ling walked straight deep into the factory district. As soon as he approached, he saw a large number of figures crowded in front of a factory, pulling banners and shouting in unison. We want to return to work. We want our unpaid wages. We want to return to work. We want. Crowded in front of the factory district were at least 100 people. Most of them were young and middle-aged, wearing worn-out padded clothes, waving their fists, and roaring with anger. BS. In the crowd, Chen Ling saw a familiar figure. He was carrying a large flag with the words, "Return to work," on his shoulders with both hands, gritting his teeth and waving it desperately while cursing in the crowd. On what basis are you not letting us work? The steel mill is shut down, what are we going to eat? Return to work. We want to return to work. That person was none other than Zhao Yi, whom he had seen last night. The crowd blocked the factory entrance completely tight. If that iron gate wasn't sturdy enough, it would probably have already been forcefully smashed to pieces by them. At this moment, several figures behind the gate were discussing in low voices, their expressions somewhat ugly. We want to return to work. We want to return to work. We want. Amidst the crowd's rising and falling angry roars, a figure walked over from behind. The people at the back saw that black windbreaker and were stunned, then consciously shut their mouths and stepped aside to both sides. The shouting voices grew smaller and smaller. The people in front seemed to feel something was wrong. Zhao Yi glared and turned his head to look back, just about to curse them as useless, when he saw that familiar face. Chen Ling. The originally angry and crowded masses had now automatically made way for a path several meters wide. Their gazes towards that black windbreaker were full of awe and fear. To the ordinary persons of District 3, law enforcers were already the sky, let alone an enforcer. You've become an enforcer. Zhao Yi finally reacted, shock surfacing in his eyes. Wasn't he still a law enforcer last night? Did he really step onto a divine path in the ancient vault of the military path? Chen Ling nodded calmly. Make way, I will handle this matter. Once this sentence was spoken, Zhao Yi's expression changed consecutively. He looked at Chen Ling, from shock to questioning, and finally to helplessness. He took a deep breath, still speaking stubbornly. Chen Ling, you better seek justice for us. After speaking, he also temporarily put down the flag and retreated to the side. Chen Ling stood at the door and looked at the several people inside. Open the door. Seeing this, the few people immediately stepped forward to open the door. They didn't dare to show the slightest negligence towards an enforcer. The leader bowed respectfully to Chen Ling. I am the vice director of the steel mill, Meng Shi. How should I address you? Chen Ling. Chen Ling walked into the factory, getting straight to the point. What is going on here? Meng Shi had a bitter face and spoke helplessly, the factory stopped working, and they insist on returning to work. I told them we can't do it, but they just won't listen. They've been surrounding the outside for half a day already. I'm not asking them, I'm asking you. Why did it stop working? Meng Shi exchanged a glance with the several followers behind him and let out a long sigh. Please follow me. Meng Shi and the others led Chen Ling straight into the factory. As soon as they entered, a few large gilded words were engraved on both sides of the steel mill. A sentence on the left, tempered 1,000 times to forge steel bones. A sentence on the right, bearing hardships and working hard is the most glorious. On the top of the factory, a few large horizontal words were the most conspicuous, everything is for humanity. These fonts were clearly quite old, somewhat blurred under the erosion of wind and snow, and some words even lacked strokes. The factory's outer wall was also mottled and damaged, with a faint smell of rust. This was Chen Ling's first time entering the steel mill. Perhaps due to the fog, it was damp everywhere. He walked into the workshop. Several massive machines were placed inside, none of them activated, but artificially covered with plastic tarps, like several small black mountains. Officer Chen, look over there. Meng Shi pointed to the back of the workshop, an empty area. Chen Ling looked over carefully. What is there? Originally, that was the place used to store iron ore, coke, and other steel forging raw materials. Meng Shi spread his hands. Now Aurora City has hauled all the raw materials away. I know those people outside want to return to work, but what are they going to return to work with? Can we let them produce steel out of thin air? Chen Ling frowned slightly. Why did Aurora City haul away the raw materials? I don't know, it was an order directly given to the factory director from over there. Meng Shi spoke bitterly. Officer Chen, you also know. The factories in the 7 great districts are all directly managed by Aurora City, and even the factory director is appointed by them. We can't stop them if they want to haul away the raw materials. Then where is the factory director? Call him over. He followed the raw materials and entered Aurora City together yesterday. Meng Shi paused for a moment and added another sentence, it's not just our steel mill. It's the same situation for all the other factories. Raw materials and finished products were all transferred away, leaving us with a pile of scrap material. We also don't want to stop working, but we really have nothing left. Chen Ling's frown deepened. It would be fine if just one steel mill's raw materials were hauled away, but if this was the case for all the factories in the factory district, then the problem was huge. Factories were the heart of the 7 great districts. What did it mean for Aurora City to drain their blood dry? Chen Ling's heart gradually sank. Although he didn't know the exact details of what happened, it was very obvious, this was Aurora City targeting the 7 great districts. I understand. Chen Ling spoke immediately. I will go contact Aurora City to see what the situation is. Meng Shi nodded, and Chen Ling asked again. Then these workers' wages, are you just going to ignore them? Meng Shi opened his mouth, and finally smiled helplessly, Officer Chen, we truly have nothing left in the factory. The little bit of cash left on the books isn't even enough to pay off their wages. Not enough? Chen Ling looked at his face. How much is it enough to pay? At most, enough to pay a tenth, and this is money meant for maintaining the machines. If this money is paid out, and the machines break down from lack of maintenance for too long, the losses will be disastrous. Chen Ling didn't reply. He continued to gaze calmly into Meng Shi's eyes, as if trying to see through him completely. Seeing this, Meng Shi felt a bit spooked in his heart. Just then, Chen Ling slowly spoke. You are lying. What? I'll give you one more chance. Chen Ling reached one hand into his coat. The next moment, a black gun barrel was pressed against Meng Shi's forehead, his voice incredibly icy, I will ask you one more time. The funds on the books, how much are they enough to pay? This scene directly scared the others silly. They didn't understand why Chen Ling suddenly drew a gun when they were chatting just fine. But the other party was also an enforcer of District 3. They were both terrified and cowardly, even with their leader having a gun pointed at his head, they absolutely didn't dare to step forward even half a pace. As for Meng Shi, he was even more terrified out of his wits. His face was ghastly pale, and his legs began to tremble. Chen Ling naturally wouldn't suddenly make things difficult for Mengshe. The reason he did this was because the extreme detailed observation ability of the secret pupil allowed him to see at a glance that Mengshe was lying. Enough for half. Mengshe spoke hurriedly. When the factory director left, there really wasn't much cash left on the books. At most, it can only pay them 5 or 6 days' wages. Chen Ling gazed at Mengshe for a moment. Only after finding no traces of lying from his micro-expressions did he say slowly, "Then pay out the money first and..." Unable to resolve the work stoppage, nor issue wages, how could these workers besieging outside possibly let this go? Facts proved that the identity of an enforcer was extremely useful in District 3. After all, Chen Ling possessed absolute enforcement power. As long as he wanted to, even if he blew Mengshe's brains out just now, there wouldn't be too big of a punishment. Having narrowly escaped death, Mengshe didn't dare to delay. Flustered, he took out the last bit of cash from the safe and took his subordinates to hand it out to the workers gathered at the door. Chen Ling walked up to one of the large machines and lifted a corner of the plastic tarp covering it, revealing the heavy fuselage beneath that was full of a metallic aura. He wiped his hand lightly over its surface, damp and cold. Chen Ling looked at the faint layer of water stains on his fingertips, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Right at this moment, a burst of clamor came from the door. Seeing this, Chen Ling walked straight towards the door. The crowd originally blocking outside the iron gate had now completely surrounded Mengshe and the others who had gone out to distribute the money. Emotions were running high. What use is this little bit of money to us? Yeah, without work, this money is only enough to live on for a few days. We want to return to work. A small portion of the people took the money, their expressions clearly better than at the start. But another portion remained unreconciled. One was wages that could only last a few days, the other was a job that could continuously feed a family. No matter how you thought about it, the latter was more important. Mengshe was sweating profusely. He wanted to just go back and shut the door, but seeing Chen Ling's cold gaze inside the factory, he bit the bullet and persuaded. The factory truly has no raw materials right now. Even if you cause a ruckus here, we can't resume work. I will contact Aurora City. Once the raw materials arrive, I will definitely have you return to work immediately. When can we return to work? This should be in these 2 days. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions finally softened a bit. They counted the coins in their hands, exchanged glances, and still turned around to head back towards the district. Zhao Yi shouldered his flag, just about to leave, when he turned back and added a fierce sentence. We will come again tomorrow. Seeing this group finally leave, Mengshe let out a long sigh. He looked bitterly at Chen Ling walking out of the factory, hesitating to speak. I will go negotiate with Aurora City. Chen Ling took the initiative to speak. Guard the factory well, prepare to resume work at any time. After saying this sentence, he walked out of the steel mill, heading towards several other large factories nearby. Amidst the misty fog, Mengshe stood at the main gate of the steel mill, the surroundings falling into a dead silence. Sigh. Brother Meng, what do we do now? Mengshe's brows were tightly knit. He looked at the departing backs of the crowd and gritted his teeth, saying, what else can we do? We can't stay in this place anymore, let's go quickly. Then what about the factory? Who cares about it? The factory director abandoned us and ran away, can this factory still be run? Mengshe hurried into the factory. Fortunately, there are still some valuable things, exchanging them for a train ticket shouldn't be a problem. While speaking, he started rummaging around in the factory director's office. Just then, a dull knocking sound came from the workshop. Thump thump thump. Who is it, what are you knocking for? Thump thump thump. Anger surfaced on Mengshe's face, who was engrossed in ransacking. He looked up at the window. Through the glass, he could see the dim workshop was empty. The few followers who were originally behind him were also nowhere to be found. Doubt flashed in Mengshe's eyes. He slowly stood up and was about to go open the door, when an icy voice, like grinding steel, hoarsely and eerily came from outside the door. I came, looking for someone. I already told you, the factory director has already entered Aurora City. Is it interesting for you guys to keep pestering here? Hearing this sentence, Meng Shi immediately thought it was that group wanting to resume work again, his head suddenly aching. I came, looking for someone. That voice rang out again, and seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. Fuck. Meng Shi could no longer hold back the anger suppressed in his heart. He walked to the door and yanked it open. Are you done yet? Who are you looking for? Meng Shi's voice abruptly stopped. He saw outside the office door stood a black, faceless shadow. It looked like a centipede standing straight up, numerous slender claws spread out to both sides. At the position of its mouth, a dark red bloody hole was slowly squirming. And the voice was hoarsely transmitting from that bloody hole. The Scarlet Sovereign of the Ghost Mockery Abyss. The King of No Phase who mocks fate. Chen-Ling went around to other factories for a lap. The situation at the other factories was similar to the steel mill, basically all in a state of suspended operations unable to function. Chen-Ling didn't waste any more time, directly returning to the entrance of the factory district, ready to go back and report this matter to Han Meng. You haven't left yet? Chen-Ling asked in surprise, seeing the man pulling the rickshaw still waiting for him in the same spot. Since you came all the way out here, you definitely have to go back. The man grinned. Rather than me running back with an empty cart, it's better to wait for you here and earn a bit more along the way. It had to be said, this man still had a lot of brains. Seeing this, Chen-Ling didn't stand on ceremony, directly getting onto the rickshaw. After paying the money, the man swiftly dragged him back. Lord Enforcer, I heard a lot of people in the factory district lost their jobs. It's just a temporary work stoppage. Things were perfectly fine, why the work stoppage? I don't know. With so many people losing their jobs, they won't all come to pull rickshaws, right? The man joked. It's already not easy for me to earn a few coins, it won't do if everyone comes to snatch business. Chen-Ling didn't answer, because ultimately this was caused by the actions of Aurora City. He didn't know what that bunch of people in the city were thinking. Seeing Chen-Ling unwilling to speak more, the man also didn't ask further, naturally changing the subject. My wife works at the textile factory. She's been doing it for over 20 years, staring at that needle and thread every day, her eyes are almost blind. A work stoppage is good too. She can just stay at home peacefully and look after the kids. With my physique, running a few more trips a day is no problem to feed the two of them. The man grinned. Sweat seeped out of his dark skin, mixing with the mist, causing his thin clothes to stick closely to his body. Chen-Ling glanced at him. As if he had thought of something, he looked down at his fingertips, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this fog getting heavier and heavier? Chen-Ling suddenly spoke. Yeah, it was still a thin mist in the morning, but now you almost can't see the road clearly. It's wet and damp everywhere, very uncomfortable. The man wiped his face with a towel and complained. Chen-Ling's frown gradually tightened. Go faster. Chen-Ling urged. Lord Enforcer, I'm also very tired running while dragging the cart. This is already the fastest. I'll give you another 20 copper coins. Alrighty, Lord Enforcer. The man's spirit jolted. He took a deep breath, and dragging the rickshaw, his legs started to sprint, almost using all the strength in his body. The rickshaw passed through the dense fog, weaving through the streets. Before long, that familiar glazed dome gradually enlarged in Chen-Ling's field of vision. That was the law enforcer headquarters of District 3, and also Chen-Ling's destination. RNB Epsilon. Before the rickshaw even fully stopped, Chen-Ling flashed and jumped down from it. Amidst the man's heavy panting, he pushed open the main door of the headquarters. In the empty hall, two figures wearing black windbreakers were standing under the glazed dome, looking up at the foggy outside world, their expressions somewhat grave. Hearing Chen-Ling push the door and enter, they turned their heads simultaneously. Any gains? Han Meng asked. It's Aurora City. Chen-Ling truthfully repeated the statements of the people in charge of several factories. Aurora City has transferred all the raw materials and finished products away. The entire factory district has completely stopped working, and even many factory directors have been transferred back. Han Meng didn't seem too surprised by this answer. After thinking deeply for a moment, he nodded. Control of the entire factory district is in the hands of Aurora City. Without their nod, the factories wouldn't dare to stop working. I have already sent an inquiry to Aurora City, but haven't received a reply yet. Did something happen? Chen Ling asked solemnly. This fog seems a bit off. You sensed it too. Torrential rain, heavy snow, two astronomical phenomena both resulted in a gray realm convergence. Today's fog also came too suddenly, it's hard not to make associations. That is precisely what I am worried about. Han Meng looked up at the glazed dome shrouded in mist, only able to see a patch of grayish-white, as if plunged into a sea of surging water vapor. However, up until now, no abnormalities have appeared. The situation in the other districts is also unclear. In any case, under this kind of special astronomical phenomenon, it's better for us to maintain vigilance at all times. Shirenjia added from the side. This Shirenjia was the only surviving two-marking enforcer after Han Meng bathed District 3 in blood. When Chen Ling was officially made an enforcer, he had even seen him give a speech on stage. The previous torrential rain and heavy snow both lasted for several days. I'm afraid this time won't be short either. Han Meng spoke slowly. I have already ordered all law enforcers to increase their patrol rounds by one every day. You two had better also patrol a few more rounds these 2 days, maintain a state of alert at all times. Understood. Chen Ling nodded. Han Meng took out a palm-sized device from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ling. The temporary communication system has been activated. Keep this thing on you at all times. Once you discover anything amiss anywhere, report to me immediately. Chen Ling scrutinized this device, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had seen this thing before. When those two law enforcers broke into his home and fought with the red paper monster, they used it to call for backup. Chen Ling didn't think much of it at the time, but thinking about it now, this thing didn't seem like it should appear in this era. How far is the effective range of this thing? Its communication relies on the Lord of the Aurora's domain, so anywhere under the Aurora, it can connect on the same frequency. So it wasn't technology, but a domain. Chen Ling put away the walkie-talkie and nodded. Chen Ling and Shirenjia left the headquarters. After making an agreement, they separately headed in the directions of East Street and West Street to patrol. As for Han Meng, he guarded the law enforcer headquarters alone. As the commander-in-chief of District 3, and also its highest combat power, he had to ensure he was at the center of District 3 at all times. The black windbreaker passed through the dense fog. Visibility had dropped to 10 meters. As Chen Ling patrolled the street, he couldn't even clearly see the faces of others from a distance. Perhaps due to the factory work stoppage, there weren't many pedestrians on the road. After all, without urgent matters, few would choose to go out in dense fog weather. The damp streets were uncommonly quiet. Chen Ling walked among them, as if passing through another world. He didn't know whether this dense fog meant another descent of the Grey World, nor did he know which district would be so unlucky as to be enveloped in it. But he hoped that unlucky bastard wouldn't be himself. Suddenly, Chen Ling stopped in his tracks. He arrived beside a puddle at a street corner. Since an unknown time, the water stains of the puddle had already connected into 2 lines of words. Audience expectation value +5. Current expectation value, 39%. Chen Ling's heart skipped a beat. Fuck, I fell for it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.